Recording in progress.
But we are speaking from the podium, from here, from the podium, right? Like the opening.
Yeah. Your Excellencies, Director Generals, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this is the third day of the Global South-South Development Expo and our Global Director General Forum for Sustainable Development and South-South Cooperation. It is a real pleasure for me to welcome you all to this South-South Cooperation Directors Forum for Sustainable Development 2022. First, I wish to thank the co-hosts, the governments of Thailand and ESCAP, for enabling the Global Director Forum take place in Bangkok, Thailand, one of the most vibrant and dynamic cities in the Global South. I would also like to thank the Islamic Development Bank and the Japan International Cooperation Agency for their continued substantive support to the DGF and generous sponsorship for some of us, our delegates traveling here. I wholeheartedly welcome all participants online and especially delegates from over 60 countries and states in the Global South are with us today, demonstrating the strong momentum of South-South and triangular cooperation. Today, I will serve as the moderator for the opening session. And before doing that, let me just give you a little bit background about the Director General Forum. We are here at a very historic moment. The COVID-19 pandemic brings forward the unprecedented challenges. It challenged the way we work together to rise up to common challenges. The world earnestly seeks the power and potential of solidarity and partnership to enable humanity to stand up to our common challenge and build our shared future. With its expanded scope and solidarity-based cooperation models, South-South and triangular cooperation has risen up to that test and proves yet again to be a valuable modality of development cooperation, not only to address the immediate impact of the pandemic, but also to build resilience and transformational systems for the future. 3.5 years ago, in Buenos Aires, the second high-level UN conference on South-South cooperation explicitly called upon the UN development system to assist developing countries with their human and institutional capacity for South-South and triangular cooperation. Responding to that call, the UN system has developed its first ever system strategy on South-South and triangular cooperation with concrete action plans. Our office is also working with the entire UN system to produce handbooks and resources for integrating South-South and triangular cooperation at country, regional, and global levels. UNOSSC's new strategic framework 2022 to 2025 aims to guide the office to respond to developing countries' needs for capacity development. And that's why we have redesigned the focus of the long-standing platform, DG Forum. The DG Forum is an annual event organized by our office in cooperation with co-hosts and co-sponsoring organizations. First launched in 2008, it has been an important platform to bring peers from developing countries, especially those that are at the front line of policy making and practices for South-South cooperation, the Director Generals of development agencies or development mechanisms in different countries to dialogue and to promote peer learning. The redesigned DG Forum in the coming 4 years will have a clear focus on improving ecosystem and institutional capacities for South-South cooperation in developing countries. And the design focus is not a total new creation. We follow up on your recommendations shared in previous Director General forums with a stronger significant improvement in institutional arrangement for South-South cooperation. But what progress have we made so far compared to the last DG Forum? We did a pre-forum survey. The result shows 2/3 of participating countries and organizations have made significant efforts in this regard. For example, countries established organizations and departments in charge of South-South and triangular cooperation with high-level political support, mobilized necessary resources for South-South implementation, and developed national policies enabling South-South cooperation. UN agencies and international intergovernmental organizations integrate South-South and triangular cooperation into their development programs, projects, provided developing country with capacity development programs, developed database, strengthened monitoring and reporting systems, so on and so forth. Nonetheless, we still have a long way to go to leave no country and no one behind to benefit from this important development cooperation modality, South-South and triangular cooperation. 1/3 of the survey participants, including small island developing countries and countries in conflict context, reported that they couldn't do much, or their efforts have remained at a very modest level due to their lack of knowledge about South-South opportunities and lack of coordination within entities, for instance. Recognizing that strengthening South-South and triangular cooperation institutional capacity and ecosystem is a multi-dimensional quest from member states, the survey also asked the question, what topics would you like to address and discuss in regard to the DG Forum 2022? Based on the responses, we identified the top 3 topics to discuss today. Number 1, South-South and triangular cooperation financing mechanism. Number 2, the role of UN system in building capacities needed for South-South cooperation. Number 3, multi-stakeholders engagement and coordination for South-South cooperation. There are many other subjects that are lining up. Many are interconnected. We are only focusing on these 3 because we only have limited time, but that doesn't mean we will leave the other questions and other stones unturned. We will organize more dialogues, and the DG Forum will be a systematic mechanism from now on to really engage all the Director Generals in your peer support exchanges to find better solutions suits your own situation. We are very fortunate enough to have an excellent and balanced lineup of speakers from different countries, regions, sectors, and organizations. It will be great to hear from our panelists about the Global South's pressing capacity development needs, including emerging demands in the context of COVID-19 recovery and other global crises, good practices and experience in strengthening institutional capacity, including available training and capacity development services that you can offer to others in the Global South. The role of different stakeholders in building capacities for South-South cooperation. We are very eager to hear from our delegates about your ideas, recommendations. At UN Office for South-South Cooperation, we will continue our support and commit to respond to your demand, of course, with your support as well. UN Office look forward to learning from your experience and your expectations, your guidance, and this is a very important session of the Global South-South Expo. And we are honored to have, for the opening remarks, several speakers already lined up in the agenda, and I would invite each and every speaker to go to take the podium to deliver the opening remarks. The opening part is from the welcome remarks. First of all, I have the honor to invite Mrs. Urirat Charanto, Director General, Thailand International Cooperation Agency, TICA, also our dear host. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Good morning. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Thailand International Cooperation Agency, or TICA, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand, it gives me a great pleasure and honor to welcome all of you to the opening session of the South-South Cooperation Directors General Forum for Sustainable Development, or Global DG Forum, under the theme Strengthening South-South and Triangular Cooperation, Institutional Capacity, and Ecosystem for a Sustainable and Resilient Future in the context of COVID-19 and other global crises. At the outset, I would like to thank our co-hosts, the UN ESCAP and the UN Office for South-South Cooperation, for working actively to organize this year's Global DG Forum, which is hosted for the first time in Thailand. Yesterday, the fourth Asia-Pacific DG Forum was very productive and thought-provoking. And today, we will have Her Excellency, the Ambassador of the Philippines to Thailand and Chair of the fourth Asia-Pacific DG Forum, to share the outcomes of yesterday's meeting, which may serve as an input for today's discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, the current global context has been shaped by complex and rapidly evolving global challenges, including the COVID-19, the geopolitical tensions, and other looming threats such as climate change effects. The forum's main theme invites us to rethink how we can realize the commitments we made at the BAPA Plus 40 to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development through South-South and Triangular Cooperation, as well as the recent resolution on the South-South Cooperation adopted by the General Assembly last year. International development cooperation is now at a crossroads. Once a hopeful solution to sustainable development for developing countries, South-South and Triangular Cooperation has been challenged by the pandemic and other emerging global crises. Despite the efforts to keep the momentum of our development initiatives, there is no denying that crises of global scale, like the COVID-19, have hindered and slowed down our progress towards the 2030 agenda. In order to achieve those goals, the national ecosystem for South-South and Triangular Cooperation, through domestic institutional arrangements and national policies, are needed to advance it. Today, we will also discuss financial mechanism, as well as the role and efforts of the UN system and multi-stakeholders engagement and coordination, which are all important to mainstream South-South and triangular cooperation at all levels. For Thailand, TIGA is designated by the Royal Thai government as a national focal point for international development cooperation. To ensure a clear policy direction and coherence, we established the Committee on Technical and Economic Cooperation Policy for International Development, chaired by the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs. This mechanism helps foster interagency coordination and ensure efficiency and policy coherence. At the implementing level, we also have regular meetings with line agencies, academia, and other relevant authorities to ensure operational coordination, as development cooperation is often cross-cutting and involves various stakeholders. With regard to the issue of financial mechanism, while Thailand is working closely with our traditional development partners from the global north and international organizations, we are exploring a new modality of South-South-South cooperation with our new partners, such as Egypt, Turkey, and Morocco. Through this initiative, we believe that we will combine our strengths and create synergies to assist other developing countries. In addition, we have also increasingly reached out to potential stakeholders in society other than government agencies. During the COVID-19 pandemic, TIGA received a great amount of support from our private sector in carrying out many of our development activities. Through this public-private partnership for people, or PPP, we are able to pool resources, expertise, and innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, South-South cooperation is a collective endeavor of developing countries in pursuing development cooperation. However, it serves as a complement, not a substitute, to North-South cooperation. On this note, I wish to reaffirm Thailand's commitment to advancing this cause. Lastly, I trust that the outcomes of this forum will greatly contribute to a more prominent role of South-South and triangular cooperation. Your concrete solutions and actionable recommendations will help leverage and scale up concerted efforts of the Global South to driving progress towards the global development agenda. I wish you all interactive and fruitful discussions. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you very much, Director General, for the very important opening remarks, and thank you for hosting this Global DG Forum. Now I have the honor to invite a video message from Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Ms. Amita Sasya Adisjabana, our co-organizer for the Global South-South Development Expo.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to address the opening of this year's Global Director General Forum on South-South Cooperation, co-hosted by the Royal Thai Government, the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, and ESCAP, and sponsored by Japan International Cooperation Agency and the Islamic Development Bank. Over the past 2 days, I've been impressed with the multitude of successful examples of development cooperation and encouraged by further possibilities of South-South and Triangle cooperation to bring us back on track for implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Following these exchanges, the forum promises to be rich with action-oriented proposals and recommendations to put South-South and Triangle cooperation front and center in dealing with today's multifold crisis. Indeed, almost halfway into the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, the COVID-19 pandemic, the increasing impact of climate change, and geopolitical conflicts have unveiled the fragility of our interconnected world. All these crises threaten the hard-earned progress towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Development challenges that our countries face, particularly inequality and environmental sustainability, require transformational policy measures at the country, regional, and global levels. They are too large and too complex to be addressed by one country alone. The emergence of middle-income developing countries willing to share their knowledge, expertise, and resources through their own assistance program offers new opportunities for partnership and points to the changing dynamics in development cooperation. South-South cooperation is and must remain an integral part of global multilateralism, complementing but not replacing North-South development assistance. It has a natural role in supporting transboundary objectives, such as enhancing connectivity, trade, and our collective response to climate change. But South-South cooperation can also help build in-country capacities to address issues such as domestic resource mobilization, improving civil registration vital statistics, and building resilience to climate change. Distinguished participants, at ESCAP, South-South and triangular cooperation has always been at the heart of our work. We value the expertise and knowledge that developing countries have built and facilitate efforts to share this with other developing countries. In recent years, we have also facilitated South-South cooperation between our member states and countries outside the region to promote business innovation for the SDGs. Our work on South-South and triangle cooperation has strengthened information sharing and early warning systems to guard against natural disasters. It has built resilience and reduced typhoon-related deaths. Initiatives have helped improve and integrate transport infrastructure, including the Asian Highway, the Trans-Asian Railway, and our efforts to develop dry ports. And ESCAP's capacity development programs have promoted South-South exchanges of agricultural mechanization and machinery, technology transfer, regional trade and investment research, ICT for development, and data and statistics. The mix of international development cooperation players in Asia and the Pacific is a major asset, from large emerging economies such as China and India to high-income assistance providers like Japan and Australia, to middle-income countries that have started to provide financial and technical assistance. There is enormous potential for stronger South-South cooperation that could be particularly beneficial to countries with special needs. To ensure all future South-South cooperation is demand-driven, innovative, and effective, the dialogue you are about to have is very essential. Our region convened the 4th Asia-Pacific DG Forum yesterday, the outcomes of which will be shared with you shortly. At this global DG Forum, we look forward to engaging beyond our region and learning from the experiences of other countries as well as region. I wish you fruitful deliberations and a successful global DG Forum.
South Expo in this DG Forum. This DG Forum is also co-sponsored by both JACA and ISDB. Both organizations have been strong supporters to the previous DG Forum as well. And I have the honor to invite online participation from Mr. Datuk Amar Gukvik, Director General, Global Practice and Partnerships, Islamic Development Bank, ISDB, to deliver welcome remarks. Sir, you are connected. We see you clearly. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Ms. Grace Wang, Designated Representative of the Director of the UN Office for Director General of the UN Office for South-South Cooperation, Your Excellency, Ms. Urirat Charento, Director General of Thailand International Cooperation Agency, Your Excellency, Ms. Armida Salsia Alisjahbana, Executive Secretary of UN ESCAP, Your Excellency, Mr. Naoki Ando, Director General, Operation Strategy Department, Japan International Cooperation Agency, distinguished Director Generals of Development Cooperation Agencies, dear colleagues and guests. let me begin by providing thanks to the Government of Thailand for graciously hosting this year's Director General's Forum. During the last two Director General Forum, the bank worked hand in hand with the UN Office for South-South Cooperation and JICA to co-organize virtual meetings in order to ensure the continuity of this important forum. Today, we are honored to have worked with our partners again in order to contribute to the successful organization of the DG Forum 2022. Dear colleagues and guests, the global context that presents the backdrop for our meeting today is unfortunately not promising. While we prepare to bid goodbye to the pandemic's harsh costs in terms of lost lives, its impact on the global economy, particularly on supply chains and international trade, continue to be felt to this day. Underdeveloped and developing countries are continuing to feel the deep impact of this crisis every day in their lives. Additionally, the conflict between Russia and Ukraine continues to extract a high cost, not just in the Black Sea region, but across the globe. These disruptions have taken a high toll on the global economy, with rising inflation, lost jobs, and incomes breaking the backs of the poor more than ever. Prior to COVID-19, we were in celebratory mood based on the gains that we had achieved in reducing poverty and being on track to meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Today, we are counting our losses and discussing ways to see how to get back on track. The light at the end of the tunnel is unfortunately dimmer than it was before. Dear colleagues and guests, as the Islamic Development Bank, we have been doing our part to alleviate the suffering of our member countries by supporting them during the COVID-19 crisis. We provided financial resources and capacity development in order to address the most critical needs during the immediate response stage to the pandemic. In doing so, we used South-South cooperation as a key mechanism to connect our member countries to share resources, technologies, solutions, and expertise. More recently, we have shifted our focus to recovering from the economic crisis as well as in building resilience, so our member countries are ever more prepared for similar crises that may come in the future. In addition to these, we continue to keep the objective to strengthen our member countries' national ecosystems for South-South and trilingular cooperation high on our agenda. To recall, Islamic Development Bank and the South Center collaborated to develop a framework on national ecosystems for South-South and trilingual cooperation during the preparations for the BAPA 40 conference. We launched this framework in September 2019 in coordination with the UN Office for South-South Cooperation. We did not stop at the theoretical level with this framework, but also operationalized this concept through the formation of a capacity development program which provides grant resources to develop the national ecosystems of our member countries. Our aim is to make sure that our member countries become full-fledged players in the global architecture of South-South and trilingular cooperation, while benefiting from the bilateral as well as regional collaborations through this mechanism. Today, we have a chance to hear from countries of the South and development institutions on how much progress we have made individually as well as collectively in advancing the cause of South-South and trilingual cooperation. Together, we will take stock of challenges and opportunities and seek out ways to support each other in the coming months and years to prepare for a more peaceful and prosperous future for all. At the Islamic Development Bank, we firmly believe that in the power of South-South and trilingual cooperation as a key enabler of exchanging solutions and resources to solve development challenges. We will continue to work with our member countries and development partners to advance this mechanism further within the international development cooperation system and contribute to its relevance and success to achieve sustainable development goals. Wishing you a pleasant day and fruitful discussions ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General, for virtually connecting online and join our discussion. We all know that Southern-based, Southern-led international financial institutions and development banks play a very important role in South-South cooperation, and we look forward to strengthen that partnership with development banks such as ISDB. And thank you for your support to this DG Forum as our co-sponsor. Now I have the honor to invite Mr. Naoki Ando, Director General, Operations Strategy Department, Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA. Thank you very much, sir, for connecting virtually, and we can see you clearly now. The floor is yours. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you clearly. Maybe you can unmute and speak closer to the microphone or turn down the volume a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear now.
Okay, thank you. Your Excellencies, Director Generals, distinguished delegates, all colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to have this opportunity to speak on behalf of Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, at this annual DG Forum. I'm speaking from Tokyo, unfortunately, but I'm really excited to hear that so many colleagues are attending to this important meeting, face-to-face in Bangkok. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to our co-hosts and co-sponsors, the Government of Thailand, UN ESCAP, UNESCO, and Islamic Development Bank. As many of us well know, Asia has been the leader of South-South and Triangular Cooperation since Asian African Conference in 1955. But at this DG Forum for SSTC, this is the first forum in Asia, I heard. I would like to congratulate the Government of Thailand for hosting this important forum. Thank you very much. We are living in a time of unprecedented challenges. COVID-19, food and energy crisis, debt and financial crisis, and climate change have set back our progress on SDGs. And the compounding crises are hurting the most vulnerable countries and people. We really have to overcome this situation and get back to the normal track. I strongly believe that South-South cooperation has tremendous potential to respond to the current and future crisis. to enhance cooperation and address the crisis together. I expect the community of this forum discuss and elaborate 2 areas of actions. First, as is discussed continuously in this forum series of this forum, we need to strengthen national institutional capacity and ecosystem. Without effective platform, any efforts for SSTC cannot work effectively. Second, we must expand our SSTC's frontier to new agendas under unprecedented crisis. Let me add a few in these 2 points. About national institution capacity and ecosystem to deliver effective cooperation, let me start from the case of Thailand. Thailand was actually very first partner to conduct triangular cooperation for JICA. In 1975, it's nearly 50 years ago, Thailand's COLAT, Sericultural Research Center, and JICA jointly conducted a triangular training program on silk farming for neighboring countries. In 1996, Japan and Thailand governments agreed on a partnership framework to promote triangular cooperation together, including strengthening ecosystem for triangular cooperation. And since then, our cooperation expand its reach globally and inviting a total of 7,600 trainees to Thailand. It was a great number. This success in Thailand made JICA a current positive supporter to SSTC. We really appreciate for that. We currently have similar partnership agreements with 12 countries, and we have supported several more countries for institutional capacity and ecosystems. As everybody here knows, the Brazilian Cooperation Agency is a champion in building institutions and ecosystem for South-South cooperation. Since 2012, the agency has provided a training program for strengthening institution and ecosystem to about 50 countries worldwide with the aim of improving that kind of system, jointly with UNESCO and JICA. JICA will definitely continue our strong support for SSTC, especially in the field of national institution and capacity building and ecosystems. Going back to unprecedented crisis, how South-South triangular cooperation should be. In front of unprecedented crisis and new policy agendas, all governments has no textbook to follow in order to implement effective policies, actions, and interventions. To solve new and emergency problems like COVID-19, SSTC community can contribute by sharing quick knowledge and experiences, such as result of pilot trials, short period experience, even short, or even idea just which are not yet implemented. Important thing is probably we should be action-oriented and also flexible. Let me show you some good example JICA witnessed in pandemic, climate change, and public finance management. In Ghana, Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research a premier medical research institute and a long-term partner for 40 years with JICA, provided 80% of PCR tests of the nation during the first phase of the pandemic in Ghana. And it followed, collaborated with us. They support neighboring countries during the very early stage of pandemic. In Somalia, in Samoa, there is a pandemic Pacific Climate Change Center, a regional center for excellence established upgraded in 2017. The center quickly started providing training program for Pacific Islands on climate change adaptation, mitigation, and access to climate finance. The center and JICA now considering to provide new challenges such as preparation for national determined contribution aligned to the Paris Agreement. Another example is public finance. Public financial management, including debt management, would be one of expecting field of SSTC, I think. As some of you know, JICA has organized jointly with World Bank training program to improve public debt management capacity for developing countries since 2016. And approximately 20 countries are participating every year. However, developing countries yourself have more valuable experiences at the field in recovering from financial crisis in the past. For example, Thailand.
Director General, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Maybe we need to wrap up a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thailand has established, PDMO, Public Debt Management Office, after Asian economic crisis. So they are all examples, but it's really valuable things. So we are here today to discuss our common agendas and challenges and provide each other with tools and solutions to overcome the crisis together. South-South cooperation has infinite potential to produce innovative solutions and to unlock new areas of partnership with various stakeholders. With that in mind, we hope we can draw a practical roadmap and concrete actions to 2030 together and recover from the crisis together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but because we started a little bit late, and we will also, before our discussion, have guest speakers to share different perspectives. But I know JICA's experience, we will definitely discuss and dialogue as well. Thank you very much, Director General. Now, before we start the thematic session discussions, we do want to hear from different perspectives. So we have distinguished guest speakers bring forward perspectives from countries, from regional DG forum, from business chamber of commerce, from also UN agency. So the four guest speakers, first of all, I have the honor to invite Her Excellency, Ms. Adriana Maria Mira de Praria, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of El Salvador, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Yes, Excellency, the podium is yours.
Well, thank you so much for the time, Excellencies, cooperation authorities, and dear friends. I would like before thank to our friends of JICA, to our friends of Thailand and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand, JICA because that's why I'm here, and ESCAP and UNOSSC for giving us the opportunity to gather today and also for showing us your beautiful country. I will switch to Spanish. Thank you so much for the translators. Sin duda alguna, la cooperación internacional se ha visto marcada por la pandemia del COVID-19. Es algo que he venido escuchando de mis antecesores. Lo que nos lleva a impulsar acciones urgentes y novedosas para estrechar las relaciones entre los diferentes socios, acompañando esfuerzos nacionales para combatir los efectos en la población. Y realmente estar aquí me ha abierto una nueva perspectiva como viceministra de Relaciones Exteriores de El Salvador. Con diferentes personas con las que me he reunido en estos 3 días, pues les he comentado que El Salvador no tiene embajada aquí en Tailandia, sino que vemos la relación a través de nuestra embajada en la India. También he notado que si bien nosotros estamos listos para recibir, pero para también dar cooperación, he notado que no tenemos mucha relación de cooperación con países de Asia y el Pacífico, lo cual creo que debemos mejorar, porque ayer en la visita de campo pude ver que compartimos misma vegetación, mismas necesidades. El Salvador también vive en gran medida de la agricultura y creo que podemos aprender mucho. Nos han dejado una tarea de comprometernos realmente con el tema de la cooperación sur-sur y triangular. Y por ello, el Plan Cuscatlán, que es la política pública de más alto nivel del gobierno del presidente Nayib Bukele, promueve muy fuertemente la cooperación internacional en sus diferentes modalidades, enfocándonos en un modelo de gestión basada en los resultados y enmarcados en la Agencia Internacional de Eficacia de la Cooperación y orientada a la consecución de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Tuve la oportunidad de acompañar a mi vicepresidente en Nueva York hace mes y medio más o menos para presentar los avances de El Salvador en el cumplimiento de los ODS. De igual manera, en esta administración del presidente Bukele se creó la Agencia de Cooperación para el Desarrollo de El Salvador, ESCO, que como les decía anteriormente, el mandato no solo es recibir cooperación, sino también compartir lo que como país hemos avanzado. Así, El Salvador continúa impulsando la cooperación en todas sus modalidades en consonancia con las prioridades nacionales de desarrollo, así como la coherencia con sus ejes de la política exterior y la agenda internacional de desarrollo, consolidándose a su vez como un actor de rol dual en la actual arquitectura de la cooperación. Creo que es muy importante destacar el aporte significativo de la cooperación sur-sur y triangular, que nos ha permitido a los países desarrollar acciones de cooperación en materia de salud. Desde el 2008, El Salvador ha venido participando en los ejercicios anuales del reporte y divulgación de los informes de cooperación sur-sur en Iberoamérica, dinámica que ha evolucionado en los últimos años de forma cualitativa y cuantitativa. Por ello, la visión de El Salvador se ha enfocado en generar y fortalecer las capacidades nacionales e institucionales en los sistemas de servicios, promover la modernización de nuestras políticas públicas, enfocar transversalmente los ideales de integración política, social, económica y cultural de los países de América Latina y el Caribe. Y aquí me detengo para decir también lo orgulloso que nos sentimos de estar en este foro, compartiendo el espacio también con República Dominicana, ya que de Centroamérica y el Caribe me parece que tenemos ese honor. Y nuevamente agradezco a JICA. Lo anterior no había sido posible sin el acompañamiento de socios para el desarrollo y en particular el Reino de España y el Gran Ducado de Luxemburgo, quienes a través de sus agencias de cooperación han sido aliados incondicionales para que El Salvador avance, de manera especial con su apoyo en el establecimiento de herramientas como el Fondo Salvadoreño de Cooperación Sur-Sur y Triangular, FOSAL. Y de nuevo vuelvo a la parte del cumplimiento de nuestros compromisos. Esto viene también fortalecido posterior a la segunda conferencia de alto nivel de las Naciones Unidas sobre la cooperación sur-sur, PAVA más 40. Para el gobierno de El Salvador, la generación de capacidades y gestión del conocimiento de sus instancias públicas es prioridad, razón por la cual el FOSAL ha implementado desarrollo de 3 procesos formativos de desarrollo internacional sur-sur y triangular, con la participación de entidades rectoras de la cooperación de Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panamá y República Dominicana. Me detengo nuevamente antes de continuar, que sé que tengo poco tiempo, para felicitar a mis hermanos salvadoreños y centroamericanos por 201 años de independencia que se celebrará este próximo 15 de septiembre. Como país, estamos muy comprometidos en seguir impulsando la cooperación sur-sur y triangular basados en los ODS y en los compromisos adquiridos en el PAMA 40. Prueba de ello, el próximo mes de octubre estaremos desarrollando un encuentro del Diplomado Centroamericano de Cooperación Sur-Sur y Triangular con el objetivo de generar espacios de debate entre la academia y las entidades rectoras de cooperación internacional. De igual manera, estaremos trabajando en el relanzamiento del Fondo Salvadoreño de Cooperación Sur-Sur y Triangular FOSAL, institucionalizado desde el 2013, pero mejorado durante esta administración, en torno a la nueva arquitectura de cooperación en el país, así como los desafíos planteados para cumplir los ODS. Finalmente, quiero aprovechar esta oportunidad para que realmente demos soluciones tangibles y, como decía mi antecesor de YAICA, que creemos una verdadera hoja de ruta para lograr incrementar los lazos de cooperación sur-sur y triangular. A los países hermanos de Asia-Pacífico y a los países hermanos de Centroamérica y el Caribe, creo que tenemos que aliarnos aún más. No quiero seguir viendo números tan pequeños de cooperación sur-sur en ambas vías. Sé que hay una distancia grande entre esos países de manera física, pero no creo que sea así ni de manera diplomática ni de hermandad. Así es que los invito, este foro realmente me llena de mucha alegría. El Salvador está listo para cooperar también con ustedes. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you. Thank you for your remarks and amazing measures taken in your country to advance South-South cooperation. Amazing measures, including institutional strengthening and the fund and the brotherhood and sisterhood of the countries. Thank you so much. Yes, now let me move on. I have the honor to invite Ms. Millicent Cruz Paredes, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of the Philippines to the Kingdom of Thailand and Permanent Representative to UN ESCAP. Also, Her Excellency chairs the Regional DG Forum that had very rich discussion yesterday, and we really look forward to your inputs to our discussion at the global level. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yesterday afternoon, I had the privilege of chairing the 4th Asia-Pacific Directors General Forum, which was co-organized by the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or ESCAP, and the UN Office for South-South Cooperation, or UNOSC. It was hosted by the government of Thailand. I am pleased to inform you that 26 countries participated in the Asia-Pacific DG Forum, which was held in hybrid format and was divided into 4 sessions, including the opening session. Addressing the opening session were Her Excellency Ms. Armida Salcia Alisjabana, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Her Excellency Ms. Urirat Charionto, Director General of the Thailand International Cooperation Agency, or TICA, and Ms. Xiao Jun Grace Wang, Head of the UN Office for South-South Cooperation, or UNOSC. The key takeaways from the opening session are the following points. Number 1, South-South cooperation is very important in achieving the SDGs. While North-South cooperation is important, the peer-to-peer learning opportunities provided by the South-South cooperation are powerful tools for growth of both partners who could learn from each other. Number 2, the Asia-Pacific DG Forum is a unique platform. It is the only regional platform of its kind at the regional level and needs to be strengthened further. Number 3, concrete measures are needed to further promote South-South cooperation in Asia and the Pacific and could be undertaken through strengthening the Asia-Pacific DG Forum. In session 2, we had a very vibrant panel discussion on South-South cooperation for getting back on track to realize the 2030 agenda. Panelists were ministers and other high-level officials from Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, India, Fiji, Mongolia, Thailand, and the Islamic Development Bank. Those who made interventions were Bangladesh, China, Indonesia, Pakistan, the Philippines, and the USA, and they shared innovative approaches for development during the COVID-19 pandemic and in recovering from the COVID-19 and achieving the SDGs. In session 3, we discussed modalities to strengthen South-South cooperation in Asia and the Pacific. The forum heard presentations on the outcomes of surveys and multilateral discussions that ESCAP had undertaken earlier in the year on strengthening the DG Forum and on the South-South Connector tool. The forum endorsed the formation of 3 working groups in order to, number 1, support the needs of new assistance providers. Number 2, to streamline the needs and resource matching. And number 3, to further strengthen the Asia-Pacific DG Forum and guide it substantively. The forum was informed that several member states had already signed up to be part of the working groups. As a follow-up, ESCAP would recirculate the list to all member states and call for any additions or revisions to the participation in the working groups. ESCAP will also convene meetings of the working group to work out their terms of reference and program of work. The 3 working groups would then report their work and findings to the 5th Asia-Pacific DG Forum, which would be held in the 3rd or 4th quarter of 2023. Indonesia, Kazakhstan, and Malaysia made interventions of support at this session. Asian and Pacific countries were invited to host the next Asia-Pacific DG Forum and ensure that the forum is member-driven. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Actually, Asia-Pacific DG Forum is a clear example of this kind of dialogue and peer learning mechanism being institutionalized with the leadership played by member states. And the discussion will feed into the global forum. And I'm so happy to hear from Your Excellency that the members' commitment to continue working on issues and follow up on this regional DG forum. Thank you for sharing this example. This is very important. Now, we also talked during the past 3 days and beyond the importance of engaging multi-stakeholder for South-South cooperation, the importance of private sector. And I have the honor to invite a guest speaker prelude our session discussions. His Excellency, Mr. Youssef Hassan Kalawi, Secretary General, Islamic Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, ICCIA. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will deliver my speech in Arabic, so please switch to the translation if you need. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، السيدات والسادة، أرحب بكم في افتتاح المنتدى العام للمديرين العامين للتعاون فيما بين دول الجنوب من أجل التنمية، وأتمنى أن يكون مؤتمرا يحقق مزيدا من التفاهم والتقارب بيننا. أتحدث إليكم بصفتي الأمين العام للغرفة الإسلامية للتجارة والصناعة والزراعة، وهي أكبر ممثل للقطاع الخاص في دول الجنوب، وبالتالي أحد أهم الأمثلة للتعاون بين دول الجنوب من أجل التنمية. وكنت قد أعددت كلمة أخرى في موضوع آخر، غير أن التقرير الصادر عن الأمم المتحدة، تقرير الأمم المتحدة للتنمية البشرية الذي صدر يوم الخميس الماضي، أجبرني على أن أغير موضوع حديثي إلى موضوع خرج نتيجة أسئلة تلوح لنا جميعا. كان التقرير عن أن الجائحة سرقت منا 5 أعوام من التنمية البشرية. هكذا قال التقرير، وهو مليء بالتفاصيل والإثباتات. لم تكن جائحة كورونا حقيقة هي الأزمة الوحيدة التي أصابتنا، فكما تحدث عدد من المتحدثين قبلي، هناك عدد من الأزمات الأخرى. الأزمة الأوكرانية، وهي أزمة بيّنت مدى هشاشة النظام العالمي أمام أزمات متوقعة وغير متوقعة. ولدينا أزمة المناخ، وهي أزمة ضربت في الصيف الماضي ضربة مزدوجة ما بين جفاف شديد في بعض مناطق العالم غير متوقع، وفيضانات في مناطق أخرى أيضا غير متوقعة. أمام هذه الأزمات أضع بين أيديكم مجموعة من الدروس بشكل مختصر وعاجل لعلنا نستفيد منها لمزيد من التعاون بين دول الجنوب وغيرها من مناطق العالم. أولا، الأزمات تصيب الجميع، ليس هناك أحد بمنأى عنها، وليست خاصة بدول الجنوب وحدها. وثانيا، الوقاية من الأزمات لا يمكن أن تتحقق من خلال مجموعة معينة في العالم، بل لا بد أن تكون الوقاية من خلال تعاون كبير. فمسؤوليتنا اليوم في دول الجنوب لا تختص حقيقة بالتنمية فقط، بل بالحماية أيضا لباقي مناطق هذا الكوكب الذي نعيش عليه جميعا. وثالثا، أن التوزيع غير العادل للثروات، وهذا ما أتمنى أن ندرسه جميعا وأن نتأمله جميعا. التوزيع غير العادل للثروات يستمر حتى خلال الأزمات، فقد رأينا جميعا تلك التقارير عما حصل في خلال الجائحة التي لم ينجو منها اقتصاد واحد لدولة غنية أو فقيرة، ومع ذلك كانت النتيجة العامة أن الأغنياء ازدادوا غنى والفقراء ازدادوا فقرا. والدرس الرابع والأخير، وهو درس متعلق بالدرس الذي قبله، أن هناك نوعين من الاقتصاد. فهناك الاقتصاد الحقيقي الذي فيه الجهد ويجابه ويواجه التحديات ليبني ويولد الفرص والوظائف وينقل الفقراء إلى مستوى أفضل. وهذا الاقتصاد هو الذي تضرر كثيرا خلال الأزمة وخلال الأزمات في عدد من قطاعاته. والمؤلم أن هناك نوع آخر من الاقتصاد، وهو اقتصاد غير حقيقي يتحقق بالمضاربات والتداول على أصول كثير منها ليس له وجود بدون أن يضيف للعالم فرصة واحدة أو وظيفة واحدة أو يحل مشكلة واحدة. هذا الاقتصاد هو الذي تضخم كثيرا خلال هذه الأزمة، وما لم يتحول الاقتصاد في العالم إلى الاقتصاد الحقيقي المستدام والمؤثر والأخلاقي فلن نجد طريقا قويا للخروج من الأزمات. أضع هذه الدروس بين أيديكم للتأمل والتفكير ولتحويلها إلى طريق لمستقبل أفضل لأجيالنا القادمة، ولنؤكد أن تعاوننا اليوم لم يعد فقط تعاون من أجل تنمية بلدان الجنوب، بل حقيقة من أجل البشرية جميعا. أخيرا اسمحوا لي أن أتقدم أيها السيدات والسادة بالشكر لجميع القائمين على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر وهذا المنتدى الجميل، المنتدى العام للمديرين العامين للتعاون فيما بين بلدان الجنوب، وعلى رأسهم مكتب الأمم المتحدة للتعاون فيما بين بلدان الجنوب. ولا يسعني أن أختم حديثي هذا دون أن أشكر كل من الوكالة اليابانية للتعاون الدولي والبنك الإسلامي للتنمية، وكل التقدير لمملكة تايلاند، وشكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we have heard from country and regional perspectives. We have heard from private sector and Chamber of Commerce perspectives. The last, I have the honor to invite a video message, very quick, Head of Technical Cooperation, Deputy Director General, IAEA, Mr. Liu Hua, and that concludes the opening session. So please play the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, the IAEA has extensive experience in leveraging South-South and triangular cooperation mechanism, building on and expanding existing capacities and networks. Such cooperation delivered through national, regional, and interregional projects help to ensure that building human capital and technology transfer is closely aligned to the needs and priorities of beneficiary countries. It fosters the efficient use of limited resources and reinforce the ownership and sustainability of activities. The IAEA facilitates 4 unique regional cooperative agreements. These agreements are an excellent practical example of how the IAEA supports regional efforts to strengthen the ecosystem for South-South and triangular cooperation. They are designed to strengthen and expand South-South cooperation in areas like capacity building and application of nuclear science and technology to address development challenges. Through them, the IAEA coordinative assistance and strengthens learning and exchange among countries of Global South, leveraging existing and growing capacities in these countries in support of regional needs. South-South cooperation also lies on the core of IAEA flagship initiative, which built upon years of support of countries around the world. This initiative brings together countries to address key global challenges using nuclear science and technology. Our initiative, Zodiac, was created, strengthening the preparedness and the capacities of member states to rapidly detect and timely response to outbreak of zoonotic disease through nuclear and related techniques. Already, 125 countries around the world had designated national laboratories ready to collaborate in this endeavor. Nuclear technology for plastic pollution, or New Tech Plastic, will help countries to improve how they process plastic for recycling, this supporting a move to a circular economy, and will also enable better marine environmental monitoring. Most recently, in the field of cancer, we have launched the Wreath of Hope to continue expanding access to essential radiotherapy treatment, building on decades of experience in bringing safe and effective cancer care to sufferers. In each initiative, South-South and triangular cooperation play a central role in building capacity in member states, including human resources. Ladies and gentlemen, the IAEA works in close partnership with the member states, United Nations agencies, research organizations, and the civil society to maximize the contribution of nuclear science and technology to the achievement of development priorities and thus achieving development goals. The partnership approach and the joint efforts that underpin IAEA South-South cooperation is built on the understanding that nuclear technology can complete conventional technologies, providing unique benefit to ensure sustainable development. Science and technology are key to sustainable development, and the IAEA look forward to contributing its skills and expertise to the capacity development service catalog for South-South and triangular cooperation ecosystem enhancement proposed by UN Office of South-South Cooperation and the participating as a partner for South-South peer learning and the parallel South-South capacity development initiative.
Thank you very much. This is just an example from the many UN agencies that we are at your service to support. So now with this, I think this is painting the backdrop of the very important discussion. We conclude the opening session. I would like to thank all the distinguished speakers for your welcome remarks and for your guest perspectives. And then we move to the session 1 on strengthening South-South and triangular cooperation, institutional capacity and ecosystem for resilient and sustainable future. I hand the moderator role to Mr. Ahmad, Technical Cooperation Specialist, Regional Cooperation and Integration Department, ISDB. Ahmad, yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to session 1 of the 2022 DG Forum related to strengthening South-South and triangular cooperation institutional capacity and ecosystem for resilient and sustainable future. My name is Muntasir Ahmed, a technical cooperation specialist at the Islamic Development Bank. It gives me great pleasure and honor to be the moderator of today's session. As you may be aware, in the PAPA Plus 40 outcome document, South-South and triangular cooperation was acknowledged as one of the key instruments of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The document also stressed the importance of building institutional arrangement for South-South and triangular cooperation so that countries of the Global South have the necessary capacity in place to exchange expertise and knowledge among themselves in order to solve development challenge. The outcome document also called on the multilateral development banks to support the capacity development of institutional capacity of the Global South so they can collectively capitalize on the expertise and knowledge of the South and scale up the sharing of good practice. Our today's session is timely on focus on what we can do together to put in place institutional arrangement for South-South and triangular cooperation to allow the Global South to ensure a resilient and sustainable future for all. To enrich the discussion on this topic, we are privileged to have distinguished speakers who have accepted to share with us their wealth of knowledge and expertise on South-South and triangular cooperation. During this session, we'll hear from our expert about the challenge, capacity development needs and gaps, opportunities in strengthening South-South institutional arrangement, and the enabling environment. Special attention will be given to the dire and most pressing demands in support of the COVID-19 pandemic response and recovery. I'm pleased today to introduce the exciting lineup speaker present with us here in the beautiful city of Bangkok or joining us virtually. Each speaker will have like 5 minutes to share his or her statement. Then we'll have 2 rounds of follow-up question and then finally a Q&A session. Our first speaker is Mrs. Olaya Odina Dotel Caraballo. She's the Vice Minister for International Cooperation, Ministry of Economy, Planning and Development of the Dominican Republic. Besides her government role, Mrs. Olaya is the National Authorizing Officer of the European Funds of Development and the Pro Tempore Secretariat of the Ibero-American Conference. She has more than 15 years of experience in teaching, conducting social research with many international institutions such as Inter-American Development Bank, UNDP, and UNICEF. Welcome, Mr. Olaya. Our second speaker is Mr. Brahabat Kumar. He is the Additional Secretary, Economic Relations and Development Partnership Administration of the Ministry of External Affairs, India. Prior to this position, Mr. Prabhat was Additional Secretary, Passport Seva Project and Chief Passport Officer. Mr. Prabhat offers more than 30 years of serving India Foreign Service. Notable among his different assignments are India's ambassador to Kazakhstan and India's ambassador to Colombia and Ecuador. Our third speaker is Mr. Shi Wei, Director General, Department of International Cooperation, China International Development Cooperation Agency, SITCA. Prior to his current position as Director General, Mr. Shi Wei assumed many positions within the People's Republic of China and abroad. For instance, he worked as a Second Secretary, Department of Personnel, Ministry of Foreign Affairs in his country, as well as Deputy Consul General, DCM, Chinese Consulate in Toronto. He has 30 years of experience in foreign affairs and international cooperation. Our fourth speaker, Mr. Mohammed Hisham Bais. He is advisor to the Director General of Morocco International Cooperation Agency, AMSI. Mr. Bais offers more than 20 years of experience in the public and private sector. In March 2021, Mr. Bais joined the Morocco International Cooperation Agency as an advisor to His Excellency the Ambassador, Director General of AMSI, where he led various projects and missions related to academic, technical cooperation and development projects mainly in Africa. Last but not least, we have Ms. Lina Puentes. She is coordinator of South-South and Triangular Cooperation, Directorate of International Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Colombia. Ms. Lina currently holds the rank of advisor official at the ministry. During her 7 years of experience, Ms. Lina has led the Colombian cooperation strategies with Africa, Brazil, and the Caribbean. Recently, Ms. Lina Puentes coordinated the celebration of several joint commissions with Latin American countries, such as the first joint commission of Colombia and the Caribbean countries in 2020. Now, without further ado, I'll give the floor to our first speaker today, Ms. Olaya Dotel, to share with us her statement. Ms. Olaya, you have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias. Quisiera iniciar, al igual que mi colega salvadoreña, dándole las gracias a YAICA por su apoyo y hacer posible mi participación y la de la República Dominicana en este foro. Asimismo, agradecer a las Naciones Unidas y, cómo no, al Reino de Tailandia por su cálido recibimiento en este hermoso país. La modalidad de cooperación sur-sur, amigos y amigas, se ha convertido en una valiosa herramienta para los estados en desarrollo, en especial para los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo, vista la forma en que este tipo de cooperación sirve a la identificación de soluciones propias a los problemas comunes, partiendo de las capacidades nacionales y colectivas de los países que participan en ella. Durante la pandemia del COVID-19, el rol jugado por la cooperación sur-sur y triangular permitió continuar realizando intercambios de experiencia y desarrollo de capacidades, apoyándose en herramientas tecnológicas y reinventándose para permanecer cumpliendo su llamado. Sin embargo, a partir del nuevo contexto impuesto, no solo por la era de la pospandemia, sino también por la acelerada evolución tecnológica, los movimientos en las estructuras políticas y económicas globales y economías globales y los fenómenos derivados del cambio climático, se hace imperativo ampliar el rol de la cooperación sur-sur y triangular más allá del intercambio de conocimientos y desarrollo de capacidades. Es necesario afianzar el apoyo de los países menos desarrollados y sin recursos suficientes para enfrentar el nuevo contexto mundial. Se requieren mayores esfuerzos para incorporar mecanismos de facilitación de acceso a la tecnología en condiciones mutuamente convenidas. Consideramos que se deberán impulsar los ecosistemas de emprendimiento e innovación y la digitalización de los procesos nacionales, principalmente en temas asociados a la salud, la educación, la producción de alimentos, la superación de la pobreza, el trabajo digno, el fortalecimiento de las cadenas globales de valor, el desarrollo de la ciencia y la tecnología, la ampliación de mercados, la protección del medio ambiente, entre otros. La segunda conferencia de alto nivel de las Naciones Unidas sobre la cooperación sur-sur, PAVA más 40, celebrada en el año 2019, renovó el compromiso de los países participantes con la cooperación sur-sur y triangular como herramienta para el cumplimiento de la Agenda 2030 y el gran objetivo de erradicar la pobreza en todas sus formas. Este ejercicio permitió además de integrar nuevos actores, establecer nuevas plataformas e instrumentos para el apoyo de cooperación sur-sur y triangular. Lamentablemente, un año después de la firma de este compromiso, el mundo enfrentó la pandemia del COVID-19, cuya subsanación ha requerido de grandes sacrificios por parte de todos los países para reducir el impacto sanitario y el consecuente retroceso económico y social a nivel global, pero de forma muy especial en los países en vía de desarrollo. Organismos internacionales especializados como la Comisión Económica para la América Latina y el Caribe indican que los efectos de esta crisis ponen en situación de mayor vulnerabilidad a los países en desarrollo, profundizando la pobreza y la desigualdad e incrementando la informalidad laboral y el desempleo, entre otros aspectos cuya recuperación tomará tiempo y esfuerzo. Para América Latina y el Caribe, la cooperación sur-sur y triangular se ha orientado a la construcción de capacidades, al intercambio de experiencias y al fortalecimiento institucional, realizando aportes significativos a la integración regional y a afianzar políticas públicas nacionales para el desarrollo. Los últimos 2 años nos ratifican la necesidad de fortalecer la institucionalidad de la cooperación sur-sur y triangular, generar alianzas basadas en los principios de eficacia de la cooperación, fomentar mecanismos para cohesionar a todos los actores del desarrollo sostenible de los países menos adelantados, en los países en desarrollo sin litoral y los pequeños estados insulares en desarrollo, quienes enfrentamos el mayor reto, pues nuestros niveles de vulnerabilidad se han incrementado a través del tiempo y no podemos enfrentarlos solos. Necesitamos de una comunidad internacional que asuma y haga cumplir los compromisos firmados en todos los niveles, con énfasis en el clima y para la cooperación al desarrollo. Un aspecto importante por destacar en la cooperación sur-sur y triangular es la horizontalidad en su accionar, generando confianza, alianzas con impacto positivo y de mayor aprovechamiento de los recursos en los países participantes. Adicionalmente, brinda la oportunidad a todos los países, más allá de sus niveles de riqueza y o desarrollo, de ser oferentes de cooperación. Esto no solo nos coloca en una especie de iguales condiciones, sino que también nos obliga a fortalecer nuestras instituciones, capacidades y sistemas, colocándonos en una posición dignificante, fortaleciendo nuestra imagen y abriendo una nueva visión y posición de hacernos cargo de nuestro propio desarrollo. Estoy terminando. Durante la crisis, los países en desarrollo han demostrado capacidad de adaptación en materia de salud, educación, servicios sociales, entre otros. Sin embargo, se requiere seguir impulsando alianzas e iniciativas innovadoras, integrales y pertinentes en estos tiempos difíciles que exigen de un trabajo coordinado entre los estados y los actores internacionales para el desarrollo. Varias son las necesidades en materia de capacidades para la planificación y gestión de la cooperación, pero queremos destacar la necesidad de crear un marco definido para generar, duplicar y transferir tecnología de forma sostenible entre países, identificando las áreas de oportunidad y cómo la tecnología puede ayudar a la resiliencia, al igual que buscar mecanismos mediante los cuales los países menos adelantados, los países en desarrollo sin litoral y pequeños estados insulares en el desarrollo puedan compartir tecnologías generadas de forma local, codiseñar tecnologías para responder a situaciones comunes o de naturaleza regional. Creemos que la clave para superar la crisis actual no solo consiste en la formulación e implementación de políticas o acciones concretas por parte de cada país, sino también en pensar y abordar de manera conjunta a través de herramientas como la cooperación sur-sur y triangular los problemas sistémicos que nos aquejan desde antes del inicio de la pandemia, con el propósito de construir sociedades cohesionadas con sólidos pilares institucionales democráticos y al servicio de nuestra ciudadanía. Entonces, solamente quería reafirmar el hecho de que muchas de nuestras esperanzas están posibilitadas en la construcción y el fortalecimiento institucional de los países. Pero lo cierto es que toca trabajar desde una perspectiva más regional, construyendo de manera colectiva soluciones que necesitamos todos y todas. Muchísimas gracias.
Well, thank you so much, Mrs. Olaya, for the informative statement. I think you raised many important points. I think one of them is like cooperation in all its form, be it South-South or North-South cooperation is very important to solve our development challenge. Thank you so much for that. Now, I'll give the floor to our second speaker, Mr. Prabhat Kumar, who is joining us online. Mr. Kumar, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. Esteemed panelists, it's a pleasure to participate in the Global DG Forum today. We had really fruitful discussions yesterday during the Asia Pacific DG Forum. India's development partnership initiatives form a core element of India's foreign policy and are inspired by the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the world is a family. The distinctive feature of our development cooperation is partnership. India does not approach such development partnership as a donor and does not have any prescriptive or extractive conditionalities attached to such initiatives. Our model of development cooperation is comprehensive and involves multiple instruments, including grant and aid, line of credit, and capacity building and technical assistance. Depending upon the priorities of the partner countries, India's development cooperation ranges from commerce to culture, energy to engineering, health to housing, IT to infrastructure, sports to science, disaster relief, and humanitarian assistance to restoration and preservation of cultural and heritage sites. Respecting development partners and being guided by their development priorities is most fundamental principle for us. Our development cooperation does not come with any conditions. I would like to highlight some of the changes that have occurred in the last few years, as the query was whether what is the development after the BABA plus 40. So we have been evolving our development partnership, and in the last few years, we have more multilateral cooperation and also triangular cooperation. So some of the areas in which multilateral cooperation, which I would like to highlight, is the IPSA fund and the India-UN Development Partnership, which we have established in recent years. I am glad that the IPSA exhibit was launched at the Expo on 12th of this month. The IPSA fund was established jointly by India, Brazil, and South Africa in March 2004 and became operational in 2006 2006. It identifies replicable and scalable projects that can be disseminated to developing countries on a demand-driven basis as examples of best practices in combating poverty and hunger. IPSA fund-supported projects help partner countries in the global south to achieve their national priorities as well as other internationally agreed developmental goals. The IPSA fund has allocated an amount of $44 million supporting 39 South-South cooperation development projects in 39 partner countries. The IPSA fund supported projects contribute to the achievement of SDGs. In fact, all our development partnership programs support SDGs and the climate change goals. In India UN Development Partnership, the second one which I mentioned earlier, the India UN Development Partnership Fund is the first ever single country South-South cooperation initiative at the UN. It was set up by Government of India in 2017 in collaboration with UN Office of South-South Cooperation with a commitment of $100 billion. The fund aims at assisting a country in achieving any of the 17 SDGs. Since establishment in 2017, it has developed a portfolio of 65 development projects, 49 completed or under implementation in partnership with 48 developing countries, focusing on Southern-led, demand-driven developmental and transformational projects. The two other initiatives which India has supported is the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure and the International Solar Alliance for the last few years. So these are two international programs that we are supporting. For both, of course, geared towards the Sustainable Development Goals and the climate change goals. So these are some of the programs. But of course, India has been during the COVID. I would like to highlight what we did during the COVID and what was the problem. How we faced the problems. The disruption of physical travel was one of the biggest challenges faced in the South-South cooperation and during the COVID-19 pandemic. The most important lesson that can be drawn from the experience is the need to leverage digital technology to enhance design and delivery of developmental tools, which addresses the development challenge of any ecosystem. The presence of a strong national digital education ecosystem in India enabled us to respond successfully to COVID-19 challenge using the modalities and online capacity building training. Implementation of lines of credit projects during the pandemic faced serious challenges in terms of mobility, logistics, export-import, and health conditions. We completely embraced virtual meetings. In fact, we held more meetings than in the normal times because it opened up a more economical and time-saving way of discussing matters face-to-face without traveling long distances. We consulted with more partner countries, interacted with more companies, and reviewed more projects so we could mitigate the impact of the pandemic on our development partnership projects. Also, in capacity building, we have a strong history of delivering capacity building, trainings, and technical assistance through Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program, which was institutionalized in 1964. India's approach to capacity development through the ITEC scheme utilizes an optimum balance of scheduled training courses and customized courses designed to respond to development needs and gaps of our partner countries in the global south. A few successful examples of South-South cooperation where India has been involved are IT skill developments. India has a proven track record of assisting global south countries in developing IT skills manpower through the setting up of Center of Excellence in IT. Since 2002, we have trained along nearly 200,000 IT professionals in 47 countries in certified advanced digital technology related skills. Capacity building agriculture and agro extension services. India's strong network of agricultural research facilities have been providing valuable capacity building assistance to countries in Africa in combating food security. Frugal innovations like low-cost trainings to more than 1,500 women from countries from Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia, and Asia Pacific and Caribbean to work with solar-based electrification solutions. I mentioned it yesterday also in the Asia Pacific Dialogue DG Forum. And artificial limb fitments to less than $100 per artificial limb for more than 3,000 beneficiaries in countries of Africa and Southeast Asia. In the last 80 years, India has...
To interrupt you, but you have 1 minute, please, if you can summarize. Thank you.
Yes. So I will like to also state that we have IT solutions such as the India Stack, which is application of digital technology together with technology for unique identity, digital payments, and data empowerment. So this solution is on offer for all countries. This is a digital public good, and many countries we have started working on passing on these digital public goods and improve the IT infrastructure in these countries. So with these words, I would like to conclude. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kumar, for your intervention. And thank you also for sharing with us the long-standing experience of India in supporting South-South cooperation. I think you have highlighted many interesting points, like the importance of innovation and digitization in the world that we are living in. Thank you again, Mr. Kumar, for your insight. Now we will listen to Mr. Shi Wei, who is also joining us online. Mr. Shi Wei, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, moderator. 各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们、朋友们，非常高兴应邀参加可持续发展南南合作4长论坛，共同和大家交流一些经验和看法。发展是重大的世界性问题，也是全球治理亟待解决的重大课题。那么人类的命运休戚与共，发展中国家是促进全球发展的重要力量。没有发展中国家的发展，就不可能有世界的稳定和繁荣。作为世界上最大的发展中国家，中国历来高度关注和支持其他发展中国家改善民生、谋求发展的事业。中华人民共和国伊始，在国家百废待兴、财力紧张的情况下，中国就开始向有关国家提供援助。随着中国的发展和各国经济社会形势变化，我们中国对外援助的内容更加丰富，形式更加多样。那么面对形势变化，我们主动创新，赋能南南合作，在援建成套项目、提供物资、开展技术合作等传统援助实施方式基础上，稳步扩大人力资源的开发合作，分享国家治理、经济进步、个人发展所需的知识、技能。我们设立南南合作援助基金，并整合升级为全球发展和南南合作基金。在基金项下，中国与联合国开发计划署、世界粮食计划署、世界卫生组织、联合国儿童基金会、联合国人口基金、联合国难民署、国际移民组织、国际红十字会等10多个国际组织密切合作，充分运用我们各自的经验、技能网络和人才优势。那么在50多个国家实施了30多个民生项目，受益人数超过2000多万人，涉及农业发展和粮食安全、减贫、妇幼健康、卫生响应、教育培训、灾后重建、难民和移民保护、出贸援助等诸多领域。面对世界疫情，我们坚决抗击，守护人类的生命健康。中方秉持人类命运共同体理念，开展了新中国成立以来援助时间最集中、涉及范围最广的一次紧急人道主义行动。这里面有一些数字可以跟各位的嘉宾分享一下。那么中国先后向150多个国家和13个国际组织提供了大批的防疫物资，向34个国家派出了37支医疗专家组，向联合国、世界卫生组织等国际组织提供了1亿美元援款。中国还向120多个国家和国际组织提供超过22亿剂的新冠疫苗。相继 向20多个国家转让技术，合作生产疫苗，在中国之外形成了11亿的疫苗产能，有力的帮助解决产能赤字和分配赤字这2个导致疫苗鸿沟的难点和堵点。面对发展困境，excuse me， 我们积极应对，共促全球发展。习近平主席在联合国提出全球发展倡议，以构建全球发展共同体为目标，秉持发展优先、以人民为中心的理念，致力于实现更加强劲、绿色、健康的全球发展。倡议聚焦8大领域，为汇聚各方资源，破解发展难题，促进协同增效，注入强劲动力。在今年6月举行的全球发展高层对话会上，习近平主席再次提出将南南合作援助基金升级为全球发展和南南合作基金，并在30亿美元基础上增资10亿美元，建立全球发展促进中心，设立项目库等举措，进一步加快全球发展倡议走实落地的步伐。面对粮食危机，我们以人为本，保障粮食安全，充分利用不足全球9%的土地，养活了世界近20%的人口。同时，中方兼济天下，把粮食安全作为8大重点合作领域之一，在全球范围内动员各方的力量，推动实现全球范围内的粮食安全。在南南合作框架下，中方因地制宜，通过捐赠粮食、派出专家、建立示范农场、培训示范农户、推广作物、良种、提供技术支持等方式，不仅授人以渔，助力解决眼前的吃饭问题，更授人以渔，着眼长远粮食的种植和自给。推动世贸组织贸易便利化协定履约，呼吁各国保持全球粮食贸易开放，敦促取消单边制裁，呼吁发达国家削减扭曲农业贸易的超额补贴政策，给予发展中国家更多的政策空间。各位朋友，各位同事，几十年来，中国经济发展取得巨大成就，对外援助的形式日渐丰富，但中国对广大发展中国家兄弟的真挚情谊从未改变。中国是世界上最大的发展中国家的国际定位也从未改变。中国开展国际发展合作属于南南合作范畴的基本定位从未改变。那么作为南南合作的坚定支持者、积极参与者和重要贡献者，中国将始终致力于帮助其他发展中国家加快发展，共享开放发展的机遇和成果，同发展中国家一道，促进缩小南北差距，消除发展赤字，促进南南合作深化发展，实现联合自强。当前世界之变、时代之变、历史之变正以前所未有的方式展开，给人类带来了必须严肃对待的挑战。人类还未走出世纪疫情的阴霾，又面临新的传统安全风险。在全球经济复苏仍脆弱乏力，又叠加发展鸿沟加剧的矛盾，节能减排尚在曲直前进，气变导致的极端天气又摆在我们的面前。各类严峻的全球挑战都需要可持续的解决方案，以共同构建人类有韧性的未来。越是在这样困难的时刻，我们越要坚定信心，越要守望相助，越要团结应对。我们要共同促进全球可持续发展，更多关注发展中国家的迫切需求，发挥各自在产业结构、资源禀赋、科技创新等领域的比较优势，围绕减贫、粮食安全、发展筹资、工业化等重点领域推进务实合作，互相帮助，彼此
Mr. Siwei,
解决发展不平衡不充分问题，促进共同发展。我们要共同加强政策沟通协调，彼此启发，相互支持，共同增强发展中国家的感召力和号召力，敦促发达国家履行承诺，进一步发挥南北合作这一国际发展领域主渠道作用，加大对发展中国家的资金、技术、能力支持，推动国际发展聚焦全球事业，聚焦资源，深化合作。我们要共同激发合作的潜力，要努力稳定全球产业链、供应链稳定，不脱钩、不断链，促进资本、商品、技术等要素全球流动，使发展中国家更好地融入国际分工合作，加速现代化产业发展，弥合数字鸿沟，搭上创新发展的快车，共享全球化红利。各位朋友，各位同事，发展是每个国家的平等权利，是我们的共 共同追求。我们正面对着各种复杂、紧迫的全球性挑战，没有哪一个国家可以独自应对，气需各方凝聚共识，动员资源，采取行动，形成合力。让我们携起手来，共赢繁荣发展的美好未来。我们中国国际国家发展合作署愿为此做出应有的贡献。谢谢大家。
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Shiwei, for your statement. I think you've highlighted, the efforts exerted by the People's Republic of China to support other southern countries. And I do agree with you that responding to crises such food security requires mobilizing forces at the global scale. And also, I agree with you that the global south has many comparative advantages that we need to use to help each other. Thank you again, Mr. Shiwei, for your intervention. Now, I think we will give the floor to our next speaker, Mr. Mohammed Hisham Baiz. Mr. Hisham, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Muntasir. I would like, before beginning my presentation, to thank the government of the Kingdom of Thailand, UNESCO, ESCAP, for organizing this important event today. Let me begin the presentation. I'll try to make it in 5 minutes. South-South cooperation is a strategic pillar of the Morocco foreign policy, where Africa is a priority. Morocco's South-South cooperation policy is guided by the vision of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, who places the human component at the center of actions. 4 dimensions around this human development goal. First, politic, diplomatic. Second, economy, sustainable human development. Third, cultural and cultural. 4, peace and security. At the heart, we have a human development. This royal vision allowed Morocco to develop a performing national ecosystem for the promotion of South-South cooperation for Africa, gathering first public institutions, government agencies, training institutes, civil society, private companies, and ministries. Now, what about the Moroccan Agency for International Cooperation? AMCI has a recognized experience, a strong credibility, and significant results mainly in Africa. First, we have 4 main fields. First, we have academic and cultural cooperation with pedagogical positions offered to international students in Morocco, scholarships, housing, and support for cultural and sport activities. Some figures, in brief: 35,000 international graduates from 98 countries since the creation of AMCI. Second field is technical cooperation and sharing of expertise. It's mainly capacity building programs in Morocco and study trips and learning visits in Morocco for foreign executives. Just one figure: 10,000 African executives from public sector and from 42 countries have already benefited from capacity building programs. Third, we have Sustainable Human Development Project. This is the support for the implementation of socio-economic projects in partner countries. And finally, international humanitarian actions. This is the agency coordinates between all the Moroccan stakeholders. Regarding the organization that AMCI put in place to fight against COVID-19 effects on South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation programs, it was based mainly in 4 values. First, we have commitment, mobilization, agility, and organization. This allowed pursuing South-South and triangular cooperation programs through some initiatives. e-learning, capacity building programs in specific fields, technical assistance, sustainable human development projects, and international humanitarian actions. This implemented organization, it was specific for COVID-19 crisis, allowed IMCI to develop South-South cooperation projects during COVID-19 crisis. Let me just mention some example of actions in main fields of activities of IMCI. Discontinuation of academic studies and transition to distance education. We moved to distance education for all our international students in Morocco. We established partnerships with local educational structures for specific training courses in partner countries. Regarding technical cooperations and sharing of expertise, hundreds of capacity building programs were delivered by AMCI to partner countries through online sessions. For the Sustainable Human Development Projects, we adopted the remote management of all ongoing projects conducted by IMCI in partner countries. And finally, international humanitarian actions. Following High Royal instructions, IMCI managed the delivery of emergency medical aid to 21 African countries, plus the African Union Commission, to fight against the spread of COVID-19. Finally, I would say that the main challenges today and recommendations for stronger South-South and triangular cooperation, I will summarize it in 5 points. First, promote and adopt new information technology in cooperation programs and initiate the digital transformation process. Second, focusing on new priorities of partner countries and adapting our cooperation projects for the new needs and the new sectors of partner countries. Let me say health, food security, innovation, and technology. Third, increasing the involvement of international donors, private sector, and civil society. I hope that I will have the chance to talk about private sector later. Fourth, settling innovative and quick mechanism for triangular cooperation. And finally, very important, putting in place projects continuity plans for cooperation projects to deal with possible future crises. Thank you.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Hisham, for highlighting the role played by your esteemed country in promoting South-South cooperation, mainly in Africa, and the effort exerted by your institution during COVID-19. And also, thank you for sharing some recommendation at the end. Thank you once again, Mr. Hisham. Now, last but not least, we'll now hear from our speaker from Colombia, Ms. Lina Puentes, who is joining us online. Ms. Lina, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you all, Excellencies, Directors, ladies and gentlemen, and good night to participants connected from this side of the world. Excuse me, I am changing the language that I was listening in Spanish. I also extend special salutation and a word of appreciation to the government of Thailand, the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, the Japan International Cooperation Agency, and the Islamic Development Bank for their support and leadership in the realization of the Global South-South Development Cooperation Expo, and particularly the South-South Cooperation DG Forum. It is an honor to address you today on behalf of Colombia to discuss my country's vision of the challenges and progress in strengthening the institutional capacity of South-South and triangular cooperation, and the ecosystem for a resilient and sustainable future in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and other global crises. My intervention will have three parts. First, the pandemic as a catalyst for the ecosystem of global and national South-South cooperation. Second, the need to further intensify the South-South collaboration that was strengthened during the pandemic. And finally, and third, concluding remarks. Approaching pandemic in a discussion context, certainly the dialogue will likely focus on the challenges and impact this devastating global phenomenon has had on the world over the past 2 years. However, and without underestimating the ravage of the pandemic in terms of human losses, the setback to our economies and the possibility of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, pandemic stressed national and international institutions to be articulated. It means the acceleration and strengthening of South-South and triangular cooperation ecosystem, which we have been building since Buenos Aires, Nairobi, Addis, Paris, and of course, through the 2030 agenda. This is one of the greatest lessons pandemic left us for future global crises. We must be articulated. This undoubtedly shows an escalation in the government's political commitment to South-South and triangular cooperation, anchoring it as essential instruments of their foreign policy in their mutual relations with global South countries. It certainly justifies also the need to have an internal cooperation architecture aware of the implementation, flows monitored, demanded, and offered at the national local levels. In the Colombian case, the change is happening particularly in the territories. Departments, cities, and municipalities are making progress in the creation of cooperation units articulated with the national cooperation system to facilitate dialogue and cooperation flow in an orderly and localized manner to meet the real demands of the beneficiary population. Cities as Medellin, Barranquilla, Cartagena, Popayán, Cali, and Tunja have today their local cooperation units or agencies. There is no denying that there is still a long way to go due to Colombia's geography. Some territories continue to be isolated from the national institutional cooperation scheme. Yet, this is an opportunity to continue working in innovative solutions to link these remote territories to the national development agenda, building capacities and bringing development solutions from a local perspective, including South-South and triangular cooperation experience and knowledge from Global South partnerships. Strategic alliance and multi-stakeholder partnerships for financing capacity building, mobilization and sharing generation of new technologies and institutional synergies, a commitment included in Goal 17 of the 2030 Agenda, were essential during the pandemic. They made it possible to rapidly mobilize practices, processes, and techniques to face the challenges of the health emergency, maintaining the educational, food, and labor services by making public decisions to guarantee citizen security, relieving the health system with virtual attention and orderly vaccination schedules, and undertaking cash transfers to vulnerable populations. In the case of Colombia, providing care to the migrant population, among many other daily practices. This was possible thanks to South-South cooperation, solidarity, horizontality, reciprocity, flexibility, and agility. Now, in the face of economic recovery and resiliency, partnerships should continue to be strengthened and motivated to channel resource, knowledge, and innovation from different partners in an optimal, strategic, and efficient manner. In this regard, I would like to emphasize the urgent need to accelerate the engagement with private sectors, civil society, organizations, academia, philanthropy, among other stakeholders, veering from a more inclusive development vision, working together strategically, collaboratively, and creatively to achieve sustainable growth for Global South. Upcoming crises foresee greater complexity, so it is necessary to establish a culture of multi-stakeholders work to efficiently, leaving no one behind. The IDB, in its 2021 Strategic Partnership Annual Report, indicates that private sector participation increased from 40 companies to 160, active companies since the launch of the Coalition of Private Sector Partners for the Future of Latin America and the Caribbean in February 2021, mobilizing $5.49 billion. Colombia's entry into the OECD and its profile as an upper middle income country, while maintaining a dual role as a recipient and provider of cooperation, has meant a challenge for Colombia given the decrease in ODA resources. In a context of transition to peace and attention to migrant population flows, in this scenario, strategic alliances are a source for the search for a new source of financing and capacities through innovative international cooperation mechanisms. I would like to highlight three successful examples in Colombia. First,
sorry, you have 1 minute, please, to finalize your statement, please. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, moderator. I will go faster. Thank you. Then I will move on to the third part of concluding remarks. Colombia ecosystem responsible for South-South and triangular cooperation rests at the national level in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and its Directorate of International Cooperation, the Presidential Agency for International Cooperation, APC Colombia, which has been operating since 2012, and the National Planning Department. All these entities constitute Colombia's national system of international cooperation, to which we'll refer later. In 2021, we launched the first national strategy for international cooperation developed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, APC Colombia, and the National Planning Department. Beginning by the end of 2018, the elaboration exercise involved 58 national level entities and 61 local authorities. As a result, 160 lines of demand and 350 potential good practices that Colombia could offer in cooperation were identified. In addition, the second version of the portfolio of good practices in South-South cooperation was prepared, which refined the cooperation offer in 25 best practices of Colombia and local entities in agriculture, disaster risk management, technical training, climate change, culture, and security, among others. As I announced at the beginning of my speech, in April 2022, we launched the National System on International Cooperation. Also, in May 2022, the Technical and Financial Cooperation Observatory. We have a depth, mainstreaming differential approach in the South-South and triangular cooperation projects we implement. We hope to strengthen the identification of vulnerable populations and the differential approach so that actions reflect and aggregate information for the benefit of this population. We are pleased to announce that this year we will have once again 2 good practices submitted in the Galaxy platform, available for motivate the exchange with the Global South. Our expertise is improving process such as the apostille system implemented by our ministry and the strengthening of statistical capacities for quantification of the activity of the creative and cultural industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lina, for your insights. Indeed, we worked together during the COVID-19 pandemic, but there is still a long way to go. And I think to economic recovery and resilience, we need to strengthen our partnership to channel more resources, knowledge, and innovation from different partners in a strategic, efficient manner. Thank you once again, Ms. Lina. Again, thank you, esteemed speaker, for your insights and knowledge sharing. I will be moving to the follow-up question section. And here I have a general question for all speakers. And the question is as follows. Since our session is related to strengthening South-South and triangle cooperation, institutional capacity, and ecosystem for a resilient and sustainable future, I need one concrete recommendation on how countries of the Global South can develop, strengthen their institutional capacity in order to actively engage in South-South and triangle cooperation. And I think I'll be following the same structure. So I'll start with Ms. Olana. Please, you have the floor, and you have 2 minutes to give me a concrete recommendation.
Sí. Muchísimas gracias. La cooperación internacional siempre ha estado varios pasos delante de la política fiscal de los países que han estado respondiendo a sus necesidades y prioridades inmediatas. Sin embargo, temas tales como la transparencia, la agenda digital, cambio climático, gestión de riesgos son temas que están colocados en los presupuestos nacionales gracias a la cooperación internacional. En ese sentido, entiendo que la cooperación internacional, sobre todo la cooperación sur-sur, requiere hoy una nueva arquitectura regional que permita orientar de manera estratégica las respuestas a las necesidades colectivas. Hoy, retos tales como la digitalización de los servicios públicos y las respuestas a temas tales como salud, producción de alimentos, etcétera, pasa por una nueva alineación de las energías y las finanzas de los países. Hoy yo creo que debemos comenzar a pensar nuestras respuestas colectivamente y no solo de país a país. Apostamos por una nueva arquitectura regional.
Thank you so much, Mr. Olaya, for that recommendation. I think now I'll give the floor to Mr. Prabhat Kumar. Prabhat Kumar, I need one concrete recommendation on how to improve our institutional capacity for South-South technical cooperation. Mr. Kumar, please, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. There are several ways of developing institutional capacities. In our case, we saw that when we were doing projects abroad in our development partnership, and we used to hand over projects after the completion to the partner country, and we saw that the projects were not utilized optimally. Some of the projects only. These are few cases. These are not all cases. And therefore, what we have done is now, whenever we enter into an agreement with the partner country, we also have a timeline of 5 years for hand-holding of the project, so that even after handing over the projects, we continue to participate and hand-holding, so that the project is utilized or utilized optimally. So this is one way of one of the recommendations which I will give, is that we can have an institutional arrangement with the partner countries of a longer period of commitment on the projects that we do. We also have a capacity building program on South-South cooperation itself, where one of our agencies, RIS, has a yearly capacity building workshop with partner countries, where we discuss our experiences, and therefore we are able to deliver optimally on the projects and issues. So these are the two things which I would like to point out for future developments or future projects with partner countries.
Thank you, Mr. Prabhat, for these two recommendations based on the experience of your esteemed country. Now, I think I would like to hear from Mr. Shiwei. I need one concrete recommendation, Mr. Shiwei, and you have please 2 minutes. Mr. Shiwei, you have the floor.
Thank you. 我认为这个发展中国家应探索符合自身国情的发展道路，特别是在三方合作方面，发展中国家之间要加强这个合作，努力实现联合自强。那么以联合国为核心的有关国际组织呢，应充分发挥自身的优势，加强信息共享和各方协调，积极通过多渠道来推动国际发展合作。要鼓励私营部门、民间团体和慈善组织发挥更大的作用。那么三方合作因为涉及面比较广，协调任务比较重，同时呢，各个国家开展合作的模式和做法并不相同，各方需本着循序渐进的原则稳步推进。开展三方合作的时候，应充分尊重各方的政策理念和模式，本着相互尊重、相互借鉴、博采众长的精神，增进相互了解，为开展三方合作奠定良好的基础。我们认为三方合作还要充分尊重受援国的主导，坚持充分尊重受援国主权和主导权， 坚持奉行受援国提出、受援国同意、受援国主导的原则，以受援国欢迎不欢迎、同意不同意、满意不满意作为衡量的标准。合作重点应支持满足受援国的人道、民生、就业需求，要重点增强受援国自主发展和造血能力。同时，我这边还想呼吁一下，就南北合作呢，仍是国际发展合作的主要渠道。我们应共同呼吁发达国家及时足额履行官方发展援助的承诺，帮助发展中国家来加快发展。谢谢。
Thank you so much, Mr. Shiwei, for those insights and calling on the UN and the international institution to support the institutional capacity of the Global South. And also you highlighted the important role of private sector and CSOs. Now I'll turn to Mr. Hisham. So Mr. Hisham, please, I need one concrete recommendation on the way forward. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Muntasir. I have previously gave some recommendation, but I would like to say that it's difficult to answer to this question as there are many recommendations related to strengthening South-South and triangular cooperation institutional capacity. But I will choose the recommendation regarding the involvement of new partners like private sector and civil society as part of the national cooperation ecosystem, and in order to set up an innovative arrangement and approaches that are adapted to the new needs of the countries and beneficiary countries. The use of technological tool is also highly recommended in this approach. This will be my selected recommendation among the 5 I gave. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hisham. Thank you so much for that. Last but not least, I will turn to our speaker from Colombia, Ms. Lina. Ms. Lina, please, if you can share with us one concrete recommendation on how to improve the institutional capacity of South-South and triangular cooperation. Ms. Lina, please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Voy a permitirme hablar en español para comunicarme más fluidamente en esta respuesta. Para Colombia, el fortalecimiento institucional de la cooperación sur-sur se funda en la profesionalización de aquellas personas que trabajamos en el medio de la cooperación sur-sur. De hecho, el conocimiento, la transferencia de estos conocimientos entre socios ha permitido que la cooperación sur-sur tenga mayor relevancia tanto a nivel nacional como a nivel local. Entonces, como lo mencioné en mi intervención, es importante que haya una profesionalización permanente de la cooperación sur-sur como uno de los ejes fundamentales para el fortalecimiento institucional de la misma.
Thank you, Ms. Lina, for that. Much appreciated your contribution. I think now, colleagues, I think for the sake of time, we have only 5 minutes for a Q&A session. So we'll take some questions from the audience. But before that, I think I will give the floor to Indonesia. His Excellency Ambassador Tiku. He has some comments. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first express sincere appreciation to all the presentation of the speakers, which provide us with valuable insight on strategic and practical measures to strengthen institutional arrangement for SSTC. The pandemic serves us with a lesson on how vulnerable we are in the wake of global crisis. Moreover, we face a reality of unequal divide in the international system. Therefore, we need to strengthen our world, not only to recover for the ills of the pandemic, but also for better prepared and responsive to any eventuality in the future, including new pandemics and climate crisis. Indonesia, as the current president of the G20, remains committed to achieve strong and inclusive recovery for all. In this opportunity, I wish to share Indonesia's view on improving institutional capacity and cross-sector coordination for further development of SSTC. First, Indonesia's commitment to SSTC is integral in our national development document and a key element in our foreign policy. In view of the cross-cutting nature of international development cooperation issues, Indonesian SSTC policy is managed by 4 institutions: Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of State Secretariat, and Ministry of National Development Planning. This interministerial coordination puts together the elements of foreign relations, national planning, technical assistance, and financing. Through this coordination, we hope to tailor a more comprehensive and sustainable approach in the provision of development cooperation programs for the countries. I'm pleased to mention that the Indonesian government has, in a number of occasions, collaborated with national private sectors and other entities in delivering our development assistance. Second, Indonesia sees the importance of securing sustainable financing in SSTC, especially to support SSTC program in building resilience and mitigating future crises. As part of our development cooperation policy, Indonesia has established an endowment fund managed by Indonesian Aid in order to financially support Indonesia's development cooperation policy in the long term. In our experience, triangular cooperation serves as a good model of cost-sharing arrangement and therefore is essential in enhancing SSTC capacity. Third, partnership and knowledge sharing are 2 important principles to strengthen Indonesia's SSTC capacity. Our collaboration with development partners and UN agencies have given us the opportunity to expand resources that are needed. Knowledge sharing with other development agencies is also important in the context of enhancing operational capacity of our development agency, Indonesian Aid. Last but not least, we are of the view that building supportive ecosystem for SSTC requires joint effort from all of us, so we can bring together more innovative resources to support SSTC programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Tico, for sharing with us the efforts that has been exerted by your esteemed country in the promotion of South-South cooperation and building the right ecosystem for South-South triangular cooperation. I think now we'll have 1 or 2 questions before we end the session. I think question from Costa Rica. Please introduce yourself and ask your question, please.
Muchísimas gracias, señor moderador. Bueno, quisiera agradecer al gobierno y al pueblo de Tailandia por tan calurosa acogida en este bello país, también a los organizadores, a UNOX y también al gobierno y a la Agencia de Cooperación del Japón por hacer posible la participación de Costa Rica desde tan largo. Bueno, quisiera agradecer a los panelistas por toda la información que nos han dado, especialmente la señora viceministra, que ha expresado muy bien pues los desafíos y retos de América Latina y el Caribe. Bueno, este segmento se trata de fortalecimiento de capacidades institucionales, un ecosistema resiliente, y quisiera entonces hacer una pregunta en lo que respecta a la cooperación triangular, ¿verdad? En la que, como ustedes saben, participan 3 socios: el socio facilitador, el socio que brinda la cooperación técnica de parte del país, de un país en desarrollo, y el país beneficiario. Costa Rica, como ustedes saben, pues es líder en muchos temas que merecen ser exportados a otros países, como la protección a la biodiversidad, el manejo de parques nacionales, lo que son las energías limpias. Y bueno, Costa Rica no tiene una agencia de cooperación internacional, pero socios importantes han puesto su confianza en Costa Rica para administrar fondos de cooperación triangular, especialmente el gobierno de España. Y gracias a esta trayectoria exitosa con España, pues la Unión Europea va a implementar un fondo de cooperación bilateral con Costa Rica y estamos muy orgullosos. Quisiera hacer la pregunta en el sentido de el socio que otorga la cooperación técnica, el otro socio de un país en desarrollo que otorga la cooperación técnica. A nosotros nos interesa mucho pues la participación inclusiva de los 3 socios en la toma de decisiones, en la implementación de los proyectos, en las prioridades de los programas de cooperación internacional. Costa Rica no tiene una agencia de cooperación internacional, como les había manifestado, pero hay una articulación interinstitucional con la Cancillería, el Ministerio de Planificación y con otros ministerios, y también con representantes del gobierno que facilita la cooperación a nivel financiero. Entonces hemos aprendido mucho a rendir cuentas, a que los recursos se implementen de forma eficiente, todo de acuerdo a una gobernanza establecida por los países. Y en ese sentido, Costa Rica pues ha adquirido un know-how importante sobre el manejo de programas bilaterales para la cooperación triangular. En ese sentido, quisiera preguntar a los panelistas cómo ven el futuro de la participación inclusiva de los tres países, especialmente el país en desarrollo que facilita la cooperación técnica. Bueno, el PAVA más 40 establece pues una gobernanza en ese sentido de que tiene que ser más inclusivo, principios de solidarios, de no condicionalidad, de igualdad. ¿Cómo ven esta perspectiva en el futuro? Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you for the question. Any of the speaker would like to answer the question? Please, Mr. Olay, you have the floor.
Sí, gracias. La cooperación sur-sur para mí, en la perspectiva planteada por el compañero de Costa Rica, es la concreción de la voluntad política de los países de construir soluciones a los problemas que, si bien se viven de manera individual en cada una de las naciones, realmente son de manera colectiva. Yo creo que estamos avanzando en la región en la construcción de nuevos acuerdos que nos están permitiendo, desde nuestras experiencias y aprendizajes, compartirlos. Yo creo que hoy pensar la planificación de cada una de nuestras naciones debe ser no solamente pensando en nuestras propias necesidades, sino también en la construcción de soluciones hacia el resto de los países de la región, tanto del Caribe como de Centroamérica y nuestros hermanos en otras partes e incluso de otros continentes. Yo creo que la cooperación sur-sur justamente es lo que está permitiendo que políticamente nuestros países se acerquen y que esos acuerdos y diálogos que se dejan en un papel al final terminen concretizándose. Y justamente es a través de la cooperación sur-sur.
Thank you, Ms. Olaya, for the answer. Dear speaker, esteemed delegates, I think I would like to inform you that for the sake of time, we have to finish our session of today. I would like to thank our esteemed speaker from the heart for their generous contribution and insights, which I've listened to with great interest while learning from their long-standing experience. I think your valuable insights will help us as the Global South to improve the institutional capacity and to have the enabling environment for South-South and triangular cooperation so we can have a resilient and sustainable future for all. Before I end, I would like to call on the audience to join me in giving a round of applause to our esteemed speaker. Thank you and have a nice day.
We are now going into our second session. I'll start by welcoming everyone who is going to be part of this session. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jennifer Bukohe Wahongo. I'm a Deputy Director for the UN Capital Development Fund. I'm based in Kampala, Uganda. With me here, we have the speakers for this session. I'll give them a chance to introduce themselves. Just your name briefly, then we can go into the presentations. Just your name.
Sawadi Krop and good afternoon. I am Steve Olive. I'm with the United States Agency for International Development, the mission director for our regional development mission for Asia here in Thailand.
Thank you, Steve.
Good afternoon. My name is Amma Brandford Arthur, and I'm Senior Partnership Officer with the International Fund for Agricultural Development, which is a UN specialized agency as well as an international financial institution.
Thank you, Amma. We have three other presenters online. I would like to ask you to introduce yourselves. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Shaima Al-Shaibi from the OPEC Fund for International Development. Thank you.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Madhu Raghunath. I'm the Sector Leader for Sustainable Development, covering Brunei, Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand at the World Bank. Nice to meet you all.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. This is Anuj Mehta from the Asian Development Bank, based in Bangkok. I'm the Country Director for Thailand, and I also look after the ASEAN Green Finance Facility. And hello to many of my friends on the panel here today.
Thank you very much. So this session is going to focus on South to South and triangular cooperation financing mechanisms. This session will seek to share our experiences and lessons, the different examples from several countries, and also give, some options and good practices that we can, pick a leaf and take to our countries. The session will address the role of the different South-to-South triangular cooperation stakeholders, from emerging economies to multilateral development banks, triangular partnerships, and UN system entities, in mobilizing resources and innovative finance to support the global South-to-South and triangular efforts. The speakers will share their first-hand experiences and lessons learned in financing South-to-South and triangular initiatives, especially during and after COVID-19 pandemic. So allow me at this point to invite our first speaker. And our first speaker is Mr. Steve Olive. Over to you, Steve. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bukoke Wakunga. It's an honor to have you as our moderator today. I'd like to thank the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, Thailand's International Cooperation Agency, and ESCAP for organizing this global development governance forum, and JICA and the Islamic Development Bank for co-hosting this session on South-South cooperation and trilateral financing mechanisms. And I'm pleased to be share this panel with fellow panelists and to speak to you about important global South-South cooperation. As the world seeks to recover from COVID-19 pandemic and its associated economic impacts, as we aspire to mobilize global action to confront climate change, and as we look for robust leadership to address heightened food insecurity and restore peace in a rules-based international order, we need strong and diverse leadership in innovative development cooperation partnerships more than ever. USAID has been one of the world's premier development organizations since its founding in 1961. For more than 60 years, we have worked hand in hand with a wide range of development partners. For decades, USAID has implemented trilateral cooperation projects, elevating the role of Global South partners on every continent where we work. We believe in the importance of locally led development, not only because it aligns with the core values of democracy and liberty, but also because we have seen that locally led development is the most effective development. As our administrator, Samantha Power, said, the future of development in the Global South entails applying lessons and insights from the inspiring growth that has already occurred in the Global South. What better way to do that than by supporting South-South and trilateral cooperation? USAID partners with Global South countries in fostering economic and social development. We support regional and local expertise and look for opportunities to collaborate. We support proven local solutions to local regional problems, such as Brazil and Colombia's success with agricultural productivity, India's innovation in energy management, South Africa's leadership in peace and democracy promotion, in Indonesia's decades of experience in disaster response. We are proud to have partnered with many countries to foster development. USAID also works with Global South partners to elevate their voices, to strengthen their regional and global leadership in tackling some of the world's greatest development challenges, to achieve truly sustainable long-term development outcomes. These efforts also contribute to advancing U.S. foreign policy goals from the United States vision for a free and open Indo-Pacific, into a more prosperous and inclusive Africa, into a democratic, prosperous, and safe Central America. Through our trilateral cooperation experience, we have found that regardless of the finance mechanisms involved, effective trilateral cooperation requires three key elements: a strong locally led partnership, co-investment and local development partners, and clear demand for development cooperation. Our trilateral cooperation with this expo co-host Thailand is a clear example of these principles. First, the Thailand International Cooperation Agency, or TICA, and USAID augmented our development cooperation through signing a new strategic partnership agreement last year to assist other countries in Asia. This also is a core priority of USAID. As Administrator Power emphasized, we focused on driving development progress, not simply development programs. And this commitment is key to meet our most pressing challenges today. While many of our trilateral cooperation projects that USAID and others have supported may seem small in the beginning, we have seen that they are an effective way to bring about change by drawing on non-traditional partnerships, sharing resources and expertise, and elevating new and diverse development partners that together we can create significant locally led long-term impact. It is indeed a pleasure to see former recipients of assistance emerge as development partners themselves. I believe trilateral partnerships are important. While they are not always the easiest way to implement development programs, they often offer greater impact and sustainability. We must work together as partners and learn from the innovations and successes that lie in communities and institutions of our Global South friends. The United States government is committed to working through trilateral partnerships to unlock local solutions needed to address the challenges we face today as a global community. And we look forward to working with many of you in the years ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Steve, for those remarks, and thank you for keeping the time. I would now like to invite our second speaker, Mr. Anuj Mahat, Country Director, Thailand Resident Commission for Asia Development Bank.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to try and load my presentation up. I hope you can see that in a second. Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it, and you have 5 minutes.
Lovely. So I'm just going to give a very quick overview of some innovative finance mechanisms that we've been experimenting with in Southeast Asia as a context really for some of the discussions going further forward. Just as at the outset, clearly the biggest challenges relate to climate plus finance, and there's a lot of discussions on climate, but it really needs to be aligned with the amount of financing required in the region. And if you just look at Asia as a whole, you need $1.7 trillion a year, 50% of which needs to come from the private sector, which is not flowing if you use bonds as an indicator. Green bonds, for example, in just Southeast Asia, 12 billion out of the global 700 billion total. And so there is clearly a big shortage of the flow of private capital that is required at scale, and given the issue of bankability. So the pipeline of bankable projects able to attract such capital is not there at the scale required. Capacity, especially an issue at the city and SOE level. So, how are we approaching it? So three sort of examples that I wanted to sort of mention, because in a sense, financial mechanisms really need to look at three different aspects: policy, knowledge, as well as the actual mechanisms. So, we are working on all three areas. On the policy side, very quickly, we work very specifically with government. So you'll see over here the Philippines, Indonesia, but also city governments such as Hue in Vietnam, etc., where we are actually working with them on specific policy tools and inputs such as infrastructure investment opportunity pipelines or waste management tools and toolkits. That's number one. I think number two, which perhaps is probably the most important thing going forward, is not knowledge, but focused knowledge, which leads to pipeline. So what we're working on is something called 6 Champions. This basically says in 6 sectors in infrastructure where project pipelines are not developing, we will take models to various countries and convert those into concepts. Last week, I was in Singapore launching the first clinic under this for electric vehicle mobility. We called all the countries of Southeast Asia together, and we've got about a pipeline of 8 projects which are emerging from there. We have technical assistance grant funds to convert these ideas into innovative finance models for financing some of these concepts. Another option which I wanted to show you is where we are talking about very high-level green finance strategies. So this was a publication we launched a couple of years ago. This is converting into some of those mechanisms that have been discussed over here. I want to stop for a second on bonds. As I mentioned at the beginning, if you want to get large-scale flow of investments flowing into climate-resilient infrastructure, capital markets are critical. And so we've got an initiative which is focused on developing green capital markets. We're calling it GSS Plus, Green, Social, Sustainable, Blue. And there we are working with especially city and sovereign governments to try and structure bond issuances and help them mobilize. The target is about 1 billion funds in issuance by 2025. If you'll see, there was an example of one of these issuances that we supported in Thailand, which was a sustainability bond. And we've got a lot of requests now for further support. So I think this is something which is going to take a lot of hands-on support. And I also want to mention that some of these bonds need to be structured so that they actually also support the whole issue of equity. Literally, I think 3 days ago, we've supported the launch of a sustainability-linked bonds platform with the think tank in Geneva, which is being announced at COP27, and that will try and do this focused development of bonds. Third thing I want to mention is on de-risking facilities. And this is really an innovative mechanism which says, let's leverage public sector funds, governments, ADB, development banks, to try and catalyze 5 to 6 times dollars from private capital sources into projects. Here's an example, SDG Indonesia 1. This was launched in January or approved in February this year. And this basically, it says 150 million from ADB through the government to catalyze 500 plus 10 to 20 projects in a few years' time with very clear climate indicators. So this is a de-risking facility. I can go into specifics on that later. I won't go into it further. So you can, and one thing that I want to mention is for the scale required, these innovative finance mechanisms need to be portfolio vehicles, focusing on 10 to 20 projects. It could be thematic, oceans. It could be focused on specific things, climate and green infrastructure for energy. There are also innovations at a project level. Here's an example at the project level, which is Cambodia Solar Park. It's taken a small amount of funding from the government or the public sector side of ADB, and it's led to private capital being catalyzed in there. Another example, electric ferries. This was approved a couple of months ago in Thailand. And this is where ADB's private sector arm is supporting the development of perhaps one of the first electric water-based transport projects in Southeast Asia. A lot more of this is needed, of course. So I'm not going to go into any more project examples, but my last point is going to be on regional financing vehicles. This is the ACGF or the ASEAN facility, which I also head. And this one is really trying to do all of the things that I just mentioned, which is trying to put together capacity, policy, technical assistance grants to develop projects in a number of different sectors in Asia. We have a number of partners, as you see over there, 13 partners, about 2 billion in funds from various sources. And this is really trying to blend. So this is sort of a blended finance approach, which says concessional money for climate, development finance money to try and trigger bankability in projects which can catalyze funding from different sources, whether bonds or other. There is a pipeline of 29 projects already in that space, and we are hoping to deepen that a lot more because I think the needs are so immense going further forward. I'll stop over there and hand back to you.
Thank you very much for that presentation and for sharing your experiences from the Asian Development Bank. Colleagues, you can see he has highlighted a number of financing mechanisms that we can use. So I would like to move now to our third speaker, Mrs. Amma. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. I'm, of course, very honored to be here to take part in the high-level discussions on South-South and triangular cooperation, and also to share some views on the importance of development stakeholders to allocate resources to this unique development modality. As colleague panelists have already highlighted, it's a particularly relevant issue for discussion, given the increased role that SSTC is playing in development cooperation, especially in the current context of a global food crisis, which requires the pooling of different levels of expertise and inclusive solutions if we will stay on track for Agenda 2030. As we face new threats, which are worsening the condition of millions of people across the world, we have a responsibility to utilize all the development tools at our disposal to maintain the progress we have made against global poverty and food insecurity. And as a complementary demand-driven modality to the traditional North-South approach to development cooperation, we have heard over the last few days how much SSTC enables Southern partners to be more actively engaged in the design and implementation of their development interventions, whether they be for rural transformation, for recovery from a crisis, or for resilience against future shocks. And we all are agreed that the unique language, the unique knowledge, experience, and technologies which are adapted to the particular context of the Global South promoted by SSTC are essential for supporting our partners who, for the International Fund for Agricultural Development, are smallholder farmers and rural communities. They are the people and the communities that very often bear the brunt of new crises. At the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, because the moderator has highlighted this is where we're to look at, at the onset of the pandemic in 2020, IFAD established the Rural Poor Stimulus Facility. And this was a facility which had an initial seed funding of $40 million. And this was supposed to serve as a facility for rapid response funds for governments to allocate according to needs. And in several cases, what we did was look at the projects that we had ongoing and allow the funds allocated to modify the ongoing activities on the ground for the immediate need and the immediate challenge that confronted many of our partners, especially by providing support to farmers and families in distress. And they've also ensured in this way that we are more responsive and that our projects that we are implementing are more closely linked with helping them overcome the crisis both in the short and longer term. And some of these projects have incorporated a South-South cooperation component because they span multiple countries in the same region. And so they are able to create linkages among producer organizations, among agricultural experts and local authorities to help share best practices, technologies, and lessons learned. Working with our partners as part of the COVID-19 crisis response, we leveraged our collaboration with them through one particular facility called the China IFAD SSTC facility. This facility is already financing up to 17 projects worldwide, which are sourcing and highlighting innovations and resources to enhance rural productivity. Now, we made sure in collaboration with our partner, when this crisis occurred, to dedicate part of the funding of this facility to projects aimed at supporting vulnerable populations. And this led to the selection of 4 projects piloting latest agricultural innovations in Africa, in Asia, and in Latin America. An example is the fact that some of the projects in Africa are supporting vulnerable populations and farmers in Rwanda, in Kenya, and also in Tanzania, and in Cuba, Tajikistan, and Afghanistan. And they are working with diverse stakeholders, including the private sector, to facilitate exchange on systems and practices that will ensure that the disruptions to critical value chains are effectively mitigated to the extent possible. It is quite evident to us in IFAD that SSTC is enhancing the capacity of developing countries to engage with one another to pursue and improve inclusive development as they share their experiences on agricultural production and productivity, on food security, on nutrition, and the crisis response. So we consider that as development agencies, we are not only in a position to foster this new dynamic, we have a duty to ensure that SSTC plays its part in the achievement of the SDGs, considering that it's a major component of SDG 17. We have to support the inclusion of this solidarity in our operations and make sure that our partners and organizations are equipped with a framework to advance this modality. There's a necessity, obviously, to diversify the avenues for resource mobilization and to increase global financial contributions towards it. And from our experience with the China IFAD facility, we know that putting resources towards SSTC can catalyze additional resources in the form of co-financing, both from the private and public sector. When seed funding is available, we have discovered, unlocking additional resources through blended or pooled financing becomes more feasible. Indeed, in IFAD, the lessons learned from the operation of the facility, the 2 facilities, have shown us that we've made significant impact on many communities, and this will guide us as we step up our engagement to explore other opportunities for technical assistance as well as financial and human resources in support of SSTC. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to end by urging us all to continue to scale up our efforts to operationalize new mechanisms, such as multi-donor financing facilities dedicated to SSTC. These facilities can be financed by interested member states and partner organizations, with Southern-led development banks taking the lead, for example, to match the increased demand for SSTC. I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to hearing from the other panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Amma, for your experiences from IFAD. I would like now to move to our next speaker, who is Mrs. Al-Shaima from OPEC Fund for International Development.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. First, allow me to thank the UN Office for South-South Cooperation, ESCAP, Islamic Bank, JICA, and of course the government of Thailand for organizing this very important forum. Let me start by saying that South-South cooperation is actually at the DNA of the OPEC Fund for International Development. It's been the core of our mandate for almost half a century, and it's central to our strategic framework 2030, as we work with partners from across the global South to deliver the SDGs, our shared global objectives. As we explore opportunities or innovative solutions to the growing needs, we're building on decades of South-South cooperation. In the case of OPEC Fund, nearly half a century. From bilateral to multilateral partnerships, South-South platforms we see are increasingly important because they allow us to share and compare practices, policies, and instruments that have actually been tested and proven in similar environments. In addition, and very importantly, as you all know, human skills across the South have been developing at an incredible pace, often imagining solutions that have a greater chance of succeeding because they are more relevant, grounded in shared realities, and prove to be more affordable. These fresh ideas coming from the South have greatly catalyzed the OPEC Fund's recent transformation, or what I'd like to call our significant strategic shift. At the OPEC Fund, with the introduction of Strategic Framework 2030, we began to question conventional thinking and adapted our organization to further support partner countries in the global South in bridging the huge financing gaps and growing needs. Let me make 3 points about lessons learned and our path ahead. First and foremost, agility is key. Nimbleness and responsiveness actually mean survival for many. So being grounded in the South, we were able to act swiftly to address the impact of the recent war on Ukraine and approve a $1 billion facility to support food security. Again, being deeply grounded in the South, we were able to mobilize $10 billion from the bilateral and multilateral arms of the OPEC member countries, namely the Arab Coordination Group, again, to support food security and its immediate needs. Second is value addition. And here, let me just readjust by saying that at the OPEC Fund, we recognize the subject of climate change as the single most important cross-cutting theme in all sectors and areas. The need for climate finance is critical. And here, through value addition, there's a departure from traditional financing. As we've heard, our colleagues from Asian Development Bank and IFAD, as well as the United States, they're integrating knowledge into their projects. We're doing the same. We see a great need, for example, for adapting our climate change policy support and advice to integrate digitalization, big data models that will support policymakers have informed decisions which will drive both inclusive growth as well as decarbonization. And here is the value of knowledge. Hence, a win-win development and climate outcome. We have just recently approved 2 program loans to do just exactly that. $100 million to support digitalization and financial inclusion in entrepreneurship in Morocco, and another program to support Panama's national climate change policy, where we approved $120 million with a clear focus on e-mobility. And we're customizing similar programs across other regions. The third enhancement to our strategic framework was to further advance our model, which has been built traditionally on amplifying impact through partnerships. This is currently being done by pivoting towards a more of an open architecture model, which primarily focusing on designing innovative financing solutions and playing a catalytic role to mobilize private capital. So building on this, we have actually recently announced the Climate Finance and Energy Innovation Hub in partnership with the UN Capital Development Fund, UNCDF, and Sustainable Energy for All. The hub aims to provide an end-to-end policy and finance global platform, which will introduce innovative financing solutions to better leverage each dollar of sovereign financing to attract $4 of green and sustainable capital into projects. The hub's main focus is on least developed countries in Africa, providing innovative financing approaches to attract private capital to countries like Madagascar, Malawi, Rwanda, and DRC. Under the hub, we are committing $100 million from the OPEC fund and are currently mobilizing grants from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to support with knowledge, data, and capacity building, as well as more loans from the Arab Coordination Group, which I've recently mentioned. So basically, that's a snapshot of our work around the world, and looking forward to hear from our last participant on the panel. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for those remarks and sharing the experiences from the OPEC fund. We now move to our last speaker from the World Bank, Mrs. Madhu. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I hope you can see my presentation. Great. Thank you, Anuj. So Excellencies, distinguished guests, fellow panelists, it's a pleasure to be here on this very important conversation that we're having today on South-South cooperation. So I'll speak to a bit about the role of the World Bank in South-South cooperation, and also will highlight some of our experiences to date based on the exchanges and knowledge that we have shared across countries. Sorry. Oh, I'm not sure. My slide is not moving. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. So as the World Bank, we do see that knowledge sharing is a very effective catalyst for accelerating development processing. And based on our experience from our client countries, we see that learning from peers is often most convincing and powerful than actually learning from theoretical books. And we also see that knowledge sharing also helps towards the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And to this effect, the bank has had a long-standing multi-donor trust fund, which has actually been supporting South-South knowledge exchanges between our client countries. And we see that as a very effective mechanism, not just for the learning part of it, but also from a development financing part of it. And here you can see that our coverage has been all across the globe. And what I would like to highlight out of this very busy slide is this $2 billion that we've been able to leverage in terms of development investments. And these were primarily motivated by the knowledge exchanges that we actually completed over a course of 2 decades. So just to say that, as my other colleagues and fellow panelists were saying, that knowledge exchange can be an effective medium to actually channel development finance into our client countries. Now, what's also very interesting, when we were looking at where is the knowledge flow happening, we saw that most of the knowledge providing countries were pretty much located in East Asia and Pacific, India, Brazil, and of course, South Africa. So obviously, these were the countries that had a lot of experiences that they were sharing. And the countries that were receiving some of these exchanges were mostly in African nations, but also Central America. And then we also saw India also receiving a lot of experience from these countries. So just to say that the knowledge flow is not just South-South, but it can also happen between upper middle income countries and also between upper middle income income countries as well. Now, in terms of leveraging an impact, what we see is that for every dollar of South-South grant that we were able to spend, it generated close to 17 cents of co-funding from World Bank operations. And this is quite powerful because we see that these grants are very effective in terms of leveraging. We also see that just a small number of activities that we undertook, like 16 South-South grants, left to 39 World Bank projects, again, bringing in close to $13 billion in development finance. And it's not all about financing, but we also see these grants being an effective mechanism towards the attainment of the SDG goals, where we see they have a very close link to at least 14 SDGs. Now, just to give you an example, because all these numbers, what does it mean in practice, right? So we had this very interesting exchange that took place between Malawi and Senegal, which primarily focused on nutrition and malnutrition and stunting. And one of the exchanges focused on taking the Malawians to Senegal to learn about the best practices from their community-based nutrition interventions. Now, what this exchange led to, which is very interesting, was that the approach that Senegal had adopted basically led to a $57 million investment that we were able to finance in Malawi. And what was impressive was the stunting levels came down by 10% because of the very targeted community-based nutrition interventions that had taken place through the knowledge exchange with Senegal. Similarly, another sector which I was personally involved in was learning on mobility, low carbon mobility solutions. And in this instance, we took the Vietnamese delegation to Colombia, Indonesia, and China. And one of the things that they learned was the effective way that you can develop mass transit systems. And again, here, that exchange led to financing of $125 million Ho Chi Minh City Green Transport Project, which is also looking today at electric mobility and other issues. So just to say that that these mechanisms do work, and I think, as my colleague from IFAD was saying, that these multi-donor initiatives are extremely effective in terms of sharing knowledge across countries, but also leveraging development financing. But what I also see as a future, based on our own corporate initiative, is to start looking more at climate financing. And this is where the colleague from OPEC Fund and Anuj were mentioning that I think this is where the leveraging needs to happen. And we feel that some of these knowledge exchanges and some of the analytics that we're putting out there can be an effective mechanism to bring in more innovative financing and also development solutions to our counterparts. Thank you so much, and I look forward to our conversation.
Thank you very much, our speakers. And now we would like to go to another session, which is about the recommendations from this specific session. So I would like to ask our speakers a general question. I've skipped the individual specific questions because of time. So I'll ask you give us 1 or 2 recommendations to ensure sustainable financing mechanisms for South to South and triangular cooperation for Global South. So let me start with our last speaker. If you can give us 1 or 2 recommendations. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Jennifer. So I would say my key recommendation is to basically leverage climate financing and bringing that to the development agenda. There is a lot of funding out there, and I feel like through South-South cooperation, we can enhance collaboration, but also bring in this untapped opportunity in terms of development financing. So for me, the key takeaway from today's discussion would be to look more at innovative financing solutions, because the climate agenda is really urgent. And from a development perspective, countries really need to start focusing on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, we can now have Steve, your recommendations.
First, I fully endorse that last point. The United States government is committed to provide $150 billion of finance for climate change from public and private sources. So that was a spot-on recommendation. Secondly, I'd like to provide the example that we've had with Thailand's International Cooperation Agency. So during the pandemic, when we decided to elevate our strategic partnership, we sat down and decided to co-design and co-create programs in areas of strength of both Thailand and USAID. And in that process, we had, for example, a really good example is Thailand's health agency, health ministry, was the first to identify COVID-19, the first country outside of the People's Republic of China to identify it. So they have a very extensive expertise in identifying emerging diseases and contagious diseases. And so now we are working with them to build the capacity of neighboring countries, such as Laos or Cambodia, to also be able to detect emerging diseases and share that expertise. So we are co-financing, co-developing, co-creating programs together that will benefit neighboring and other countries in this region.
Thank you very much for your recommendations. I will now turn to our online speakers. I will ask Ms. Al-Shaima if you can give us your recommendations.
Thank you very much. So in the post-pandemic reality, I mean, the OPEC Fund, we strongly believe that South-South cooperation will continue to contribute to breaking the cycles of poverty, instability, and development inequalities. And we really believe in the concepts of agility, innovation, and partnerships. And like my colleagues have already clarified, there is a great impact of multi-donor financing facilities to leverage the huge private capital available to catalyze country action and financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We turn to our in-house. Amma?
My recommendation really builds on a couple of things that I believe my colleague from OPEC Fund mentioned, as well as from the World Bank and USAID as well, in looking at homegrown solutions. And in that, I would like to look at how we might encourage Southern-led development finance institutions to play an active role, a more active role in supporting emerging economies, especially given the work that they can the role that they can play in mobilizing the private sector, so that these countries can implement development agendas that are more suited to their domestic conditions. In addition to being able to liaise with the private sector, they also have local knowledge of traditional interventions, and they are well placed to address the priorities in their member countries. And so if we could link SSTC interventions to the capabilities of Southern-led development finance institutions, I think that would be a really important and effective method by which we could advance SSTC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amma. Now our online speakers, we turn to Mr. Anuj Mehta.
Sure, thank you very much. Yes, I think I agree with that too. You know, I think in terms of collaboration, there's no doubt about sharing South-South experiences is so valuable. And I'd probably, maybe filter it down or maybe detail it out a bit more. Two things. I would say specific thematic areas where things are not moving. In those areas, to have roundtables, partnerships on models that have worked in other regions, which can be shared over here. I think so. Focused thematic area, as an example, biodiversity, nature-based solutions, huge area where there are gaps, and we need to share experiences with other regions where things have happened, especially financial mechanisms. The other, which is even more structured, are twinning. I think partnerships between financial institutions, your Development Bank South Africa, which developed a green facility with Indonesia, that's, an example of twinning. Or, for example, cities in Chile, which have done great work on water PPPs with cities in Cambodia. Twinning partnerships which can actually help build capacity over a period of time and showcase what's happening in other regions, I think would be really useful. And, we stand ready to support that. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, our speakers. Now we turn to the last part of our session, which is the questions from the audience. If you have any questions that you'd like to raise. Wow. Okay, we have 3 of them. We start with the Costa Rica.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Director. I would like to refer to the debt for nature swaps as an incentive that could be used for fostering South-South cooperation. As you know, debt for nature swaps are typically voluntary transactions in which an amount of debt owed by a developing country is reduced or even canceled by a creditor in exchange for the debt or making financial commitments to conservation. Well, Costa Rica has a successful experience with this modality thanks to an agreement with the US government years ago. In this regard, I would like to ask the distinguished panelists, especially Mr. Olive, their perspective in reestablishing debt for nature swaps to solve environmental problems and to foster South-South cooperation in this field. This modality, involves countries that are financially distressed and experiencing difficulties in repaying their foreign debts. The earnings generated through swaps are often administered by a local conservation or environmental trust funds. As nations cut government spending, programs for protecting the nature resources are usually among the first to go. Do you think this is a feasible financial incentive for developing countries that could strengthen South-South cooperation? From the Costa Rican perspective, we believe this type of incentive can be a great tool for strengthening South-South cooperation. And why not only nature? Why not expand this incentive to other critical issues such as education, technology? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Let's take the other 2 questions. Asian, please go ahead.
Thank you. Dear distinguished delegates and moderator and all the panelists, my question and a little bit of observation is that how do you view about the emerging organization, especially IGOs, for those who established slightly prior to COVID-19 and they have been affected by the COVID-19 as opposed to the funding mechanism and criteria of engagement, whether they can be flexible, and what are the channels, whether they are partnering with certain civil society or university, especially specialized agencies that can reduce a lot of process, such as, for example, ASEAN Training Center for Social Work, as opposed to working in a larger organization like ministry, government-to-government agencies. To name a few examples, just one. Like, for example, last March, in March this year, we hosted an international symposium, 31st March. That's slightly before the kind of lockdown again. And then we have tried to reduce the process of having a Thai speaker who has experience working in Latin America and Africa. She won the Global Women Leadership Award. We invite USAID as a speaker as well. We have Australian program on anti-trafficking, ASEAN Act. We work with Israel Embassy. The ambassador actually delivered the disability message from case studies from success from Israel. We have JICA partnering with private partnership speaker. We have Singaporean professors. We have students from Vietnam and NGOs speak from Cambodia, all of which could be done easily and practically with the specialized agency that is smaller as opposed to larger government to government. And we also invite media for transparency as the money comes from taxpayers. So as I said, that COVID-19 has affected a lot of lives and we focus a lot on health, but in fact, those who are in the field, in the community, are the social workers who actually go out and, bring all the necessary medications to the people. So with all of this, I like to hear the views, how the directions of the format of funding, whether they can be flexible or maybe creative on the channels. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments and also the question. The third person, was it Ifad? Can you turn it like this? Okay, that is Vienna. Irena. Okay, I'm very far. I can't read well, but it's Irena. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to take the floor on behalf of the International Renewable Energy Agency. Allow me to say a few words before asking my questions on the finance for energy transition in the context of South-South and triangular cooperation. What we notice in IRENA is that the developing world is still facing great challenges mobilizing financing for critically needed energy projects, ranging from electrifying health clinics to powering industry and development. And according to IRENA 2022 World Energy Transition Outlook, the investment of 5.7 trillion per year until 2030, as well as an imperative to redirect 0.7 trillion annual investment in fossil fuels towards energy transition. These are the kind of resources we need. And at IRENA, we thought that we can also do something in the context of South-South cooperation, South-South and triangular cooperation. One of the mechanisms put in place is what we call the Energy Transition Accelerator Framework that has mobilized already 400 million US dollars, thanks to the cooperation with the United Arab Emirates. And we are working towards mobilizing more than 1 billion for projects in developing countries. And we are in talks with many stakeholders, including MDBs, governments, and the private sector. We were in Washington. I'm happy to see that our friends from the US is here today with us. We were in Washington in July to discuss that as well, how the US can support us in mobilizing more resources for this platform. And we believe that this is the kind of things that can bring concrete solutions in the context of South-South and triangular cooperation. One mechanism we also use is the investment forums. The first one was organized, and we are happy to say that in Southeast Asia. It was organized in Indonesia just 2 weeks ago. And the idea is to bring together decision makers and leaders from government, civil societies.
I kindly request
and
you
so
to summarize. We have only 4 minutes.
I'm already at the end.
Okay.
So the idea is to mobilize more resources in the context of investment forum that brings multiple actors, both from the South, from the North, and private sector. But one of the questions we may have when we do so is how the earmark modalities. I mean, when you have more earmarked funds, how can that limit the contribution to South-South cooperation? Because this is one of the main challenges some organizations have when it comes to support South-South cooperation. Most of the funds received from donors are earmarked. So I would like to hear from panelists if they face also this kind of challenge. And also, how can we reduce competition? Because this is something important as well. Everyone in our context, everyone wants to work on climate finance and energy. And we talk together, but sometimes we feel that we need more cooperation. So from your perspective, what do you see as the main challenges to increase cooperation when it comes to financing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have three questions, comments from the audience. I would like to now turn back to our speakers to respond to those questions that were raised. I remember, Steve, one was specific for you, the first one.
Debt for nature swaps are a fabulous mechanism. I've seen them firsthand, especially in Latin America, but in Africa and across the world. You said it perfectly. I don't need to repeat. They're excellent. If you don't know about them, talk to our colleague from Costa Rica or me, and we can tell you more about them. I do feel, again, back to our World Bank colleagues' comment, this is a really opportune time for all of us to share information and ideas on financing for climate change. I'm seeing a sea change of ideas and mechanisms coming forward for climate change. And so we all need to share ideas, mechanisms, and this is a great forum to do just that. And then finally, very quickly to our ASEAN colleague, we're looking very seriously at seeing if we can develop a finance mechanism for small and medium-sized enterprises to recover from the impacts of COVID-19 here in the ASEAN region. Nothing to announce now, but just to let you know that that is something that we're looking very seriously into. And that's all.
Thank you very much. And our online speakers, would you like to respond to the last question?
I can go quickly if you want. So just on the last question, finance for energy transition, I think two things, and the point was very well made that a whole lot of finance needs to be mobilized for energy transition. And that finance also needs to be pretty competitively priced if the renewable energies and battery storages and other sources have to be equitable. So I think two mechanisms which are worth noting. One is energy transition mechanism, which ADB is working on together with a number of entities and developing member countries, Indonesia and Philippines especially. And that is really putting a mechanism together which says funds raised would be used in this way. So it's an innovative mechanism which is directing funds in an incentive structure to shut down fossil fuel and catalyze finance for renewable energy. I would say look out for the ETM mechanism. The other where I think a lot of cooperation would be very good is on the whole bond space. And there's a lot of discussion on really catalyzing a lot more funds from pension funds, insurance companies through transition bonds, especially with energy utilities. But it could equally be green bonds, sustainability bonds. And I think a lot more needs to be done on frameworks. People, there is a lot of confusion about green frameworks or taxonomies, which transcend different regions. And we've tried, for example, in one instance to put together different regions to agree in a common taxonomy for bonds. Maybe the last thing to mention, which, takes forward David's point on debt for nature swaps is, there is also a need to try and look at sustainability of debt, which is being raised or which is being paid off in lieu of or for externalities related to nature or other positive impacts. And it would be very interesting to look at the sustainability linked center, which has just been launched with a new social impact bond structure to see how an innovative mechanism would work so that the debt which is forgiven or reduced is directly linked to impacts, not just for nature, but across a whole range of indicators and in a sustainable manner. So let's see how that pans out. I'll stop over there.
Thank you very much. We have just 1 minute to go. If there is any other member of the panel who wants to say something before we close.
If I may, I just wanted to note that there's one area that would probably be the greatest attractor of more finance for SSDC, which is showing results. It's really important. I think my colleague from the World Bank, I was quite impressed with the slide you showed where you indicated the measurement of how much SSDC, not only SSDC had contributed, but also the incremental gains that we can see see in development when we apply South-South and triangular cooperation. It's all very well asking for more funds, but if we cannot show to our donors and other development actors that this modality does have an incremental benefit, then it makes things much more difficult. And so it's incumbent on us who work in the field to ensure that we put in place mechanisms, either through the UNOSSC or other convening bodies, to set up mechanisms for measuring the impact of SSTC so that we can present that as a way of attracting more funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our panelists, for your experiences and lessons that you've shared with us. It was a very rich experience, and I hope everyone has picked some lessons, some points that you're going to implement in your organizations and the work that you do. So I would like to thank our audience. Thank you very much for being patient with us. We know we're standing in between your lunch break and the lunch. So thank you very much and wish you a nice afternoon.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
and participants.
Recording in progress.
I'm delighted to welcome you to this session on the role and efforts of the United Nations system in building capacities needed for South-South and triangular cooperation. In this session, we will discuss how the UN system entities and other multilateral organizations can support member states' efforts towards implementing South-South and triangular cooperation in a more coherent and systematic way. The UN system entities will share their ongoing efforts for strengthening South-South and triangular cooperation in consideration of the UN system-wide strategy on South-South and triangular cooperation and its action plan. When we look back, this is happening within the context that the high-level committee of the UN General Assembly, which is the policy-making body on South-South and triangular cooperation, since 1978, under the Buenos Aires Plan of Action for promoting technical cooperation among developing countries, the relationship between the UN system and countries was clearly established. Member states wanted support from the UN system to deliver on a transformative vision through South-South cooperation. The UN Office for South-South Cooperation therefore upholds those decisions made by the member states. That is, South-South cooperation is based on principles, and in BAPA Plus 40, they help to expand and state that South-South cooperation can be applied in governance domains, including human rights and more inclusivity. South-South cooperation has increased in relevance as an important modality of international collaboration towards sustainable development for all, as its scale, scope, volume, and number of stakeholders have expanded. There are other valuable initiatives for implementing South-South and triangular cooperation. But for the UN Office for South-South Cooperation, our mandate is in the UN legislated processes. While changes can take place on the conceptualization and institutionalization, South-South cooperation for UNOSC has to uphold and facilitate this legislation on the needed changes. The United Nations system plays a critical role in supporting the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. The BAPA Plus 40 outcome document adopted through GA Resolution A 73-291, it reaffirmed the role of the United Nations funds, programs, specialized agencies, non-resident agencies, regional commissions, including the UN country teams in supporting and promoting South-South and triangular cooperation, while reiterating that every country has the primary responsibility for its own development. Further, the outcome document provided the intergovernmental mandate for the development of the United Nations system-wide strategy to be coordinated by the UN Office for South-South Cooperation through the United Nations Interagency Mechanism for South-South and Triangular Cooperation, while taking into account the ongoing repositioning of the United Nations development system. This requires that the work and deployment of the expertise of the United Nations be strategic, coherent, coordinated, collaborative, results-oriented, and at all levels, national, regional, and global. The first ever UN system-wide strategy on South-South and triangular cooperation and its action plan was approved in 2020. The plan will ensure that the UN system entities can support South-South and triangular cooperation efforts of their member states in a coherent way. I would now like to move to the next stage of this session, which is to briefly present the UN system-wide strategy on South-South and triangular cooperation before going to the panel. Can I have the presentation, please? Thank you. Next slide. Next slide, please. So what we'll do is very quickly look at the background of the strategy, the objectives, and the key expected outcomes, the implementation plan, and the M&E framework, as well as capacity development. I'll go through these fairly quickly. Next slide. So you weren't able to read that, but what it states is that in 1978, the Buenos Aires Plan of Action did define a role for the member states and for the UN system in implementing technical cooperation among developing countries. And the member states said, we own the agenda and the UN system should help us. And Papa Plus 40 also stressed that, but asked the UN system to once again reinvigorate its efforts to support the countries in promoting South-South and triangular cooperation. There have been a number of other instances where this has been reiterated, so I'll not go through all of them. But maybe the most significant one, because it's recent, is that in the 76th GA, Second Committee, a resolution was passed on South-South cooperation. And again, it calls on the United Nations Development System to continue mainstreaming South-South and triangular cooperation into the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. This is important because since 2015, we came into the Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, and this resolution really enhanced the thinking on South-South cooperation to be in line with the Sustainable Development Agenda. Next, please. And so on the objectives of this strategy, I will not emphasize it again. I already talked about enabling a systematic and coordinated and coherent approach to policy at programmatic, operational, and partnership levels at the national, regional, and global level. And also that it should be supporting the national priorities of countries of the South under national ownership and leadership, and to drive forward the 2030 agenda. So in other words, the UN system has to respond to demand from the countries. An important aspect also is that the implementation will be governed by each entity individually based on its mandate and program of work. In other words, there's no one heads fit all in terms of responding to this agenda. Each agency will do it its own way. Next, please. And then we have here about the 5 outcomes expected of the strategy. And the first one is really strengthening the United Nations' ability to respond to developing countries' demands to address specific development challenges through South-South and triangular cooperation. And outcome 2 is strengthened institutional, human and technical capacities in countries of the South through South-South and triangular cooperation. And item 3 is improved exchanges on experiences, know-how, appropriate technologies, and adaptable development solutions among developing countries and Southern policymakers. And 4, enhanced integration of Southern perspectives and needs into global and regional policies and national development cooperation. 5, of course, the issue of the mobilization of financial, in-kind, and human resources is another aspect of the strategy. Next, please. And then the actions to implement the strategy. A detailed action plan was prepared in 2021 in consultation with over 30 UN entities to ensure implementation of the strategy. The action plan includes a system-wide deliverables, activities, indicators toward ensuring a broad implementation of the specific outcome area moving forward. The action plan is meant to provide broad guidance to agencies when they engage in South-South and triangular cooperation, or when they prepare their agency-specific strategic or plans. Next, please. And then there's a monitoring and evaluation framework for the UN system-wide strategy prepared in consultation with the interagency mechanism members with indicators, monitoring tools, etc. And reporting on 16 prioritized indicators through ongoing reporting and data collection mechanisms, including UN DESA's partner country government surveys and other UN surveys. and also reporting on the progress in the implementation of the strategy through the annual report of the Secretary General on South-South cooperation to the UN General Assembly. Next, please. And then there are examples of indicative activities to be implemented. In short, they include whether there is an ecosystem for South-South cooperation, institutionalization of South-South cooperation, the mainstreaming of South-South cooperation, stock taking and mapping of activities on South-South cooperation, and of course, capacity building of the UN staff to be able to work with South-South cooperation. Next, please. UNO's capacity building development. So here we're talking about some of the activities that UNESCO is doing to build the capacity. And this is being done through preparing guidelines at the country level and the regional level, which will help the UN staff to implement South-South and triangular cooperation. Next, please. And that's the end of my presentation. So at this point, let me now move on to the panel discussion, where I am joined by a distinguished panel of senior UN officials and one ambassador from the country. Each speaker will have 5 minutes for their initial remarks or a presentation if they prepared one. And after that, we will then see if we can open the floor to a number of questions. And subsequently, we go to the second round of questions. I will introduce the panelists as I call upon them to speak. I am delighted to present the first panelist, Ambassador Beatrice Manano, who is the head of the Department of International Economic Cooperation, Uganda, to make her initial remarks. Unfortunately, she could not be with us, and so she is joining us virtually. Ambassador, please, the floor is yours. Is the ambassador there? If we do not have the ambassador, since we are running short of time, I'll just move to the next panelist. And if she comes back, we can accommodate her. It is my pleasure to welcome the next panelist, Mr. Haoliang Chu, UN Assistant Secretary General, UNDP Assistant Administrator, and Director of the Bureau for Policy and Program Support, to share his remarks. Mr. Chu, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
It's on.
Yeah, it's on, right? It works. Hello, you can hear me, okay? So thank you very much, Dennis. And it would have been really good to hear from the government's perspective, before we shared our comments, as the subject of the session is about, what UN collectively can do. I think the ambassador is online. Maybe she should still speak.
Yes, if I may. Ambassador, we thought we hadn't been able to connect to you. May I come back to you and ask you to deliver your opening remarks?
My apologies. Can you hear me? I think I had a little hiccup with connectivity.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Distinguished delegates and representatives, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to thank the organizers of this forum for the excellent way in which it's being conducted. I've been following the session since morning, and I feel honored to be able to give a perspective on my country, Uganda, and the African perspective in the field of South-South and triangular cooperation. Today, as we meet to demonstrate our continued commitment to South-South cooperation and how it will strengthen contribution to the global 2030 agenda implementation, and the African Union 2063 agenda, it's my pleasure to share some of my perspectives. The 2030 agenda places a great importance on South-South cooperation, noting that it's an essential part of the implementation of Goal 17 on partnerships for the implementation of the SDGs, and identifies the role that developing countries play in sharing knowledge and expertise from the South in that regard. Indeed, the growth of South-South cooperation has been rapid and outstanding, as it provides not only strong, but also innovative and tangible ways to achieve these ambitious goals, as evidenced by the post-COVID-19 era and its ramifications on socio-economic development, particularly in the global South. I'll share the African experience in this regard. Africa has made commendable progress in defining its own priorities and agenda for the South-South cooperation, including through the adoption of the African Union Agenda 2063, the implementation of the development goals through the new Partnership for Africa's Development, NEPAD, its programs, and the signing of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which ushers in a new era for African industries and markets. African countries are marking out their space on the global stage, while at the same time promoting regional solidarity and ensuring self-reliance. We have demonstrated our ability to share homegrown solutions to our challenges that are locally relevant and contextually appropriate, particularly during the response to the management of the COVID-19 pandemic. African youth innovations in response to COVID-19 containment has been commendable. Additionally, South-South cooperation is becoming institutionalized in a variety of ways. Some countries, including my country, Uganda, have created their own South-South agencies, secretariats, and units. These twine together networks of focal points for facilitating efforts to measure South-South interventions and implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda has a unique story on leveraging the role of South-South and triangular cooperation in global development for accelerating progress towards achievement of the 2030 agenda and the 2063 African aspirations. South-South cooperation has offered Uganda unique solutions, including knowledge sharing and the exchange of best practices with partners with a similar development trajectory, technical support, technology transfer, as well as financial support to realize development objectives. Uganda has benefited from a number of partnerships in various policy areas, including in the areas of health, working with Zambia, Rwanda, Zimbabwe, Mexico, Mauritius on governance, South Korea on hygiene, sanitation, and refugee management, to mention but a few. All these partnerships have contributed to the national development agenda of the country. As elaborated above, in a story of inclusion, innovation, transformation, and collaboration with various UN agencies, funds, and programs, and South-South partner states. To expound on this further, I will highlight the story, a success story of the cooperation between FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, the government of the People's Republic of China, and the government of the Republic of Uganda in the sector of agriculture. The FAO, China, Uganda, South-South triangular cooperation, as we call it, has been implemented since 2012, has immensely contributed to increased production in the agricultural sector, horticulture, livestock management, aquaculture, agro-processing, mechanization, renewable energy, and capacity development for over 10,000 participants and beneficiaries. And these were in the first and second phases. We are actually now in the third phase of implementing that cooperation. It's aimed at improving Uganda's agricultural production and productivity by transforming skills and sustainable technology transfer. More than ever today, we are reminded of the importance of the agricultural sector, which remains largely underdeveloped in the global South. COVID-19 has further intensified these existing structural weaknesses and vulnerabilities of the sector, which nevertheless remains a key source of food, income, and employment, and needs to be harnessed for food security and youth and women employment and empowerment. The South-South and Triangular Cooperation can promote increases in productivity and sustained increases in income of rural households and ensure development of the agricultural sector, livelihood, security, and a sustainable recovery from the COVID-19 crisis and the fallout of the Ukraine-Russia war. As we implement the third phase in Uganda, these endeavors will be further scaled up to accelerate the reduction of poverty and elimination of hunger while harnessing the youth bulge. Mr. Chair, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to also add the following important lessons that Uganda has drawn over the past years. Firstly, the establishment of a second and conducive regulatory framework and implementation environment is essential to promoting South-South cooperation. Embedding South-South and triangular cooperation in existing cooperation and partnership policies is key to promoting sustainable development and guiding future engagements. Secondly, institutionalizing South-South and triangular cooperation is important for effective coordination. It's proposed that at least one ministry in each country be appointed to promote the use of South-South and triangular cooperation. This will ensure that planned South-South cooperation activities are adopted to the local context. In Uganda, for instance, that is being done through the Ministries of Finance and Ministries of Trade and Office of the Prime Minister. Office of the Prime Minister, especially on SDGs implementation and refugee management. And through the African Peer Review Mechanism Office, the APRM Country Office, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs providing oversight and guidance. Thirdly, while knowledge sharing is a critical aspect of South-South and triangular cooperation, it requires adequate guidelines to contribute meaningfully to development solutions. There is a need for continuous learning and involving implementers and end users to sustain impact. In this regard, support by development partners to facilitate long-term engagements with participating countries in South-South and triangular cooperation remains key and vital, including on global issues like climate change, refugee management, global pandemic management, food security, to mention but a few. Furthermore, as I mentioned earlier, the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us a few lessons. These include how interconnected and interdependent our world has become. Its unprecedented negative effect on African economies included loss of up to over 100 million jobs in 2020 and disruptions of achievements in the education and health sectors of the SDGs implementation in general. Despite accounting for nearly 18% of the world's population, Africa only received about 1.6% of the global share of vaccines, the COVID-19 vaccines. And this was mainly through partners in the global south, including from countries like India and China, Brazil, and the rest. Given the COVID-19 impacts on Africa's socioeconomic development, we welcome South-South and triangular partnership support through a three-layered approach in this area, strengthening Africa's capacity to respond to COVID-19 through partnership with UN agencies and affiliates like the World Health Organization, support to the Africa CDC, building resilient and inclusive health and medical systems through technology transfer from the global south to one another, responding to socio-economic impacts of COVID-19 effectively. As I conclude, Mr. Moderator, Uganda looks forward to continued and stronger cooperation under the South-South and triangular cooperation to develop capacity that will accelerate socio-economic transformation in Africa. Uganda remains a strong player on the South-South scene and will be hosting the APRM second high-level forum on South-South and triangular cooperation in Kampala this November from the 28th to the 30th in this year. Uganda will also be the chair of the Non-Aligned Movement, the NAM, from the end of 2023 to 2026, taking over from Azerbaijan next year. This will include hosting the NAM Summit and the
I think we have lost
the G77 Summit 23. Cooperation in South-South and Triangle Cooperation Framework remains a strong pillar for the achievement of the 2030 Agenda and for the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union Agenda 2063, among others. I thank you, Mr. Moderator, and I look forward to sharing a little more of this when we get into the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think we got a great benefit from your remarks because you told us about how Africa is ready on the South-South cooperation agenda, but you also talked about Uganda, and then you went through the important issues relating the institutionalization of South-South cooperation, and you ended up with the recommendations. Thank you so much. I hope we have a chance to come back to some of those issues. May I now continue with Mr. Hao Liangshu, UN Assistant Secretary General, UNDP Assistant Administrator and Director of the Bureau for Policy and Program Support, to share your remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dennis. I think what Ambassador Manano said, really provides an excellent segue to what, I would like to emphasize, which is really what the session, right, is asking us to talk about, what can UN do to support the institutionalization of the South-South and the Triangle Cooperation. UNDP, like, all UN agencies present here and who are not here, our strategic plan takes South-South and the Triangular Cooperation very seriously. 20% of our projects worldwide, 4,500 of them, 20% of this report the explicit use of South-South Triangular Cooperation as a tool to achieve their objectives. But this session is really about institutionalization. So what are we doing? I just want to very quickly 2-3 points. One is that we focus a lot on the policies, right, the frameworks, and the kind of coordination issues and guidelines. Ambassador Manano talked about. We focus a lot on these kind of issues. Over the last 2 decades, we worked with many countries to accompany them through the process of exploring and establishing their aid agencies, some of which focus exclusively on South-Southern Triangular Cooperation. Right? In Eastern Europe, for example, we worked with many current EU member states when they were trying to, in the process of accession process, we worked with them to establish their aid agencies, and with the countries that had already established the aid agencies, we worked with them to explore further the legal and the regulatory frameworks so that they can operate more effectively. And I can mention, for example, countries like Turkey, right? They are very strong in their, sort of institutional setup, but we worked with them to accompany them so that, their discussion of the strategy and the policies, can benefit from international experience. Indonesia, for example, established the Indonesia Aid 2 years ago, but leading up to that, our country office in Jakarta worked very closely with the government, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to go through the process of consultation. And even, when it comes to China, right, when they were establishing the CITICO several years ago, again, we brought international experience, right, of, how developing countries have established the aid agencies to the Chinese debate. So this is something we do. And because of time is short, so I just mentioned 2 more points very quickly. We work very closely with the UN Office for South-South Cooperation on what we call this project, the South-South Thinkers, right, initiative. And we use that initiative, right, to give a voice, to southern countries, right, through studies, to also focus on the questions of institutionalization. Right. That initiative, think tank initiative, produced a lot of research and reports on how countries are thinking about the question of institutionalization, and produced a lot of relevant case studies. And the last point I want to talk now very briefly is the fact that UNDP is also working with OECD, right, to support the GPEDC initiative, Global Partnership for Effective Development and Cooperation. Right? In that context, what developing countries may have different views about this framework, but the partnership is about achieving development effectiveness through all forms of cooperation, which includes South-South and triangular cooperation. So in that context, we are supporting a number of countries to go through experiment or some kind of self-assessment, right, on how they can measure the effectiveness of the South-South cooperation, right, based on the GPDC principles to achieve the goals of development effectiveness. Right. So there will be a summit in I think in December, right, 12th to 14th in Geneva of GPEDC. We hope that this kind of support to, for example, Cabo Verde, Kenya, Rwanda, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and so forth, right? We also, produce evidence, information to support, more institutionalized approach in developing countries to support South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation and their effectiveness. So I will stop here for now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw, for your discussing how UNDP helps to build capacities, how it's partnering with the UN Office for South-South Cooperation on global thinkers, and the last part about your collaboration with OECD on development effectiveness. Thank you so much. I now invite Mr. Luis F. Yanes, who is the Secretary of ECLAC, and he'll be sharing his thoughts virtually on video. Thank you, Mr. Luis Yanes. The floor is yours. Development effectiveness. Thank you so much. I now invite Mr. Luis F. Yanes, who is the Secretary of ECLAC, and he'll be sharing his thoughts virtually on video. Thank you, Mr. Luis Yanes. The floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días desde Santiago de Chile. It's early morning here.
I now invite Mr. Luis F.
Quisiera
Yanes,
referirme a dos
and he'll be sharing his
iniciativas que está desarrollando la CEPAL para en el marco de la estrategia de cooperación sur-sur.
Buenos días desde Santiago de Chile.
La primera de ellas tiene que ver con el establecimiento de la conferencia regional sobre cooperación sur-sur de América Latina y el Caribe. Iniciativas en plena crisis del COVID-19, los miembros de la CEPAL destacaron la oportunidad y conveniencia de establecer la conferencia regional sobre cooperación sur-sur en la CEPAL, con el fin de renovar y fortalecer sus actividades e impulsar una mayor cooperación para el desarrollo entre los países de la región y con otras regiones del mundo. Asimismo, los países expresaron que dado el impacto de la pandemia, era el momento idóneo para llevar a cabo dicho cambio institucional, coordinando que solamente a través de la solidaridad, la cooperación internacional y el intercambio de experiencias y el fortalecimiento de las instituciones sería posible implementar la Agenda 2030. Así, en el marco de la década de acción y del Plan de Naciones Unidas para el fortalecimiento
We need the technical person to sort that out. continue. But unfortunately, he's still speaking. Need the technical person to if you can hear me, we cannot hear you. So we're going to try to fix our problem and then come back to you. Please, if you don't mind.
Okay, is possible to speak now? I received your.
Unfortunately, he's still speaking.
Okay, don't worry.
We can
the technical person to
you can hear me. We
I
cannot
understand the
hear
situation.
you.
Don't worry.
So
don't
we're
worry.
going to try to fix our. So if you bear with us, we'll have the technical people looking into it. If you don't mind. And
No, don't
meanwhile,
worry.
we go to the next
Is
panelist.
possible to speak now?
Gracias.
I received.
So I'm pleased to invite Ms. Rivers Kilgard, OIC DDG for Field Operations and Partnership Portfolio and Director of Partnerships and Field Support Department of the International Labour Organization to share her initial remarks. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Dennis. And also very much happy to be here with all the co-panelists. So it's a pleasure for the ILO to be here. I think it's extremely important what you said, that we frame this in the context of what we heard from the Uganda ambassador. Thank you very much for that contribution. And I want to then try to take that context and again look at how the system-wide strategy for South-South cooperation, as well as the UN development system reform, really can provide us not only opportunities, but also necessities of what the UN agencies need to do to really facilitate that we have a good and enabling ecosystem for South-South cooperation. And when I look at that, there would be 6 points I would like to highlight. I think it is extremely important that the UN collectively plays to its comparative advantages. And that also includes that we bring to the table, especially the human rights and the normative work that the UN really can contribute with. And that we are using that as this level playing field that is also the foundation of what the UN can contribute to when we implement the SDGs. The second point I want to highlight is that we need, as the UN, to really, I would say, both facilitate, but also to ensure that we are including all voices in what we are doing. And of course, I'm from the ILO, so this would mean that the inclusiveness of not only our line ministry, but also, as the ambassador said, many other ministries, but also the real economy players, the workers and the employers, is absolutely crucial. That ensures us both inclusiveness, but at the same time, I think it's equally important to highlight that that inclusiveness also provides us as supporters of South-South cooperation and outreach by including everyone. Now, the third point I want to highlight is, and again, Dennis, you have highlighted very much the importance of Papa Plus 40 framework. This is crucial, and it gives us a both strategic but also a visionary framework that guides how the UN should support on South-South cooperation. And including in that, I think, is really strategic, the emphasis, and my previous speaker has highlighted this as well, how we are really looking at monitoring and also measuring what we are offering through our South-South cooperation, including what it brings of impact. My fourth point would be a call for all of the UN agencies to institutionalize its approach to South-South cooperation. And what would that mean? That would mean that we have dedicated teams working for South-South cooperation. It would mean that we have a budget in place to support it. And of course, that we also have a strategy that guides us on how we take forward the South-South cooperation. My fifth point would be that we need to use the South-South cooperation vehicle not in just a few policy or strategic areas, but all. There is not a strategic priority that would not merit and could benefit from South-South cooperation. So working across all our priorities, using South-South cooperation as a very complementary vehicle to other development cooperation interventions is absolutely fundamental. My last point is that we need to really also collectively, coherently, both communicate but also disseminate the learning, including what we are doing in the expo we have here, hosted by Thailand so eloquently and well. We have to share. And in that communication and dissemination, I especially want to highlight the interactiveness of our sharing. So what we are sharing in a network needs to also give an opportunity for interaction, and the networks need to be able to communicate, disseminate interactively within their networks and between networks. And with that, I would like to conclude for now, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kilgard, for those very clear 6 points, and they don't need to be summarized. They are recommendations for the UN system to support South-South cooperation. With that, I would like to move to the next speaker, Ms. Gita Sabarwa, who is the UN Resident Coordinator for Thailand, to share her views. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Dennis. And I know we are running out of time, right? So from 6, I'm going to halve that. I'm going to come to 3 points that I believe we all need to bear in mind. But before I do that, I wanted to thank you for inviting me to share my perspective. As the UN country team integrates South-South triangular cooperation into the cooperation framework. We are also in a country which we have to acknowledge, which is very strongly committed to South-South triangular cooperation with a long-running, well-developed focus on these issues. And you've got a full-fledged agency like TICA, which sits within the framework, institutional framework of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, leading this whole agenda and offering and taking the whole of, championing the whole of government approach. Right? Now, having said this, I want to speak to 3 things that we are doing to integrate South-South cooperation into our cooperation framework, and your office has offered us very discreet yet substantive technical assistance to make this possible. The first thing that we did is to undertake a baseline inventory and assessment of South-South triangular cooperation projects in very close coordination with TICA. And it was an eye-opener. The assessment was an eye-opener because it helped us understand that we had over 70 South-South cooperation activities. Most of them were one-off, most of them were short-term, and only 1 in 10 were undertaken in coordination with TICA, which means that we weren't leveraging the national development system fully as we should be, right? So in many ways, the assessment provided the country team the opportunity to step back and build consensus on where the challenges lay, right? And it also helped us draw out what is it that we as a country team need to be doing differently. Based on which we move to our second step, which is repositioning our strategy for South-South triangular cooperation together with TICA and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And there were 3 things that we did under that. 1, we took the decision that we would align our South-South cooperation to the 3 outcomes that sit within the cooperation framework, right? So the 3 outcomes are low carbon economy, human capital development, and addressing inequality. So we decided we needed one flagship where the country team brings to bear its integrated offer to addressing that challenge, right? The second thing that we decided that we would invest, these flagships would be more medium term. We wouldn't, medium to long term, we wouldn't have these one-off initiatives. It would be something that takes us over a period of 3 to 5 years. And thirdly, we decided we wanted to leverage Thailand's role as a provider for South-South cooperation and where required as a recipient as well for South-South triangular cooperation. So those were the 3 things that we tweaked our strategy around. And linked to that, the themes that we are in the process of identifying together again with TICA, focus on firstly the biocircular green economy, which many of you know is the theme in many ways, is aligned to the theme of the upcoming APEC summit that Thailand hosts. And under that, we want to see how we can bring to bear transformative technology for low carbon growth, sustainable tourism, sustainable financing, amongst other issues, right? But that's the kind of, the transformative agenda that we want to invest in. The second theme potentially is around migrants, given that migrants are, they contribute to the growth, to the GDP of the country. And we want to see how we can use technology to help build capacities, address some of their vulnerabilities to protect the labor rights, and also see how we can integrate business and human rights in our engagement with the private sector in that context. And the third potential theme is the VNRs, the voluntary national reviews. You've got a country here in Thailand that has been undertaking the VNR every year since 2017. They have loads of experience and expertise around this. They're using the VNRs to monitor their SDGs, right? And using both quantitative and qualitative data for that. We feel that is a space where they can they can be a regional leader and support other countries as they undertake take forward their VNR. So, and my third element of our three-pronged strategy focuses on measuring returns, social returns to investments that we are making around in South-South Triangular Cooperation. We do not have a standard methodology so far, but we want to leverage the work that UNFPA has undertaken around social returns to investment, where this methodology is showing that every dollar that you invest results in a return of social returns of $4 in the context of Lao PDR, where they are training midwives, where they are training traditional birth attendants, right? So we want to see if we can leverage that technology, that methodology, to understand the impact of our South-South Triangular Cooperation flagship initiatives that we hopefully will soon have agreed together with TICA and the government of Thailand. So I'm going to pause there, Dennis, and hand it back to you.
Thank you very much, Resident Coordinator, for giving us very specific example of how you have integrated South-South cooperation in the work that you're doing in Thailand. Before I go to the last speaker, I want to make an announcement that you can prepare for Q&A after the last speaker because we don't have much time. And now, with that, I would like to move on to the final panelist, Mr. Oliver Pattison, who is the Chief Country with Special Needs Section in ESCAP. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dennis, very much. And I'm very pleased here today to be on this panel. I'd like to maybe pick up on a point that Geeta just made when she highlighted the experience and the expertise of Thailand in preparing the VNRs, because what I wanted to do here today is to highlight a little bit how ESCAP has been supporting South-South cooperation through its innovative voluntary national review twinning program. This focuses on voluntary national reviews and implementing the SDGs, and the VNRs that countries prepare every 3 to 4 years to present at the HLPF. And ESCAP has come up with a program where we support countries to share and learn from each other. We create a space and facilitate exchanges for these countries. We've had so far 4 twinning partnerships. We had in 2020 Kyrgyzstan and Armenia, as well as Uzbekistan and Georgia. And this year we had twinning between Sri Lanka and Pakistan and Tuvalu and Philippines. Now, there are essentially 3 main goals of this program. One is to strengthen the VNR preparation process. to provide a platform for countries to share tips and learn from each other on how to do this through South-South cooperation. This year, for example, Sri Lanka and Pakistan, which were facing similar challenges, provided very frank perspectives on the initial drafts of the VNRs. That was incredibly helpful, I think, for these countries to finalize the VNRs. But of course, we want to go beyond exchanging tips for how to establish the VNRs, but we want to create partnerships that actually go beyond the VNR process. And we ultimately also want to strengthen leadership on the SDGs. So maybe just to highlight five key elements for this twinning. We're connecting the countries, and I think this year we may try to have a triangular cooperation where we're connecting 3 of the countries in our region. We have 11, which will be presenting the VNRs. And we want to bring together stakeholders, but not only stakeholders that are the VNR coordination bodies, but we also want to bring the CSOs together, the private sector, parliamentarians. I think that's an important element of this. We usually organize study tours between these countries. And I think the peer review element is the most important element. Countries are very honest in our experience. They don't hold back. They do share views once they've created this trust. And I think it provides also a good platform for the countries to present their VNRs at the HLPF at the same time and to organize some joint activities. There is some real benefit for the countries through this experiential learning. We saw that, for instance, in the case of Uzbekistan, where Uzbekistan learned from Georgia how it was involving its parliamentarians in the SDG monitoring and in the VNR process, and they actually revisited their process and have now included Parliament in this whole process. Maybe to come to closing reflections in the interest of time. As I said, we have 11 countries this year from our region who will be presenting the VNRs at the next HLPF, so we're keen to explore different types of partnerships between these countries. And we want to identify new arrangements to see what countries can actually get out of this, listening to them, talking to them, what do they expect from this partnership. ESCAP has been organizing sub-regional forums for sustainable development. The first one started in Mongolia last week. And we're using this as platforms to kickstart the twinning, where we're bringing countries together. We have a sub-regional meeting in Almaty next month, and 3 of the VNR presenting countries will participate there. So we're seeing how we can maybe bring them together. We're still learning about this process ourselves, learning from feedback of countries, but I think it is an interesting pathway maybe to strengthen the South-South cooperation between countries. Thanks. I'll hand it back to you. Thank you, Dennis.
Thanks, Mr. Patterson, for those remarks. I think a lot of people will be interested in this South-South cooperation, in learning from each other on the VNR processes. I don't see Mr. Yanes, so I think we move on to the next stage of this discussion. We had prepared questions for the panel, but quite frankly, I believe that your questions are more important, and we have such a very eminent panel who can answer your questions. So may I see if there's anybody interested in posing some questions? Yes, I see Seb, yeah. Maybe we can take 2 or 3 questions. Anybody else? I can't see that.
Irina.
Okay. Oh, okay. So maybe let's take the questions in that order. We start with Sepia.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would like to thank all panelists on a really interesting panel. And I would like to use this opportunity to underline once again what the Assistant Secretary General of UN said about developing structures for implementing development cooperation in the countries which are still developing this. So, for instance, we have a great cooperation with UNDP in Serbia. We are now in position that we are still a country which receiving developing aid, but we also start to be a country which is providing the developing aid. And in a matter of fact, the Serbia in reality is a developing aid donor, but on ad hoc basis. So we use opportunity and great cooperation with UNDP Country Office Serbia to provide us with best know-how and huge amount of worldwide knowledge on how to develop and how to create the Serbian law, which is now in draft, which will go to the parliament session, we hope, on this fall. And we will introduce the system of providing the aid and humanitarian and development aid to all friend countries and countries in development. So I think that what UNDP started to do with countries which are on similar level like Serbia is really important. And there is no unique case, and that is what is good with the approach of UNDP, because we just assume altogether that in this moment our aid is not that big, that we need to find a new agency which will actually spend the money which we can use for the for development aid. So we decided to put our body to be in General Secretariat of the government as a central governmental body, and this was introduced as a new model, which was never implemented like that. So I think that what is also important, not just to provide help, but also to build capacity in all countries, not just to accept, but also to develop capacities to provide help to others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this was directed at Mr. Haolian Chu. Would you like to respond?
Yeah, I don't think it is a question per se, but it just demonstrates the need, for continued support, right? But it is a process. It's not what the UN tells countries what to do, but there's a demand, a desire from the countries to develop this area. So I think I can only support what the delegate from Serbia is saying. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We move to the delegate who had wanted to ask a
from
question.
Irina, right? I think.
Irina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I have one or two questions on...
Excuse me, if you can move closer to the mic, sir.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay. So I have one or two questions to the panelists. First of all, Irina is not part of the UN per se, but you work closely with many UN entities, and I'm happy to see Mr. Zhu among us today. You have a very good relationship with UNDP and other entities. So the question is, in the reporting on South-South cooperation, since you mentioned the action plan and so on, is it possible also to take into consideration the partnerships with that many entities, many UN entities have with external intergovernmental organizations like IRENA, taking into consideration also the fact that we are part of the UN energy, and energy is part of one of the most critical issues the UN wants to tackle right now. The other question is about the reporting as well. How do you see the changes that could happen in the reports the US, the Secretary General presents to the second committee each year? Do you expect or do you foresee radical changes on the basis of the action plan you are implementing right now? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the panel who would like to take, there are two questions on reporting, and I saw Ms. Kilgard writing, so can I ask you maybe to respond?
Thank you very much. Well, I'm writing it down because I think your question really speaks to things that ILO believes strongly in. So what I can is share the perspective from the ILO, but there may be other panelists that also want to share. thoughts. So my point on this would be that it is very important to report on this. And the way we go about it is that it's integral to how we are providing and using development cooperation, including South-South cooperation as a complementary way in the way we are delivering our overall strategic priorities. And there we are very accountable to the member states. They've told us what we need to deliver. So we do report in that sense, and we do it in every biennium. And if I heard your question well, the second question, then it's linked to then what happens and what comes out of it, if I understand your question correctly. And again, in each of what we are areas of results and impact areas we have for ILO, we know which part is attributable to South-South cooperation, if I may say. But that's my hearing of your questions, and I wrote it down because I really appreciate these questions. But that's just from my point of view, from an ILO point of view, Dennis. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see that the ambassador has got her hand up. May I call on you, Ambassador? The floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. I just wanted to add a few comments to the contribution by the colleague from Serbia and also from Irena. Regarding the work of UNDP, I want to also add my voice that UNDP is actually very, very strong on the grounds regarding South-South cooperation collaboration. I wanted to share the experience of Uganda once again. Uganda government, through the Office of the Prime Minister, works very closely with UNDP in coming up with our VNR reports. We're actually preparing one for 2023. And we last presented in 2020. We've been working very, very closely with the UNDP country office here in Kampala, including the resident coordinator office, by the way. We've been working very closely with the RRCs as well, while working on our preparations for the VNR, but also while working on support for other social development activities. Regarding the question from the colleague from Irena, and particularly SG's report, the Secretary General's report to the second committee, I would like to propose that the South-South office should ensure that we have a bigger voice in that report. We should have a bigger chapter, if that's the word I can use, in the SG's report to the second committee in regard to South-South and triangular cooperation, building, of course, on BAPA Plus, but also on the fact that the UN agencies have been working very closely with member states in support for the implementation of the SDGs. And where there are gaps, they've been coming in to coordinate with governments. In particular, I also want to share, Mr. Moderator, how closely Uganda government has been working with UNHCR in the management of refugees. We are known as one of the biggest refugee recipient countries in Africa. And we've been working very, very closely with UNHCR in that regard, apart from a number of other member states in the region and also globally. So I just wanted to share those few remarks, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think we have run out of time. So what I would like to do is to give each panelist about 1 minute to summarize, either respond to the questions or give us, I know you gave us some recommendations, but if above all the recommendations that you gave, you want to emphasize some, this may be your opportunity. May I reverse the order this time and start with my colleague to the left?
Thank you very much. Well, I think I highlighted this twinning program of the voluntary national reviews, and as I said, this has been a learning experience for countries preparing VNRs and also for ESCAP. There has been a lot of interest in this program also from other regions, I think. So one idea that we are looking at is how to take this forward, how to have broader twinning and how to also have this kind of South-South cooperation in or between other regions. So that would be my comment from here now, just to highlight that South-South cooperation is a learning process, of course, and also as a UN entity, we also continue learning. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. Dennis, my last word is in the area of South-South. I think the UN system can do much more on to tackle the agenda of climate change in the context of South-South Triangular Cooperation. The whole area of green jobs, biocircular green economy, reducing carbon emissions, smart agriculture, precision agriculture, sustainable financing. I think this is where we need to see more of South-South Triangular Cooperation happening in the future if we are serious about tackling the triple planetary crisis.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think from an ILO point of view, the last or the summary point on this is that there is no limit to what we can and should do applying South-South cooperation to the various areas in the SDG and in what countries are asking of the UN. And we need to continue working very closely together within the UN to make sure that the best practices keep rising its bar on what is good South-South cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. If people see me looking at myself on a live screen, they must think I'm very impolite. But I'm trying to find some information to answer, the question that Irina raised, which is really important. That is essentially, one area where, the member states do not yet have a consensus in relation to how to measure the inputs and impact of South-South cooperation. There has been proposals, for example, for member states to use OECD systems of DAC reporting, right? But some developing countries do not agree, right, because of their positions and the perspectives. But then, GPEDC, as I mentioned earlier, right, which the Busan, framework of agreement was agreed by 160 countries and 56 international organizations. I'm not sure if Irina was there, probably is there, which is looking at all forms of collaboration. So there is a question of, how do you achieve some level of harmonization in terms of measurement of, inputs into South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, and the measurement of the impact of South-South cooperation. Right? Now, in this regard, the 2 points I think are probably relevant. One is that I think UN Office of South-South Cooperation, UNDP, and the UNFPA are working together on, I think, some kind of framework, right, for the monitoring and the evaluation of the UN system-wide strategy for South-South and triangular cooperation for sustainable development. So there's some work going on within the UN to look at this issue of the impact of our own work. But I think a point more relevant to your question is that there has been some recent movement in the UN Statistics Commission in its subgroup on the measurement of South-South and triangular cooperation, where member states like Brazil has made a proposal on how to move forward on this issue. And the agreement is that countries can volunteer and to experiment, right, on this issue, to learn lessons and to accumulate data, evidence on this question. So, with the question you're asking, there's some work going on. So I think for us, what could be useful is to really make use of the platforms, right? There's a groupings like ECOSOC, obviously, right? The second committee in the General Assembly to drive further discussions of this, and also Statistics Commission. UNCTAD, is a custodian of, this. I think in the SDG 17, there's an indicator about measuring different kinds of, financial inputs, additional inputs into achieving SDGs. So UNCTAD is also very much invested in these kind of issues. So more work is needed. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll go to the ambassador for her last word.
Thank you so much, Dennis. In my final conclusions, really, I have a few points to mention. First of all, recommendations. I would recommend that the UN Secretary General should reach out more to the G7 and the bigger groups to promote the triangular aspect as well of the South-South cooperation, because we focused on the South-South, but we have that triangular angle, which also needs to be boosted up. So SG could use his good offices to promote the triangular part by encouraging the G7 countries to always implement what they commit to. Secondly, the colleague from UNDP just mentioned that UNCTAD. It was also on my radar. I would like to encourage UNCTAD to work closely with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which was signed just 2 years ago. That's at the regional level of the cooperation. I know there is some work going on already between the two that could also be promoted further. And of course, like I said, the resident coordinator offices are a very good tool through which to promote South-South cooperation as well. In Uganda, like I mentioned earlier, the resident coordinator, the UN resident coordinator, and the UNDP res reps have been working very closely with the government of Uganda in promoting a lot of issues, but particularly the SDGs and their implementation. So there is a lot of room for UN agencies, funds, and programs to work with member states in pushing the South-South agenda, including particularly in the area of climate change, like the res rep from Thailand just said. Climate change is one of the biggest threats of our time. The global pandemic on COVID was a very big threat, which still reminded us of how vulnerable we are and how much we need partnerships to confront such international disasters. We've all been watching the very devastating effects of climate change, which has caught up with us all over the world, from Asia to Africa to Europe to the rest of the world. So there is an urgency in how we can work on combating climate change. And I believe strongly that the South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation is a very good platform through which such global effects or global issues can be handled. I believe that the funds and programs of the UN have a big stake, and a lot already is being done, but much more can still be done. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much. With that, I should inform you that we have another session in which we're going to be summarizing the outcomes from this session. And for that reason, I would not take any more time to try to summarize. And then the second point I wanted to make is that this has been an excellent discussion. And we will prepare a report and carry on the conversation. We'll come back to you in areas where we need clarification, but certainly we'll make sure that this discussion was not in vain. We're going to carry it forward. So on behalf of the excellencies and the audience, may I thank the panelists for your contributions and declare this session completed. Thank you so much.
distinguished delegates, Director Generals, online guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eiji Wakamatsu, Director of Office for Global Issues and Development Partnerships at Japan International Cooperation Agency. It is an honor to moderate this session 4 on multi-stakeholders engagement and coordination for South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation. Thank you to the DG organizers, Islamic Development Bank and the UN Office for South-South Cooperation, and the co-hosts, the Government of Thailand and the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. This fourth session will explore how to build capacities of different stakeholders around South-South and triangular cooperation. What policy options are needed, and how to support enabling environment needed for multi-stakeholder partnerships in South-South triangular cooperation. We have a very distinguished and dynamic panel, in person and online. These distinguished speakers who have agreed to share with us their wealth of knowledge. We will hear from these experts and discuss the following 3 questions. What are the examples of good practices around building and managing multi-stakeholder partnerships and coordination while facilitating South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation? 2, what are the benefits and barriers of engaging multi-stakeholders in South-South cooperation? And 3, how can we increase understanding of and building capacity of effective multi-stakeholder partnerships among all South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation stakeholders? I will have to apologize in advance if I may have to ask you to summarize if it goes over 5 minutes. I will remind you if we pass the last 1 minute mark. Now I would like to introduce the distinguished participants. First, to my left is His Excellency Ambassador Imad Zuhairi, Director General of Palestinian International Cooperation Agency, PICA. Ambassador Zuhairi is also Assistant Minister for International Cooperation based at the Palestinian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates. Ambassador joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates in the State of Palestine in 1995. He previously served as Head of Cabinet of the Deputy Minister for International Cooperation, as Deputy Director General of the European Department, and as the Director of Communications and Press Office in the Cabinet of Minister of Foreign Affairs. And to his left is Ambassador Luisa Lopez, Vice Director of Brazilian Cooperation Agency, ABC. Ambassador Luisa Lopez has worked in various areas in the Brazilian Foreign Ministry in Brasilia, including trade promotion, multilateral issues, Asian affairs, cooperation against transnational organized crime, consular affairs, and policies for assisting Brazilian communities abroad. As a career diplomat, Ambassador Luisa Lopez has been posted to Tel Aviv, Kuala Lumpur, and Washington. And to her left is Dr. Sudarat Damrong Watanapokin. Dr. Sudarat currently serves as Senior Advisor to the Office of International Cooperation, Department of Disease Control, Minister of Public Health in Thailand, and the Southeast Asia One Health University Network. Dr. Sudarat actively engages in advocating and fostering multi-sectoral coordination, collaboration, and networking, One Health education, training, and capacity strengthening at national, subnational, national, and regional levels. And to her left is Ms. Lauren Landis. She's the representative of country director for Kenya World Food Program. Ms. Landis has spent her career working in the field of relief and development, with extensive career working in the US government, NGOs, and the UN system. Before her appointment as representative and country director for WFP Kenya office, She served as WFP's Director for Nutrition, the WFP country representative in Chad, as well as Chief of Staff and Director of the Office of Executive Director for the World Food Programme. And joining us online is Mr. Patrick Mugirwa. Did I say that correctly? I hope so. Mr. Mugirwa currently works at the Officer in Charge of Partnership in Population and Development, PPD, and at the same time as Program Manager of its African Regional Office. Mr. Mugirwa also worked as a Senior National Program Officer with the Uganda's National Population Council, where he spearheaded the development of government of Uganda, fifth country program on thematic areas of reproductive health, population, and development strategy. And also online is Ms. Yufeng Lee. Ms. Yufeng Lee is currently Senior Advisor on South-South Cooperation and Development Finance of the Geneva-based South Center. She has worked in the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development from 1990 to 2014. Before joining the United Nations, she was a lecturer at the University of International Business and Economics in Beijing. And lastly, to my far left is Ms. Rashmi Banga. Ms. Rashmi Banga is a Senior Economic Affairs Officer of the Unit on Economic Cooperation and Integration among Developing Countries, Division of Globalization and Development Strategies, UNCTAD. She is former advisor and head trade competitiveness in Commonwealth Secretariat, where the section provided policy support to more than 30 countries. Now, without further ado, we would like to start presentation by each speaker. Ambassador, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In my turn, I would like to welcome the esteemed panelists and the distinguished presence, and to extend my deepest appreciation for the organizers of this important event. Actually, PICA is created as a result of Palestine's will to mobilize its human and institutional resources, expertise, and know-how in the service of solidarity, technical assistance, and the international development cooperation agenda. It is mandated to provide a new platform for enhancing international development cooperation with the support of Palestinian stakeholders and dispatching qualified Palestinian expertise to provide technical assistance as expression of sharing and solidarity with the countries from the South. The agency and its team are mandated from the highest political authority of the State of Palestine, that is His Excellency the President, through a presidential decree, which is a foundational document. The decree empowers PICA to deliver development solutions to partner countries and emphasize the importance of South-South and triangular cooperation as a framework for enhancing cooperation, dialogue, and solidarity among nations of the Global South. Strategically, PICA adapts South-South and triangular cooperation mechanisms as the main reference to its international cooperation framework. In the first phase of its strategy, 2018-2020, the focus has been shaped towards a partnership-driven approach, which focuses both on technical assistance and on connecting existing and emerging capacities through South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation mechanisms. This approach, which integrates partnerships, innovation, and knowledge exchange as key pillars, is designed to enable PICA to achieve rapid gains while maximizing cost effectiveness and stimulating local ownership and sustainability. The agency relies in its work on a network of specialized Palestinian expertise in their various locations in Palestine and in the diaspora. The diaspora counts highly skilled individuals, resource persons who speak a range of diverse languages, local cultural knowledge, and the potential for financial contributions from high net worth individuals, companies, and others. In addition to this immediate potential, engaging the Palestinian diaspora is a gateway for PICA to open doors with communities, governments, the private sector, and more in the cooperation countries. We consider the private sector as a fundamental partner and seeks to create robust partnerships with the Palestinian private sector inside Palestine and in the diaspora to initiate and implement strategic projects across different geographical locations. The Palestinian businessmen, both inside and outside, have provided great examples of entrepreneurships and resilience that could be transferred to other places. Successful partnerships that include both the private and the public sectors play a crucial role in scaling up the development impact of projects in targeted countries by bringing together the different technical, operational, and financial capabilities of the different stakeholders involved in the design and implementation of these partnerships. The Palestinian businessmen are known for their hard work and could be relied upon to support crucial projects that target vulnerable communities, especially in critical fields such as health and education. In today's world, we face severe development challenges that require innovative solutions and greater investment in building resilience and cooperation mechanisms. Palestinian entrepreneurs have not only been able to achieve remarkable success stories that deserve recognition from regional international organizations, they have also built impactful and scalable startups that provide innovative tech-based solutions to some of the most complex challenges. Since partnerships are the most important feature of the international work of PICA, the agency was able to achieve a very wide number of partnerships at the local, regional, and international levels. Last but not least, innovation. We believe that innovation enables us to become highly capable in implementing cooperation projects, especially when managing risk and unpredictable crises. We have launched an initiative called Busala Innovation Challenge in partnership with the Higher Council for Innovation and Excellence. Its creation serves as a multi-stakeholder initiative that aims to provide a platform for Palestinian innovators and entrepreneurial teams to apply, test, and scale their innovative solutions and help address global development challenges. In other words, the initiatives seek to cooperate with partners from the public, private, and civil society sectors to co-organize annual competitions that enable the participants to offer creative solutions to target one or more of the SDGs, which also serves the 2030 agenda and the global efforts in creating a more resilient world. This ambitious initiative aims to create impact at home and abroad and add value to the Palestinian entrepreneurial ecosystem by providing a platform for Palestinian innovators and entrepreneurs to apply, test, and scale their innovative solutions while helping to address some of the world's most complex development challenges. Importantly, the ultimate target of this initiative is to become a bridge that connects Palestinian innovation with the development needs of marginalized communities across the developing world, thus contributing to the realization of the SDGs and the 2030 Global Development Agenda. Palestine is not a donor country in the traditional sense, and it is difficult at the present time to be so, as a result of decades of occupation and deliberate deprivation in various fields of development. However, PICA represents a driving force of positivity, reciprocity with partners in the global South. I wish to extend once again my deepest appreciation for the organizers and for your involvement in this very important event. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Ambassador Zuhairi. And I think you have shared with us a video of the Busala. Can I ask the colleagues to... Thank you, Ambassador, for sharing the impressive and innovative Busala Innovation Challenge, and also how you work across the governments and private sector as well as civil society organizations. Thank you, Ambassador. Next, may I ask Ambassador Luisa Lopez, Vice Director, Brazilian Cooperation Agency. And after Ambassador, may I ask Ms. Lauren Landers to speak, because Lauren has to catch the flight after this. So, Ambassador, please, you have the floor.
Mr. Moderator, colleagues in the panel, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As per suggestion of the organizers, this presentation will center on multi-stakeholders in international cooperation from the perspective of the Brazilian Cooperation Agency, which I represent here today. I will start this brief intervention focusing on our domestic partners in Brazil, partners with which we work in international cooperation, and how we are gradually building a Brazilian network. We believe that multi-stakeholding starts at home. We have to do our homework before we are able to assist other countries. This domestic network in Brazil was formed actually quite spontaneously and without any deliberate plan. And I will briefly tell how it started. When the Brazilian Cooperation Agency was created in the late 1980s, it recruited at first other governmental institutions to collaborate with its first projects, which were mainly focused on agriculture and health. In the case of agriculture, the partnership with Embrapa, the Brazilian Research Corporation in Agriculture, remained our exclusive partner for many years. That is from the late 1980s until 2013. But as the agenda of international cooperation in agriculture and other areas grew, it became so heavy for this partner to cope with all the work that was added to their slot, that we had to start looking up for other partners to help to do all the work and carry out the projects. And this was very positive, because since Embrapa couldn't handle all the work which was multiplying worldwide with requests of assistance from many countries in different regions, it forced us to go and search for other partners, and it was a wonderful opportunity. In this process, we realized the great potential of our universities in Brazil. They received the government's invitation with arms wide open, immediately realizing that it would result for them in new challenges and opportunities in the areas of research and exchange and establishment of contacts with other institutions abroad. So they embraced it. Since then, the list of academic partners in Brazil has been gradually increasing. Today, we have partners in almost every one of the 26, 27 Brazilian states, if we include the district capital. Besides the universities, our networks includes today dozens of institutions which work in different areas. This list is constantly growing as needs and opportunity arise. It includes today as well partners at the subnational level from all states, and a large number, an increasing number actually, of municipalities. We have today over 100 local Brazilian partners able to give, add, and receive benefits in different areas of international cooperation: technological, social, political, cultural, and this list is always expanding. And these partnerships, they work in all models of cooperation. It's not exclusive for anyone. So it works in South-South, in trilateral, bilateral, and any other geometric form that may arise. I will now give one example of how this partnership fit into our cooperation scheme. mentioning the Brazilian cotton program with Africa, Latin America, and Caribbean. The group which carries on this project includes today the Brazilian public sector, that meaning the Brazilian Cooperation Agency, the Ministry of Agriculture, Embrapa, and other governmental institutions in this area. Brazilian private sector through the Brazilian Cotton Institute, Brazilian Academy, including many universities, as well as international organizations, including UNDP, FAO, ILO, and others. With this network of institutions, we have been able to benefit and assist 17 African countries, 7 Latin American countries, and soon the first Asian country, Pakistan. It shows how important it is to build a network on the side which is providing cooperation. We have to strengthen it in order to be robust and be able to multiply its effects. I will also mention a second case, and now it's not about domestic network. It's about sharing all this knowledge. This second case is about promotion and capacity development on the management of South-South and trilateral cooperation. This second case reflects another aspect of multi-stakeholding, focusing on Brazil's efforts to share its experiences with other countries. Over the years, our cooperation agency has been organizing training courses for our counterparts in other countries, aiming at the strengthening of their institutional capacities and sharing some of our experiences, which every now and then have some component which makes us unique, because we cooperate with so many regions, and some countries are have such specific needs. Once again, Brazil recruited local partners and organized 2 phases of training courses. We are in the second phase now, which included 2 training courses, one in 2021 in the middle of the pandemic, in the virtual mode, and the second one 2 weeks ago, in which we received representatives from 20 countries, including our host, Thailand. And it was a wonderful experience after 2 years of distance and isolation for the first time in so many months, to meet together and resume our work. In conclusion, the benefits of partnerships, domestic and international, are many. In the case of domestic partnerships, which enable us to share all our knowledge so far, we believe it increases the chances of sustainability of the projects in Brazil, since so many institutions contribute and benefit from the experience. So there are many parties which want us to go on, because they are now a part of this. They believe in these projects as much as the government does. It also increases transparency in Brazil and critical observation, which is always very healthy, allowing various partners to think about the problems and suggest improvements. As final considerations, I would like to mention that to us, international cooperation is a work in progress. We know, we are very much aware that we are in a learning process, and everything is so recent. 30 years is a very little space of time. We are just beginning this process. As other countries, Brazil is always trying new formats and new ways to improve its efforts. Many practices have already been tested and approved as successful and rewarding. However, these partnerships, and I'm talking about the domestic partnerships which enable us to spread our wings and assist a larger number of countries. They also present a few challenges and require a few conditions that we have identified so far to work properly. And now I'll mention just two of them. It works best when we have shared governance and decision making. And most important of all partners' interests must be compatible with the overall spirit of cooperation present in the main international framework which guides cooperation globally. These are just a few of the conditions which Brazil has identified so far in this field of international cooperation, which helps us to go on learning and growing in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Luisa Lopez. Very inspiring story about doing our homework, building networks at home, as well as working with international organizations. Thank you very much. May I ask Lauren to take the floor? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for including me in this very distinguished panel this afternoon to share some operational experience from Kenya. And very much thank you for allowing me to jump the queue a bit. The traffic can be bad, so I want to get going as soon as possible. Allow me to also thank the UN Office for South-South, the Thai International Cooperation Agency, and the Islamic Development Bank for facilitating this session or this forum today. My goal today is to show you how an operational agency like the World Food Program, working in partnership with many players, can help build institutional capacity to improve food security and nutrition using South-South and triangular cooperation as kind of a key tool in our toolbox. Like many middle-income countries around the world, there are really two Kenyas. There's the Kenya that you probably know, the place you want to go on safari, the one that you know as being extremely tech-savvy and being very vibrant, a very vibrant economy in Eastern Africa. But Kenya is also the country where 36% of the population live on $1.90 a day, and where in the north, in the arid north, where WFP does most of its work, where Kenya is experiencing one of the greatest droughts over the past 40 years, which has resulted in very high levels of food insecurity and malnutrition. And this is where about 3.5 million people, particularly if we get another failed rainy season, are really fighting for their lives. It's really understanding these two Kenyans, the difference between them and the bridges that we need to build between them that is absolutely critical. Kenya is a middle-income country, but it can't reach its upper middle-income status until it builds that equity and inclusiveness that is required by bringing or building that bridge between these two different Kenyas. So how does WFP help Kenya to respond to food crises, malnutrition, but strengthen its resilience, build food systems, and make sure that the shocks it's experiencing doesn't set it back for all those hard-won development gains that it's achieved in recent years? And the real solution that I would offer you today is to build the capacity of Kenyan institutions. In other words, to take care of the job itself and get rid of WFP by making it completely redundant. So WFP, instead of being a responder to crises, is really becoming a broker of technical assistance, a broker of South-South cooperation, and a broker of institutional capacity building with government, private sector, academic institutions, etc. Let me give you, as fast as I can, sort of three quick examples. One would be school feeding, one I've used a couple of times this week, so I'll just touch on it very, very lightly. Kenya, WFP handed over school feeding to the government of Kenya in 2018. We only provide technical assistance and logistical support, some of those things. And now there is about 12 different countries that come to Kenya to understand how they built their full school feeding system and how they implement it on a daily basis. It has germanely evolved into a very thriving South-South opportunity where Kenya is both a sharer and a learner. Second example, social protection.
1 more minute, please.
Sure. Kenya has built a comprehensive system throughout Kenya, and it has really become an operational tool with multiple partners. And now this enhanced single registry has been something that others come to learn. Final example is a South-South flagship initiative with China, where WFP, FAO, and China have really worked to test models and technologies through South-South and triangle trade, which has really built post-harvest loss and food safety. So I will talk about later, if there's an opportunity, some of the lessons learned and challenges related to those sorts of initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren, and for sharing with us how WFP is becoming from a responder of crises to a broker, and also on your inspiring story about the school feeding and single registry cases. Thank you. May I move on to Dr. Sudarat? Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished panelists, moderator, delegate, and participant. And I would like to express my appreciation for the organizer to allow me to be here to share Thailand experience in implementing South-South and Triangular Cooperation Program. So today I would like to share with you on Thailand Health Development Cooperation. So Ministry of Public Health Thailand have been working hand in hand with our main international coordinator, Thailand International Cooperation Agency, TICA, to implement the development cooperation program with our partner in the country in various areas of public health, such as laboratory, clinical practices, and medical care, disease control, vaccination, global health policy, and border health cooperation, and many more. I would like to emphasize on the cross-border health cooperation, with Thailand working with with neighboring countries in the region for Cambodia, Laos, PDR, and Myanmar. The cooperation project have been started since 2014. The project on communicable disease surveillance, prevention, and control in border area, including emerging and re-emerging disease, or the short one, Border Health Project, aim to provide a platform in which all countries can work together to strengthen capacity of health personnel and set up the referral system between Thailand and neighboring countries. The key strategy is to match a province of Thailand and that of the neighboring country to the setting of the mechanism called Twin Hospital System. We have successfully paired over 14 twin hospitals, allow the Cambodia, Myanmar, and Laos PDR during the past 10 years. The next project, when COVID-19 emerging at the beginning of 2020, we recognize the need for international cooperation to mutually combat the COVID-19 pandemic, through consultation with our partner country, Cambodia, Laos, PDR, and Myanmar. the development cooperation program between Thailand and neighboring country on strengthening preparedness and response was initiated in March 2020 to ensure that our partner prepare and respond to the COVID-19, ensure their prompt public health measure, and to share knowledge and lessons learned from the frontline management, patient care, as well as prevention and control of community spread. Activities are focused in 3 phases. For short term, as the knowledge transfer and sharing experience, and the second for medium term to provide the urgency need medical and epidemiologist residency training program. And the last one for the long term is to set up the real-time PCR laboratory and provide quality management system for the long term. I would like to add furthermore for the medium-term project, include the capacity building for the migrant health volunteer in the border area, who play an important role.
1 more minute, please. 1 more minute.
In effective controlling the disease among the migrant workers who may not have easy access to the healthcare system. We organize the training on epidemiology for disease surveillance, prevention and control, and contact tracing for migrant health volunteers. The trainee from Laos, Myanmar, and Thailand. The trainee from Laos and Myanmar are migrant workers residing in Thailand who are now eligible to become qualified migrant health volunteers and will work as the buddy for village health volunteers to serve their own community. The curriculum was developed from the actual need on the ground and improved after each type of training. After the finalizing process, the curriculum will be translated into neighboring country language for migrant population. With the positive feedback, we plan to submit the curriculum to the Department of Health Service Support for the first certified course for the migrant health volunteer, and we are planning to further extend this course to partner countries. I must say that the successful outcome of this project are due to multi-stakeholder partnership. The relevant agency are ranging from TICA, the Department of Disease Control, the Provincial Public Health Office, and including the international NGO and local volunteer NGO, as well as the international organization. In summary, we would like to emphasize the inclusive development approach where all stakeholders and authority, both from the central and border area, are included. This is to ensure that any development project will match to do demand and suit the level of readiness for partner country. Thus, mutual benefit could be achieved and partner and recipient country could be able to continue the progress of the project sustainably in the long run.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sudarat, for sharing with us this very interesting case of a cross-border twin hospital as well as strengthening healthcare system, working across governments and with international partners and NGOs, and also volunteers. Thank you very much. And may I move on to Mr. Patrick Mugira. Thank you very much for waiting. Patrick, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator, for giving me the opportunity to speak, and also to add my voice to the rest who have thanked the organizers for this wonderful forum, but more especially for thanking you for involving PPD to be part of this and also to speak at this important meeting. I know you introduced me, but for purpose of this session, I would also add that the PPD, the organization I work with, was established to foster accelerated implementation of the ICPD in 1994 through South-South cooperation amongst its member countries who currently number 27. And therefore my speech will remain be anchored around implementation of commitments that anchor around productive health, population, and development. So I needed to be sharing this. I thought they were going to share for me. Oh dear.
Can you share his presentation? Good. Okay. Patrick, please wait for a moment. It's going to come on.
Can I share from here?
I think our tech colleagues will share the document. Please wait for a moment.
I see that I have the right to share. If you agree, moderator, I can share accordingly.
Okay. If you can share, please share. Thank you.
Okay. Are you able to see it now?
Yes, but it needs to be a slide format. Yes. Thank you.
Right. So in my introduction, I was saying that PPD was established to foster South-South cooperation in the areas of reproductive health, population, and development amongst its 26 member countries. And so my speech will be anchored around those three areas of reproductive health, population, and development. And a lot of the speeches we have heard since morning is really talking about the value of multi-stakeholder partnership, which is about bringing diverse actors from different sources, combining the mandates, resources, competencies, and experiences to really achieve a very common agenda or objective. And this is an appreciation that the commitments, for instance, the ICPD and the SDGs, they are not and cannot be implemented single-handedly because different sectors can come along with different levels of commitment and power relations, as well as centers. And therefore, it can't be one do it and achieve it all. And therefore, it becomes an imperative for multi-stakeholder partnership. What is important in this regard is making sure that moderating, facilitating, and coordinating partnership becomes an imperative if the real value for each formation are to be realized. I'll give an example of a multi-stakeholder partnership that has been facilitated by PPD, and this is the African Parliamentary Committee of Health, which we call NIAPACO. It's a regional parliamentary partnership that was formed in 2008 and has a membership of 26 African country parliaments. And the objective of this partnership is ensuring that the governments do account and implement commitments that they have assigned to, be it MDG, which have now transformed into SDGs, be it ICPD agenda, FP 2020, and other commitments. And this forum is facilitated by Secretariat, which is very well resourced with researchers, civil society organizations, media, and champions, with the value of making sure that the new information and practices that are coming on board are brokered and shared to facilitate their work. It is a very well-resourced partnership whereby member countries contribute to run the Secretariat, and they also actually contribute their own resources for participation in the coordination events that are implemented annually. One of the achievements is that there are several commitments which have been made over time with a view to advancing implementation of commitments that have been made by countries, and this is done and shared during the annual events that are organized and the rubric of this NIAPACO. They have also developed a monitoring and reporting framework so that they are able to report regularly based on the indicators that they identify as measures of success by being part of this partnership.
1 more minute.
What are some of the best practices that we have seen facilitate this partnership? One, the voluntary partnership based on shared responsibility. They are all legislators and therefore they're interested in seeing what is happening with their counterparts in other countries. They have clear and common objectives, as already mentioned. The objectives mainly looking at the regional commitments being implemented. They have a very clear governance structure with budgets, strategic plan, and personnel to make sure that things happen. But also they have some sustainability mechanisms that have been built, and key in this has been including the cracks, who are permanent employees of governments to be membership of this network. But also they have well organized and strong facilitators, which I've already alluded to. But we important to note also that they have dedicated resources coming from their fellow countries. They have staff, they have technical expertise, that do assist in making sure that the commitments are duly implemented and good practices are shared with the larger network of parliamentarians. Some of the key benefits that we have seen come out of this partnership evolve around greater in-country impact of work because they have access to networks and groups they can work with. They have also access to human resources, especially drawing from a wider pool of technical expertise, experience, and skills that are presented by peers whenever they meet annually. The issue of greater effectiveness because they have had opportunities to learn from each other and also improve on the way they work.
Patrick,
they are now better.
Please, start to wrap up, please.
Yes, I'm wrapping up. Negotiating powers with donors and governments, meaningful engagement has been enhanced, but they have also facilitated the having advocacy platforms that inspire and mobilize government and leaders to do act. But also it has helped open the gates for opportunities, facilitating more connections. But this has not been without challenges, which continue, especially dealing with policymakers, in the sense that they have different backgrounds, and therefore they come into a partnership when they're not in the same level of thinking and appreciation. There are frequent and high turnover of elected policymakers. Of course, there's always an environment to scarce resources, which come with competing needs, which also constrain the partnership. There are also issues like decision-making processes, which do not really embrace replication of good practices and really rely on political dispensations. But key also of the challenges has been who is driving the agenda, because every time they do convene, which is annual, the question always come up, who is driving this agenda? And therefore behind this, there are some constraints which seem to curtail the implementation and achievement of progress that the partnerships were formed around. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'll come back on the Q&A if time allows.
Yes, thank you so much, Patrick, for sharing with us very rich set of challenges as well as benefits of multi-sectoral, multi-stakeholder partnership that involves the Parliament, which is very unique to your case. Thank you very much. Let me go on to my last presenter, Ms. Rashmi Banga. But before Rashmi speaks, I think my ISDB colleague, I would like to make a short remark.
Thank you, Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to share some introductory remarks about the foresight paper on South-South and triangular cooperation. I would like to start by extending the Islamic Development Bank's sincere thanks and appreciation to the South Center, the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, and the UN Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, for the collaboration with us to make the foresight paper a reality. As you are aware, since 2020, the entire world has been facing numerous challenges, including the COVID-19 pandemic, and South-South and triangular cooperation is not an exception. Despite this challenging period, many opportunities have emerged and many lessons have been learned. These lessons and experience are very important to capture to allow us to brainstorm about the future of South-South and triangular cooperation. They can provide further impetus to help us improve existing approach, mechanism, particularly in the context of responding to emergency such as the ongoing pandemic, and in putting all development stakeholders on the right path toward achieving the SDGs. Therefore, a strategic foresight study to shed light on the immediate present and foreseeable future of South-South and triangular cooperation is of vital importance in order to analyze the current trends on South-South and triangular cooperation, identify potential trajectories on how South-South and triangular cooperation can evolve based on how countries of the Global South themselves are developing socio-economically, taking into consideration the evolving global externalities and their impact on South-South and triangular cooperation. The study aims to identify and prioritize areas which are critical to the inclusive and green recovery of the South and increasing resilience to external shocks where South-South and triangle cooperation can play a pivotal role. Without further ado, I'll give the floor now to Prof. Lee and Dr. Rashmi to take us through the presentation on the foresight paper. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rashmi. You have, this is a joint presentation, so you have 3 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you, moderator. So I will not waste my time on pleasantries. Very quickly, this foresight paper is going to be a very important contribution because it highlights the key areas where South-South cooperation can play a critical role in helping developing countries to have a better and sustainable recovery from COVID-19. From UNCTAD side, we are drawing key messages and lessons from 2 publications of ours. These 2 publications, one is on building South-South solidarity in the times of COVID-19, and second is South-South cooperation for climate adaptation. Both the publications are available at our booth on floor 1, so you can pick up those publications. The 3 key areas which I want to highlight here today are where South-South cooperation can play a very critical role. The first one is scaling up of South-South finance. I think that is very important. And Southern Regional Development Banks like the BRICS Bank, AIIB, and the Islamic Development Bank can play a very important role. They are a very important stakeholder in this exercise, and giving them new capital injections so that they can scale up their lending is one of the areas that we have highlighted in this strategic foresight paper. The second area, which again I think is very important for a sustainable recovery in the South, is to give enough policy space to developing countries so that they are able to design and revisit their trade and industrial policies. Now here the role of international organizations and governments become very important because we know that the policy space is very limited. For example, in terms of giving industrial subsidies to their SMEs who have shut businesses, and for industrial recovery, governments in developing countries need to give industrial subsidies. But because of the agreement in the WTO, it becomes a binding commitment has been taken of not giving industrial subsidies, and it becomes very difficult for developing countries to do so. So in that area, we have proposed a peace clause, a temporary WTO peace clause for industrial subsidies. And the third and the final area, I think again, which needs to be highlighted is that there is a need to build regional value chains. We know that now developed world like EU is going ahead with its industrial sovereignty plans. And because of digital revolution, the global value chains are becoming shorter and closer to the consumers in the developed world. Now that means the developing countries are going to face a very critical challenge in terms of external demand. So South-South trade can offer a very important complement to the North-South trade. And for that, regional value chains, especially in the areas of health products, vaccines, as well as food, can help developing countries in setting up, a path towards sustainable growth. Emergency, there can be some way in which trade pacts can be designed for emergency and for crisis times. So with that, I think I will stop and I'll give the floor to my colleague from South Center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rashmi, and Dr. Lee will stand by for if there are any questions. I have to apologize because we are a bit over time, and I didn't want to stop some of the presenters because the insight they were sharing was so valuable. But I just would like to take one short question and one short answer, if there's any. Yes. Sorry, I can't read. So could you please state your name and the organization?
Yes. Hi, my name is Alia Jaffer. I'm Director International Relations with the ICCIA, which is the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. So we represent the private sector of the 57 member countries of OIC. And we're working very closely to build the capacity of the business support organizations that are our members, right? And, throughout our research as well as conversations that we've heard in the last 3 days, private sector importance has been highlighted over and again. So my question is, and we've developed products and services to build the capacity of our member chambers so that they understand some of these modalities, such as the South-South triangular cooperation, so that they can utilize these, because there's enough capital, I hear. There's a lot of technical support and wisdom that is, available, but sometimes the entry point for such institutions can be a bit challenging. So I would love to hear how you think they can go about, reaching out to these facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to take the question? Yes, Rashimi, please.
I think it is a very important question, and the point over here is how to engage private sector in our initiatives. In our foresight paper, we have talked about the multi-stakeholder engagements, and the South Center has specifically focused on this area of how to involve all multi-stakeholders in the process. I think private sector will play a very important role, especially in the third area that I highlighted, that is building regional value chains. That is where private sector needs to take initiative and governments need to create incentives for the private sector. Just to give you an example, for climate adaptation that we are talking about, how South-South cooperation can help climate adaptation. Here, it is important to have a positive incentives, for example, in the WTO, and not punitive actions. Positive incentives could be a zero tariff regime for plastic substitutes. Now that will incentivize the private sector to automatically get into the green products, and it will also increase the market access of the private sector as well as develop their capacities for sustainable growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I would like to have a final round and ask all the panelists, online and in person, for one concrete recommendation or joint action that we can take. Could I start from you, Ambassador?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Actually, one recommendation to work on implementing previous recommendations, most particularly the PAPA plus 40. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Luisa Lopez.
Thank you. One suggestion would be that we increase coordination of the countries which are contributing in each country where they are working together. We have realized that sometimes we have, I wouldn't say duplicity, but perhaps overlapping of the work which is being done by different actors. And since we seem to lack some sort of coordination in each country, we believe that knowing what is happening, what areas are being handled would add a lot. We might join efforts in each country. This is a situation that we have been noticing, which is the lack of one center of coordination and information on what is already being done in each country, so that we add instead of repeating or duplicating. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Lauren, on one recommendation. Thank you.
Maybe I could just add on to the ambassador's recommendation on coordination. I think if we're going to look at it from each country, I think what we'd really like in Kenya is not only that coordination mechanism, but sort of a documentation or knowledge management function to go with it. Because sometimes when you're looking to make those matches, to broker, you really need to know what's out there in order to pick the what best linkages for what you're trying to achieve.
Thank you, Lauren. And Dr. Sudarat.
So for me, I think the most important one is to create trust and partnership. And we need some kind of a coordination, collaboration, and communication is a very hard. And I think we have to foster and nurture it naturally. And it takes time. So actually, we need to have the roster of experts, the research mapping, resort mapping, both technical and expertise that the country and the champion of the country that we're working with, that we can be both recipient and donor at the same time to, to bring all stakeholders to participate and engage, and then to share the vision how we want to achieve the goal together. And private sector is become very important nowadays because they're coming with the technology and fund and supported fund, and also so these are a very good opportunity. But please bring them in. But it takes time to share common goal and vision, and then we can work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sudarat. And can I turn to you, Patrick? Mr. Mugiwa, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. For me, one key recommendation that I can provide is the issue of institutionalization that is really meaningful. If it is meaningful, then it means that it has to be institutionalization that is working with a strategic plan and indicators, clear indicators to measure progress. There should be dedicated resources for this kind of institutionalization to work. There should be dedicated personnel, and along the line, capacity building should be part and parcel of every stage of this institutionalization process that we are talking of, so that there is capacities to broker all kinds of experiences and expertise that exist within and among partnership organizations, if it is be of any value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Patrick. And could I ask Ms. Rashmi and then Ms. Lee, please?
Can I give the floor to my colleague, Dr. Lee, because she has played the key role in conceptualizing the strategy paper.
Thank you, Ms. Rashmi. Dr. Lee, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. For me, I think it will be very important for the multi-stakeholders to have a common vision, especially when there has been some changes in the landscape or major events like the pandemic of COVID-19. I think it will be really good for the stakeholders to brainstorming and also come to the common understanding of the major challenges and opportunities. Following this, I think it will be important to identify a common interest so that the stakeholders can pool resources, financial resources, human resources, convening power together to address strategically the major problems to promote South-South and triangular cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists for sharing your very valuable insights. I will try to try to summarize. From Ambassador, we heard that we need to work on past recommendations, and there were many comments on coordination, how we need brokers and centers of coordination, as well as trust and partnership, which is very important. And we heard of institutionalization with a strategic plan, and also common vision and of common interest. I think we have a broad consensus here. Thank you all to the audiences in person and online, and thank you all the panelists in person and online. We would like to close this session. Thank you.
Malisa.
Okay, dear colleagues, now we're almost there. This has been a very rich discussion the whole day. I couldn't manage to listen to all the sessions because I was also in parallel running a few other events. But I got feedback from colleagues that the discussion is very rich and very focused, and a lot of takeaways, concrete actions. As I promised at the beginning of this Global DG Forum, we will make it systematic and we will follow up. So we need to know what are the priority actionable recommendations we can take away. And I'm honored to have a panel of our moderators. Finally, they are the facilitators for the dialogues, but I think they are also listening very carefully and summarizing the key points and takeaways. My question is very straightforward. What are the actionable recommendations that you think we should do leading up to better capacity development, better ecosystem for more and better South-South cooperation? So let me maybe start from the first session. Yes, we have the first session moderator, Mr. Ahmad from ISDB, please.
Thank you, Ms.
3 minutes, maybe?
Okay.
2-3 minutes, and then I can
No
always add, yeah.
Okay, perfect. I think the session on session one related to strengthening South-South and Triangle cooperation, institutional capacity and ecosystem for resilient and sustainable future. I think it was a fruitful session. We heard a lot from the countries regarding their experience, challenges, efforts, and lessons learned under South-South and Triangle cooperation, mainly during COVID-19. I think we learned a lot from their wealth of expertise and knowledge. In terms of concrete action, I think the speakers shared with us some few recommendations based on their experience on the ground, such as involve new partners, namely the private sector and the civil society organization, to increase the effectiveness of South-South and Triangle cooperation. Also to focus on building the human capacities, especially trainings in the area of cooperation to ensure more effective South-South and Triangle cooperation. And some of the speakers called on the UN and the Multilateral Development Bank to step up their efforts to support the capacity development and the institutional arrangement to equip the Global South with necessary skills, expertise, as well as to establish the right enabling environment for South-South and Triangle cooperation. Some speakers also talk about the benefit of digitization, and there are many good lessons within the South that the countries can benefit from. So this is one. And also another speaker spoke about the importance of information systems linked to international cooperation so that the South-South Triangle cooperation can be defined and evidenced within the action of cooperation policy for any country. So those are in a nutshell the action and recommendation from session one.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You give a good example of very clear, focused, very quick response. Thank you. And session 2 was by Ms. Jennifer, right? UNCDF. Yes. And it's an important session, financing mechanism. Not only here, all the other rooms are talking about this. Please.
Yes. Thank you very much. My name is Jennifer Abukohe from UN Capital Development Fund. And indeed, our session was on the financing mechanism. and the organization is also UN Capital Development Fund. So it was recognized in the session that the global financial system, the ecosystem, is not working for LDCs. It's not working for most of the countries, and there are several reasons why it's not working. One of the things that the requirements are too high for the least developed countries to be able to access the financing. So the suggestion or the recommendation is to reform the entire global financing ecosystem. And one of the things that has to be reformed is the domestic capital market development, which it's well developed in the developed countries, but it's not in the developing countries. So we need to work on that. The second one is on reforming the intergovernmental fiscal transfer systems, because most of the governments, the local governments especially, still rely on the central government. And so we need to reform that to see that the resources are channeled to the local level. And the third area is on improving the local fiscal space, including improving the tax base, the natural resources, the own source revenue, and having friendly investable projects for the local governments, subnational governments, and putting in place guarantee schemes. There was also a recommendation to have homegrown solutions. The South, for example, coming up with its own, South to South financing facility. There was a recommendation also to have strongly locally led partnerships, our own South to South partnerships, and then leveraging climate financing and bringing that to the development agenda. There is a lot of capital out there for climate change, but we haven't been able to leverage it. So it was recommended we focus on that. And then also utilizing multi-donor facilities to leverage some of the huge private capital which is out there. A lot of funding with the private sector, but it's not yet tapped. So those were the major recommendations from our session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we have time, I will throw this question back to the floor and you maybe, yes, the importance of leveraging all sorts of financing is we all recognize, but any concrete actions that we can do to actually reform this global financing architecture and also locally. Yeah, that's very important. Thank you. Thank you. And the third session, I recall, is about UN's role to support this. And Mr. Dennis is our Chief for Intergovernmental and UN Affairs Chief. So, well, you moderated that session. What are the key takeaways?
Thank you very much, Grace. We had one regional country representative from AU and Uganda, and 5 panelists from the UN system. As you said, the topic was related to enhancing the role of UN and multilateral entities in support of member states on South-South and triangular cooperation. The first point made was that BAPA Plus 40 provides a visionary framework on how the UN can support and facilitate South-South and triangular cooperation. And another point made was that the UN system has to respond to the demands of the member states. And even within the panel, the members were reacting a lot to what the ambassador from AU and Uganda was suggesting. Another point made was that institutional structures for South-South and triangular cooperation are critical, and that there needs to be at least one coordinating entity or ministry in each country. This was recommended by the ambassador from AU. UN should play to its comparative advantages, including normative framework and human rights principles and ensure inclusion of all voices. That was another recommendation. And then all UN agencies should institutionalize their approach to South-South and triangular cooperation, including dedicated teams, budget, and strategy. These were kind of the observations, so I'll give you about 1 or 2 recommendations. There was a recommendation that if the UN system really wants to help on climate change, green jobs, and circular economy, and smart agriculture, they should apply more South-South and triangular cooperation. And from the ILO, there was a recommendation that we need to raise the bar on good practices in South-South and triangular cooperation. And from UNDP, there was a recommendation that there should be harmonization in measurement of inputs and impact of South-South and triangular cooperation. And we're informed that UNDP, UNFPA, and the UN Office for South-South Cooperation are working on a monitoring framework for the system-wide strategy for South-South cooperation. There were a lot more very clear recommendations, but I will just give these for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. And Mr. AJ, you moderated the last one, and you just did your summary. But would you like to add to any of these?
Yes, I just, as Grace said, I just summarized the last session. No, I think I'll wait for the next round.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So the moderators have summarized what the discussions, telling us. Some questions actually itself, saying, the importance of engaging multi-stakeholder, the importance of unleashing the potential of financing globally, locally, and strengthening the measurements or institutionalization of UN agencies to better support, and multi-stakeholder engagement. From the floor, responding to those general reflections, would you like to also put in your advice of 1 or 2 actions that we could do? Yes, please, from Dominican Republic.
Muchas gracias. Quisiera insistir en poder hacer énfasis en el fortalecimiento de los mecanismos multilaterales e incluso pensar nuevos mecanismos multilaterales con énfasis en la cooperación sur-sur. Los límites que tienen los países para hacer cooperación hoy son bastante estrechos y poder ampliar de manera estratégica la acción pasa, además de poder ponernos de acuerdo sobre temas que van a ser un mayor nivel de impacto en el desarrollo de los países, véase el tema, la agenda digital, cambio climático, etcétera, pasa por concentrar acciones, concentrar recursos en ámbitos que van a transformar la vida de nuestros países. Quiero hacer énfasis en la acción colectiva en materia de cooperación sur-sur. La cooperación bilateral está muy bien y la vamos a continuar, pero en la medida en que agrupemos las acciones y sobre todo podamos tomar decisiones de manera estratégica, creo que podemos dar un paso más de avance.
Thank you so much. Actually, that is a very important thread that actually went through from the first day till today about the kind of transition of South-South cooperation from a dominantly bilateral kind of cooperation to more and more leveraging multilateral platforms, including sub-regional, regional, and global. How do we realize that transition? And thank you. I think this is emphasized that we do need to consider. We are right on time, but I want to give like the moderators, they have done hard work listening and summarizing, but I wanted them to be, each one maybe have 1 minute if you would like just one point you want to highlight, as a recommendation from your side after listening the whole day discussion. So where should I start? Yes, please. Yes, just go ahead.
Thank you. I think one point from my side, I think despite the ongoing challenge that the world is facing, including the Global South, I think there are opportunities for us to come together and to use our comparative advantage to solve our development challenge. I think the South has a lot to offer. So let's focus on our comparative advantage and try to help each other to go through this difficult time.
Yes, Aji.
Thank you. As Vice Minister said, going from bilateral to more multilateral, from country level to sub-region and regional and global level, I think we can do that. There are many good, strong regional initiatives in Latin America and Africa, and even in Asia. And in order to achieve those ambitious targets, we need South-South cooperation, and we need to work together. Thank you.
Great. Yeah. Yes, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Dennis. Lady first.
Thank you very much. And for me, I talk about the money. So apart from, the capacity building, the sharing of lessons, I think we should be ready to share the resources that we have, especially those among us who have more than the others. Let's be willing to share with the other countries, because we are together. If there is a problem in Uganda, this problem will affect Kenya, it will affect Tanzania, it will come to Bangkok, to Thailand. So we are one in this economy. So let's be willing and open to share the resources that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis?
Okay, I think people recognize that there are several platforms which show what is being done on South-South and triangular cooperation. But I realized there are a growing call to have methodologies to measure South-South cooperation, and in particular to use social returns to investment approach to measure that. So, and lastly also this call that maybe we should raise the bar on what we call best practices and so on. So it might be something to look at.
Thank you. And again, back to the floor. I have my iPad.
Serbia.
Syria, yes, please.
Once again, thank you for a really, really great 3 days here in Bangkok. I would like to underline that maybe geographically we do not belong to South-South cooperation on the first instance when you consider Western Balkans and Europe. But I think that maybe we should look at the countries in our surroundings, because on the level of development, I think that we have great potential, big experience, and we maybe don't have a lot of money like Western countries, but we have this big experience, and we are willing to share that with other countries in development, in the same level of development or less developed than we are. So there is a huge potential, probably on few spots around the world which are still not active enough in South-South cooperation model. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, after hearing all this, I think from the UN Office for South-South perspective, we would also like to highlight a few things that we could do. First, I heard from you, the capacity development is very needed for development agencies in the countries, but also for working together with multi-stakeholders. So following this expo, we are thinking to reach out to you to come collect your offerings to support other countries in boost their institutional capacity. What we can do is to pull those resources together and then share with the community and facilitate that kind of peer support learning we can call it a catalog of South-South capacity development or make it more dynamic. So that is one idea. And secondly, I heard from you that we do need to raise the bar of what are we looking for in South-South and triangular cooperation. If you highlight so much about the impactful South-South cooperation through leveraging multilateral mechanisms, we are committed through our knowledge services to map the existing examples of multilateral ways of doing South-South and triangular cooperation. And I hope that can be a useful resource as well. And next, the stakeholders. Yes, there needs to be development banks and that there needs to be private sector and NGOs. We talk about that so much, but we haven't established a mechanism really coordinate the understanding of various stakeholders on South-South, not just empty talk, but targeting on the issue and co-create solutions. So we will also reach out to partners, whoever interested, identify an important critical issue for the Global South and bring partners together to co-create a solution. Through doing, I think the common understanding can be achieved. Well, these are some ideas that I would add to the list, and we will have a comprehensive report, but most importantly, we will have actionable items at the end. Next DG Forum, we can examine what we have all together discussed and done in the year. So that concludes this DG Forum, and we're now straight moving into the grand closing of this Global South-South Development Expo. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry? Through the 3 days, we all become experts of photos. Thank you. Oh, there's a professional. Okay. Serena, you can start. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So now we proceed to the closing session of the Global Directors General Forum, which also marks the end of the GSSD Expo 2022, with the closing remarks from the co-hosts. So now we have a pre-recorded closing remarks from the Executive Secretary of ESCAP.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, building on our long-standing collaboration, we are delighted to have partnered with the Royal Thai government and the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation in organizing this week's Global South-South Development Expo 2022. Over the course of the past 3 days, we have had a packed program of fruitful and results-oriented discussions. The 3 high-level leadership roundtables, 11 thematic solution forums, 12 side events, and various virtual events offered ample opportunity for engaging in exchanges of experiences and expertise. I was pleased to note the vibrant and engaging panel discussions with delegations sharing their views, experiences, and examples, but also challenges and outlining the possible solutions. The organization of the Global and the regional DG forums for South-South and Triangle Cooperation gave the DGs from cooperation agencies of developing countries the opportunity to link national, regional, and global perspectives on policies, strategies, and tools for South-South partnership. The Youth Entrepreneurship Competition gave young talents from developing countries the space to promote South-South cooperation by sharing existing innovations with relevant partners, entrepreneurs, and audiences from other developing countries seeking options to replicate or scale up these initiatives or solutions. In addition to the thematic sessions, the GSSD Expo 2022 offered space for partners to share and exchange ideas during the physical exhibition here in Bangkok, as well as through the virtual exhibition space, showcasing many successful examples of South-South cooperation from more than 60 partners. Over the last few days, we were able to benefit from the wisdom and experiences of an excellent mix of experts, which included the South-South cooperation policymakers and practitioners from several member states, and experts from think tanks, research institutes, civil society organizations, as well as from the United Nations. Many efforts are already underway within the UN system to leverage South-South and Triangle cooperation. We seek to support and facilitate policy dialogue, provide technical assistance and normative support, forge collaborative alliances, broker knowledge, develop multi-stakeholder partnership, and mobilize development finance from all sources. The BAPA Plus 40 outcome document reaffirms the key role of the United Nations system entities in this endeavor. We at ESCAP look forward to working with you to seize all the positive outcome of the GSSD Expo to advance South-South and Triangle cooperation in support of the 2030 agenda. In closing, I would like to once again thank our co-organizer, the Royal Thai Government and the UN Office for South-South Cooperation for their excellent collaboration in the preparation of this Expo. I would also like to thank all participants for their active contribution and look forward to seeing all at the next Expo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Watanabe Kochaseni, the Deputy Director General of Thailand International Cooperation Agency, to deliver his closing remarks.
Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, due to an urgent matter, Ms. Urirat Jalanto, Director General of TAICA, cannot remain here with us and deliver the closing remarks at the conclusion of the Global South-South Development Expo 2022. So I would do it on her behalf. On behalf of the Royal Thai Government and the people of Thailand, I would like to sincerely thank all the delegations and development partners for their active participation. This is a clear manifestation of full solidarity and commitment to South-South and Triangular cooperation. For the past 3 days, I deeply appreciate the insights, perspectives, and recommendations which we share by all distinguished speakers and experts. At our leadership roundtable, DG forums, and many other side events, the input made the discussion very rich and interactive. I trust all participants have benefited a lot from their contribution in addition to visiting the exhibition booth. The expo itself was quite a mutual learning experience. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainable development is the futures of our mankind. Our shared vision is ambitious but achievable through strong and effective global partnership. Undoubtedly, along our journey lie a host of enormous challenges and unexpected events such as COVID-19, which can delay or slow down our progress. But South-South and Triangular Cooperation has a strategic and important role to play in driving forward our development agenda. Over the past 4 decades, South-South and Triangular Cooperation has proved to be a successful framework with an array of concrete examples. It can complement but not substitute the North-South cooperation. In addressing development needs, the Global South has benefited from mutual partnership and sharing of knowledge, skill, experience, and good practices. As the world is now facing a multitude of pressing challenges, developing countries must stay united and do their part to further strengthen the cooperation partnership. Only enhanced South-South cooperation and Triangular cooperation will navigate us through the challenges times. To fortify South-South and Triangular cooperation, it requires enhanced institutional capacity and enabling ecosystem at home, innovative resource mobilization, increased multi-stakeholder engagement, and better coordination. And not least, the crucial roles of relevant UN bodies and agencies. But of paramount importance are the strong political will, leadership, and a sense of ownership of the Global South. As we are collectively forging a more peaceful and prosperous future, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development will remain our blueprint. South-South and Triangular Cooperation, along with North-South Cooperation, can serve as a powerful vehicle to take us there, and I'm sure the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation will always support us. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of GSSD Expo 2022 is in no small part due to our co-host, the United Nations Office for South-South Cooperation, and the Economic and Social Committee for Asia and the Pacific. Therefore, I would like to extend my sincerest thanks for their time, hard work, and dedication over the past year. I also truly appreciate the spirit of participation and cooperation between their secretariat and my colleagues at TICA. They all went the extra mile to make this event a successful and memorable one. Lastly, I hope all of you will keep good memories of the SD Expo 2022 in Thailand. And all my best wishes for your endeavor and have a safe journey back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kochaseni. Now, may I now invite Ms. Xiaojin Grace Wang, head of the UN OSS delegation, to deliver her closing remarks.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, many, many congratulations. Over the past 3 days, we have learned about the true wealth found in the Global South. We have shared experiences, learned from each other, connected, and committed to collaboration more and better. We have identified challenges and opportunities, and we have gained courage from each other's mutual support. We also commemorated the United Nations International Day for South-South Cooperation in a very special way during a very special period of today's world. I extend my special gratitude to all of you, and especially we have had the Secretary General's message on the ever-increasing role of South-South cooperation. We have heard from President of the General Assembly for challenging us to leverage the energy, ingenuity, and cooperative spirit of the Global South and to put our trust in one another. And the United Nations Development Program Administrator for his visionary leadership and UNDP's institutional hosting of UNOSSC, also contributing to the success organization of this expo. I thank our co-organizers, the government of Kingdom of Thailand, for your generous support and your very substantive contribution to this expo, and our co-organizer, the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia Pacific, ESCAP. I thank our partner organizations, co-sponsors of various thematic solution forums and side events, special activities, all the moderators, speakers, for active participation of the participants, and those who showcased their work virtually in the e-exhibition hall and the exhibition hall right outside this hall. We thank you sincerely for your contributions. It is your exhibition that bring partners closer to the solutions that you are so generously ready to share and promote. We thank all the Director Generals and their representatives for championing South-South and triangular cooperation in their work. The success of this expo is because of your contribution, your partnership, and the active participation of all of you. This is the 11th expo. It has enjoyed the most participation yet. We have over 4,000 participants, including governments, civil societies, academic organizations, private sector, media. They are registered either for the sessions in person or participating on our virtual events and activities. We have more than 300 young students already also joined our event, and tens of thousands of others who participated through social media engagement and listened while webcasting. Together, you have organized 15 plenary and thematic solution forums. The host government has organized a really rewarding learning journey through the field trip on sufficiency economy philosophy. And also, there are side events, Youth for South special events, competitions, network night. All these have contributed to the dynamism and learning of this expo. A special exhibition celebrates the India, Brazil, South Africa facility for poverty and hunger alleviation was included as well. The good practices in South-South and triangular cooperation for sustainable development was launched, featuring over 130 good practices presented by over 50 partners. And maybe more importantly, I should highlight the seeds of many new partnerships were planted. I know the bilateral meetings are just very busy, and that means we have so many partners talked with each other about subjects that of their concern and agreed to work together. We thank the special events staff of the United Nations Conference Center and interpreters for so generously and professionally facilitating our meetings. I would especially thank the communications colleagues of ESCAP, TICA, and UN Department of Global Communication for ensuring that our discussions have been heard far beyond the walls of our conference room here in Bangkok. Finally, I wish to thank UNOSSC, UN Office for South-South Cooperation, entire team in supporting Global South-South Development Expo for your hard work, professionalism, and productivity. Yes, this Expo has truly been a collective response to member states' demand for all partners to engage in and support South-South and triangular cooperation towards achieving Agenda 2030 and all other internationally agreed development goals, including SDGs. It proves to be a high-value platform for all partners to dialogue, connect, and collaborate. Already, a couple of countries have indicated interest to host future expos. I'm so happy to know the enthusiasm among our partners. Finally, I thank you all. Well, I wish you all a safe journey home. I also look forward to meeting you again in the next Global South-South Development Expo. Thank you very much. Now the expo is successfully concluded, and let's move on to the networking evening. Thank you.
Recording stopped.